Greetings, weary travellers of the day. Welcome to the sanctuary of Get Cozy Sleep. You have walked a long road today. You have carried burdens that were perhaps too heavy for your shoulders, and you have run races that seem to have no finish line. But here, the noise of the traffic fades into the gentle hum of the wind. Here, the demands of the clock dissolve into the timeless rhythm of a heartbeat. There is nothing you need to achieve in this space. There is no one you need to impress. You only need to be. If your heart has ever felt like a ship anchored in a harbour while others sail away to conquer the horizon. If you have ever felt that your own strength was too frail, your own pace too slow for the rushing world around you. And if you find peace in the smell of old cedarwood, the quiet dignity of waiting, and the belief that silence speaks louder than words, then this story is your refuge tonight. So, let the tension in your jaw loosen. Unclench your hands. Let the weight of the blanket become a shield against the worries of tomorrow. Close your eyes. Let the walls of your room melt away like mist in the morning sun. We are travelling back 2,000 years to the ancient city of Alexandria. The air here is dry and smells of sun-baked stone and the salt of the Mediterranean Sea. But we are leaving the bright sun behind. We are stepping into the cool, dim shadows of a place where time stands still. Breathe in the ancient peace. Exhale the modern chaos. The Paper Saint. The Great Library of Alexandria was not merely a building. It was a fortress built against the chaotic tide of forgetfulness. Outside its thick limestone walls, the city roared. Merchants screamed the prices of saffron and silk. Roman soldiers marched with the rhythmic clatter of iron-shod sandals. Beggars pleaded for copper coins in the gutters. It was a symphony of sweat, ambition, and dirt. But inside the scriptorium, the world held its breath. Ezra loved the silence. He did not just enjoy it, he consumed it. To him, silence was not the absence of sound, but the presence of order. He stood at the entrance of the East Wing, a tall, gaunt figure draped in robes of undyed linen. At 70 years old, Ezra looked less like a man and more like one of the ancient scrolls he guarded. His skin was the colour of old parchment, yellowed, translucent, and mapped with the blue veins of a lifetime spent indoors. His back was permanently curved, moulded by decades of leaning over desks, protecting the words of God from the ravages of the sun. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the long, vaulted corridor. The morning light was filtering through the high, narrow windows, cutting through the gloom in sharp, diagonal beams. To anyone else, the light was beautiful, a celestial finger pointing to the wisdom of ages. But to Ezra, the light was an accuser. It revealed the enemy. Dust. Millions of tiny specks danced in the shafts of sunlight. They swirled in a chaotic ballet, drifting, settling, invading. Ezra watched them with a tight grimace. Dust was not just dirt to him, it was the physical manifestation of human decay. It was dead skin, eroded stone, the disintegration of the world trying to bury the eternal words. "Abominations," he whispered, the word barely a rustle of dry leaves. He moved to his workstation, a massive desk of dark, polished cedarwood located in the deepest recess of the wing. He walked with a peculiar gait, a shuffling slide that ensured his sandals never slapped the stone floor. He was a ghost haunting his own life. Before he touched anything, the ritual began. Ezra approached a small basin of hammered copper set on a tripod. The water inside was still, a perfect mirror reflecting the ceiling. He dipped his hands in, the water cool against his arthritic knuckles. He did not use soap. He used fine, white sand to scrub his skin, exfoliating away the touch of the world outside. He scrubbed until his skin was raw, until he felt he had washed away not just the dirt, but the very sin of being human. He dried his hands on a clean cloth, inspecting his fingernails, immaculate. Only then did he approach the desk. On the surface lay his current charge, a copy of the Psalms, written on vellum so fine it felt like silk. But Ezra did not look at the words yet. He looked at the desk. He picked up a brush made of soft badger hair. With slow, methodical strokes, he swept the surface of the wood, left to right, left to right. He swept away the invisible dust, the imaginary crumbs, the phantom imperfections. He was not cleaning, he was sanctifying the altar. The smell of the room was his incense. It was a heavy, intoxicating blend of galbanum ink, beeswax, papyrus reeds, and the sharp, medicinal tang of cedar oil used to ward off worms. To Ezra, this was the scent of holiness. The streets outside smelled of fish and unwashed bodies. Here, it smelled of eternity. He sat down. The wooden stool creaked, a familiar groan that was the only conversation he allowed. He reached for his quill, a reed pen he had cut and sharpened himself this morning. The tip was perfect, a deadly point ready to capture the divine. He dipped it into the inkwell. The black liquid was thick, glossy, made from soot and gum arabic. Ezra held the pen over the vellum. He closed his eyes for a moment, waiting. He was not praying for inspiration. He was praying for steadiness. He was praying that his hand, which had begun to tremble in the mornings, would obey his will. He was praying that he would be a perfect vessel, hollow, empty, and clean. "Lord," he murmured, "let me be nothing, so the word may be everything." He opened his eyes and began to write. "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." The scratch of the reed against the skin of the dead animal was loud in the silence. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. It was the sound of creation. Ezra watched the ink flow, binding to the surface, turning liquid thought into solid truth. For an hour, he was at peace. For an hour, he was not a lonely old man in a dying city. He was a gatekeeper of the divine. And then the rhythm broke. Ezra froze. His pen hovered mid-stroke over the letter Aleph. He heard something. It was not a shout. It was not a footstep. It was too soft for that. It was a scuffling sound like a mouse scurrying behind a skirting board. But there were no mice in Ezra's library. He had personally set the traps. He had personally plugged every crack in the masonry with mortar. He lifted his head, his neck craning like a tortoise emerging from its shell, and he listened. Silence returned. The heavy, thick silence of the library. Ezra frowned. Had his mind betrayed him? Was it the blood rushing in his own ears? He looked back down at the scroll, annoyed at the interruption of his focus. But then he saw it. On the floor, near the base of the third shelf from the left, the shelf housing the minor prophets, there was a mark. Ezra put down his pen. He stood up, his joints popping. He walked over to the spot, his shadow stretching long and thin across the flagstones. He knelt down, wincing as his knees hit the hard stone. It was faint, almost invisible to the untrained eye. But Ezra had spent 50 years staring at details. He saw it. It was a smudge. A small, crescent-shaped smear of grey on the pristine limestone floor. Ezra leaned closer, his nose almost touching the ground. He sniffed. The smell was alien. It did not belong to the library in Europe. It was earthy, pungent. It smelled of charcoal smoke, stale flatbread, and sweat. It was the smell of a boy. Ezra's heart began to hammer against his ribs. A frantic, bird-like rhythm. This was impossible. The doors were locked. The guards were posted at the main gate. No one entered this wing without his permission, and he had given permission to no one. He reached out a trembling finger and touched the smudge. It was fresh. It was damp. Someone had been here. Someone filthy had been here. Ezra stood up, wiping his finger furiously on his robe, as if the smudge were acid burning his skin. He spun around, his eyes wild, scanning the rows of shelves that stretched into the darkness. The scrolls sat in their cubbies, silent witnesses. "Who is there?" he hissed. His voice was thin, reedy, swallowed instantly by the vastness of the room. No answer. only the dust motes dancing in the light, mocking him. Ezra grabbed a heavy bronze candlestick from a nearby table. He did not light it, he held it like a weapon. He began to move through the aisles, checking every shadow, every corner. His peace was shattered. The sanctuary had been breached. He was not afraid for his life. He was afraid for the books. What if the intruder had touched them? What if their greasy fingers had smeared the ink of Leviticus? What if they had breathed their moist, corrupt breath onto the dry parchment of Deuteronomy? "I will find you," Ezra whispered to the empty air. "You cannot hide from the Keeper." He reached the end of the row. Nothing. He checked behind the heavy velvet curtains that shielded the sensitive papyri from the afternoon sun. Nothing. He checked the small alcove where the cleaning supplies were kept. Nothing. Ezra stood in the center of the room, breathing hard. Had he imagined it? He looked back at the smudge on the floor. No, it was real. The enemy was inside the walls. He returned to his desk, but he did not sit down. He could not write now. The connection was broken. The vessel was tainted. He looked at the unfinished psalm. The ink was drying, the words frozen in time. The heavens declare the glory of God. "But the earth," Ezra muttered bitterly, looking at the smudge. "The earth is full of dirt." He made a decision. He would not leave tonight. He would not go back to his small, austere room in the servants' quarters. He would stay here. He would sit in the dark, and he would wait. He would catch this rat, this defiler of holy things. Ezra sat down, not on his stool, but in the high-backed chair usually reserved for the head librarian. He pulled his robes tight around him. He fixed his eyes on the patch of darkness near the minor prophets. The sun began to set, the beams of light faded, and the dust motes disappeared into the gloom. The library turned from a golden cathedral into a cavern of shadows. Ezra did not blink. He was the paper saint, the guardian of the scroll, and tonight he would protect his God from the touch of man. Light in the Library of Alexandria was a heavy, living thing. It was not merely the absence of light, it was a weight that pressed against the chest, thickening the air with the accumulated silence of 300 years. Ezra sat in the high-backed chair, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. The oil lamp on his desk had burned low, casting long, flickering shadows that danced against the limestone walls like silent spirits. He had not moved for an hour. His ears were straining for that scuffling sound, that hint of a mouse, or a boy, but the library offered him nothing but the settling of stone and the distant, rhythmic crash of the Mediterranean waves against the harbour walls. The smudge on the floor still burned in his mind. It was a violation. It was a crack in his perfect vessel. He needed reassurance. He needed to touch the anchor of his soul. Slowly, stiffly, Ezra rose from the chair. He did not walk toward the intruder's smudge this time. He turned his back on it. He walked toward the centre of the room, to the sanctum sanctorum of his private world, the rotunda of the prophets. Here, in the centre of a circular alcove, stood a pedestal made of black basalt, polished until it shone like a dark mirror. Upon it rested a chest of cedarwood, bound with straps of beaten silver. Ezra approached it with the trembling reverence of a high priest entering the Holy of Holies. He reached into the folds of his linen robe and withdrew a key. It was a heavy, iron thing, cold against his palm, worn smooth by years of anxious thumbing. He inserted the key. The lock turned with a heavy, satisfying thunk, the sound of safety. Ezra lifted the lid. The scent hit him instantly, a complex, heady perfume of myrrh, aloe, and drying saffron. It was the smell of preservation, the scent of a body prepared for burial. But to Ezra, it was the breath of life. Inside, resting on the bed of blue velvet, lay the golden Isaiah. It was not a scroll for reading, it was a scroll for worshipping, commissioned 60 years ago by a wealthy merchant from Antioch who sought to buy his way into heaven. It was a monstrosity of beauty. The parchment was not ordinary sheepskin, it was vellum dyed a deep, imperial purple. The text was not written in common ink, it was inscribed in liquid gold, crushed from coins and mixed with gum arabic. Ezra did not take it out. He dared not lift it entirely until it was too heavy, both in weight and in glory. Instead, he reached out with his clean, sand-scrubbed fingertips and touched the edge of the wooden roller. Cold, smooth, perfect. He rolled it open, just a fraction. The gold letters caught the dying light of his lamp and flared up, burning in the darkness. Comfort ye, my people, saith your God. The words shone with a terrifying brilliance. Ezra stared at them, his breath hitching in his throat. This was how God should be, he thought. Not a carpenter's son in a dusty village, not a whisper in the wind, but gold, immutable, untouchable, cold and hard and eternal. He ran his gaze over the calligraphy. The strokes were precise, mathematical in their perfection. There was no hesitation in the scribe's hand, no blot of ink, no correction in the margin. It was a frozen miracle. You're safe, Ezra whispered to the gold letters. I am here. He loved this scroll more than he loved any living human being. Humans were messy. They bled. They wept. They changed their minds. They aged and withered and forgot. But the golden Isaiah never forgot. It held the prophecy in a suspended animation, perfect and unchanging. As long as Ezra kept the humidity low, as long as he kept the moths at bay, as long as he kept the people away, this word would last forever. He was not a teacher, he was a jailer. He had locked God inside a cage of purple and gold to keep him safe from the world. Ezra leaned closer, inspecting the margin. He was looking for dust. He was looking for the invisible enemies that might have slipped in when he opened the lid. He remembered the day he had first been assigned to this wing, 40 years ago. He was young then, full of fire, thinking that his job was to share wisdom. He had tried to read the scrolls to the common people in the courtyard. He remembered a woman with a crying baby who had spilled a cup of water near a copy of Genesis. He remembered a fisherman with calloused hands who had torn a corner of Leviticus while trying to turn the page. Ezra had stopped reading to them that day. He had realized the truth. The people did not deserve the word. They were too clumsy. They were too distinctively human. Since then, he had become the wall. Suddenly, a draught of air swept through the room. The flame of his oil lamp guttered, dipping low, threatening to extinguish. Ezra froze. The draught came from the floor level. It was not the wind from the high windows. It was the displacement of air caused by movement. Someone was close. Ezra slammed the lid of the chest shut. The bang echoed like a gunshot in the silent rotunda. He spun around, his back pressed against the black basalt pedestal, his arms spread wide to shield the treasure behind him. "Show yourself," he commanded. His voice cracked, losing its authority, revealing the tremor of fear beneath. Shadows stretched and twisted between the rows of shelving. For a moment, Ezra saw nothing but the dark spines of 1,000 books. Then, he saw it. A pair of eyes. They were low to the ground, peering out from beneath the bottom shelf of the history section. 20 paces away, they caught the last flicker of the lamplight, wide, luminous, and terrified. Ezra grabbed the bronze candlestick again. He did not charge this time. He moved with the slow, predatory stalk of a heron spotting a fish. He kept one hand on the chest behind him, ensuring the golden Isaiah was safe, while he extended the other toward the intruder. "I see you," Ezra whispered. "You are small. You are hiding." The eyes vanished. There was a scramble of limbs, the sound of bare skin slapping against stone, and the desperate scratch of fingernails on the floor. Ezra lunged. He was old, yes, but he knew the geography of this room better than he knew the lines of his own face. He knew that the history aisle was a dead end. It terminated at the stone wall of the outer courtyard. There was no exit. He reached the end of the aisle and held the lamp high. The light flooded the corner. There, pressed into the angle of the cold stone walls, was a boy. He was a scrap of a thing, no more than 10 years old. His ribs showed clearly through the rags of a tunic that was more whole than cloth. His skin was smeared with soot and street dust, the source of the smudge Ezra had found earlier. His hair was a matted nest of dark curls. But it was his hands that Ezra looked at first. They were filthy. The fingernails were black with grime. The palms were calloused and stained, and they were clutching something. Ezra's vision went red. The boy was holding a scroll. Not a precious one, perhaps discard, a practice sheet of papyrus used for copywork, but a scroll nonetheless. He was clutching it to his chest as if it were a loaf of bread. "Thief!" Ezra roared, the sound tearing through the sacred silence. "Vandal! Rat!" The boy flinched, curling tighter into a ball, protecting his head with his dirty arms. But he did not drop the scroll. Ezra loomed over him, the shadow of the candlestick falling across the boy's trembling body like a judgment. He was trembling with rage. How dare this creature bring his filth into the sanctuary? How dare he touch the holy paper with hands that had likely scavenged in garbage heaps? "Give it to me," Ezra snarled, extending a hand. "Give it to me before I call the guards, and have you whipped until your skin is as raw as parchment." The boy looked up, and in that moment, the narrative of Ezra's anger hit a stumbling block. The boy's eyes were not defiant. They were not the eyes of a thief calculating the value of stolen goods. They were filled with tears, swimming in a pool of desperate, haunting hunger. But it wasn't a hunger for food. I wasn't stealing it," the boy whispered. His voice was raspy, unused to speaking. "You have it in your hands," Ezra shouted. "You are defiling it!" "I just wanted to hold it," the boy stammered, his grip on the papyrus tightening. "I just wanted to feel if he was warm." Ezra blinked. The rage paused, suspended in confusion. "Who?" "God," the boy said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "The old man in the market said God lives in the scrolls. I wanted to feel if he was warm." Ezra stared at the boy. He stared at the dirty hands clutching the rough papyrus. He stared at the smudge on the floor, and behind him, in the black chest, the golden Isaiah lay cold, perfect, and utterly silent in its velvet coffin. "God is not warm," Ezra said, his voice dropping to a cold whisper. "God is fire, and fire burns. Now give me the scroll." The boy hesitated, then slowly, painfully, uncurled his fingers. He held out the roll of papyrus. Ezra snatched it away. He held it by the very edge, revulsion curling his lip. He looked at the spot where the boy's hand had been. There was a faint, damp print of sweat on the dry fibre. Ruined. Ezra looked down at the boy with contempt. "Get out," he said. "Get out before I change my mind about the guards." The boy scrambled up. He was small, malnourished, shaking like a leaf in a storm. He looked at the scroll in Ezra's hand one last time, a look of such profound loss that it almost made Ezra look away. And then he ran. He bolted past Ezra, his bare feet slapping the stone, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor toward the service entrance. Ezra stood alone in the aisle. He held the ruined practice scroll. He looked back towards the rotunda where his golden Isaiah slept. He was safe. The library was safe. He had expelled the intruder. But as he stood there in the silence, Ezra realized his hand was shaking. Not from fear, not from anger. He looked at his own hand, the hand that had just washed itself in sand and water. It felt clean. It felt dead. He looked at the smudge the boy had left on the floor. It was ugly. It was dirty. But in the flickering light of the lamp, it looked disturbingly like a footprint of life. Ezra turned and walked back to his desk. He did not clean the floor yet. He sat down and stared at the golden Isaiah's chest. "God is not warm," he repeated to himself, trying to believe it. "God is gold." But the air in the library felt colder than it ever had before. The next morning, the sun rose over Alexandria with a vengeance. It beat against the limestone walls of the library, heating the stone until the air inside shimmered with trapped warmth. But for Ezra, The temperature came not from the sun, but from a cold, simmering anxiety in his gut. He was on his knees, again. In his hand was a block of pumice stone and a rag soaked in strong vinegar. The spot on the floor where the boy had stood, the smudge of street dirt and sweat, was gone. Ezra had scrubbed it away hours ago. He had scrubbed until the limestone was lighter than the surrounding tiles. He had scrubbed until the smell of vinegar burned his nostrils and made his eyes water. But he could still see it. In his mind, the stain remained. It was a phantom mark, a spiritual blight that refused to be exorcised by mere cleaning supplies. It was proof that the fortress was not impregnable. Filth, Ezra muttered, grinding the pumice stone in a circular motion. Grind. Scrape. Grind. Chaos. Disorder. He stopped, breathing heavily. His own hand was raw, the skin red and angry from the harsh stone. He looked at his reflection in the sheen of vinegar on the floor. An old man, frantic, fighting a war against an invisible enemy. He stood up, his joints popping like dry twigs. This was useless. The floor was clean, but the library felt occupied. Ezra decided he could not work on the Psalms today. The sanctity was broken. Instead, he would perform an inspection. He needed to know how the rat had gotten in. He needed to seal the breach. He began his patrol at the massive bronze doors of the east wing. Locked. The bars were thick as a man's arm. No child could squeeze through there. He checked the high windows. They were narrow slits, 20 feet up, accessible only to birds. He moved deeper into the stacks, past the rows of history, past the shelves of lore. He walked with a lantern held high, illuminating the dusty corners that he usually ignored. He reached the back wall, behind the section housing the genealogies of the tribes. Here, the air was stagnant. Dust bunnies the size of fists rolled across the floor. Ezra wrinkled his nose. He rarely came back here. These were records of dead men begat by dead men, rarely consulted. But then he saw it. Behind a tall rack of cedar shelves, there was a gap. The masonry had settled over the centuries, creating a fissure between the wall and the heavy wooden furniture. It was narrow, impossibly narrow for a man. But for a starving boy, Ezra squeezed sideways into the gap. His robes caught on splinters of wood. The dust here was thick, coating his tongue with the taste of chalk. "Show yourself," he whispered to the darkness. There was no one there, but there was something. Ezra lowered his lantern. The light revealed a small hollow space, a cavity created by the angle of the wall and the back of the bookshelf. It was no bigger than a dog's kennel, and it was inhabited. Ezra stared in horror. It was a nest. There was a pile of rags, stolen scraps of burlap and discarded linen, arranged into a crude bed. There was a small stash of food, a heel of stale bread hard as a rock, a half-eaten fig covered in ants, and a small clay cup that had been stolen from the library's own scullery. The boy hadn't just broken in last night. He had been living here. Ezra felt a wave of nausea. He had been sitting at his desk, sanctifying the air with incense and prayer, while feet away, behind a wall of holy words, a street rat had been sleeping, eating and breathing. The sanctity of the library was a lie. It was infested. Ezra raised his foot to kick the pile of rags, to scatter this nest of vermin. But his foot stopped mid-air. Something caught the light. Lying next to the bed of rags was a collection of objects. They were not trash. They were arranged with a peculiar, obsessive orderliness, the same kind of orderliness Ezra used on his own desk. There was a piece of charcoal, worn down to a nub. There was a smooth, flat shard of pottery, an ostracan, and there was a stolen scrap of papyrus, no bigger than a finger. Ezra lowered his foot. Slowly, compelled by a curiosity he hated, he crouched down. He picked up the shard of pottery. It was covered in black marks, charcoal scratches. Ezra brought it closer to the lantern, squinting through the gloom. He expected to see doodles, stick figures of soldiers, or crude drawings of animals, the kind of things ignorant children drew in the dirt. They were not drawings, they were letters. Or at least, they were the ghosts of letters. Ezra traced the marks with his thumb. There, in the centre, was a shaky, crooked attempt at an aleph. The diagonal line was too steep, the legs too short, like a crippled spider. Next to it was a bet, but it was backward, facing the wrong way, and then a gimel looking like a broken foot. Ezra turned the shard over. More marks, repetitions, a row of alephs, getting slightly better, slightly straighter with each attempt. The boy was not just hiding, he was practicing. Ezra looked at the stolen scrap of papyrus. It was blank. The boy hadn't dared to mark it yet. He was saving it. He was practicing on the trash so that one day, one impossible day, he might be worthy of the paper. Ezra felt a strange sensation in his chest. It was not warmth. It was more like the discomfort of a bone settling into a socket after being dislocated. "He is copying," Ezra whispered. "He is copying the shapes." Ezra looked up at the back of the bookshelf that formed the wall of the nest. Through the slats of the wood, he could see the reverse side of the scrolls stored there. The boy had been lying here in the dark, peering through the cracks, watching the shapes of the letters on the scrolls, and trying to mimic them in the dark. A mimic. A monkey. "You think you can steal the language," Ezra hissed, dropping the pottery shard back onto the rags. "You think the holy tongue is something you can scratch onto a piece of garbage with burnt wood?" It was an insult. It was a mockery of the scribe's art. It took Ezra 10 years of apprenticeship to master the flow of ink. And this creature thought he could learn it by spying through a crack. Ezra stood up abruptly. He felt violated in a new way. The physical intrusion was bad enough. This intellectual intrusion was unforgivable. He began to dismantle the nest. He kicked the rags apart. He crushed the stale bread under his sandal. He took the clay cup. He wanted to destroy the pottery shard. He picked it up again, raising it to smash it against the stone wall. But his hand paused. He looked at that crooked aleph again. It was ugly. It was malformed. But there was a ferocity in the stroke. The charcoal had been pressed down so hard it had nearly crumbled. It was a scream of effort. I just wanted to see if he was warm. The boy's voice echoed in Ezra's memory. Ezra lowered his hand. He did not smash the shard. He didn't know why. Perhaps because destroying a letter, even a deformed one, felt like a sin to a man who worshipped the alphabet. He shoved the pottery shard into the deep pocket of his robe. "I will keep this," he told himself. "Evidence. When the guards catch him, I will show them this proof of his vandalism." Ezra gathered the rest of the trash, the rags, the food, and bundled them up. He marched out of the stacks, carrying the bundle like a dead animal. He went to the service door and threw the bundle out into the alleyway. "Gone," he said. Cleansed, he returned to the gap behind the shelf. He found a heavy crate of unused vellum and shoved it into the space, blocking the entrance to the nest. No one could squeeze in there now. He dusted his hands. The library was secure again. The parasite had been evicted. Ezra walked back to his desk. He sat down. He picked up his pen. He dipped it in the ink. "The heavens declare the glory of God." He tried to write. But his hand felt heavy. The pottery shard in his pocket weighed 1,000 pounds. It tapped against his thigh, a rhythmic reminder. Click, click. Ezra looked at his own perfect calligraphy. Then he closed his eyes and saw the boy's crooked aleph. The boy had tried to write God in the dark. Ezra opened his eyes. He looked at the vast, empty library. For the first time in 40 years, the silence didn't feel like peace. It felt like loneliness. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a terrifying thought took root. The boy will come back. He didn't come for the bread. He came for the letters. And hunger for bread can be satisfied. But hunger for the word, that is a fire that does not go out. Ezra dipped his pen again. A drop of ink fell from the tip, landing on the floor, a new stain. And this time, it was Ezra who had made it. For 3 days, The library remained a fortress. Ezra checked the crate blocking the gap behind the shelves every hour. It had not moved. He checked the floor for footprints. There were none. The air remained still, smelling only of cedar oil and dry paper. The boy was gone. Ezra should have been relieved. Order had been restored. The parasite had been purged. But as he sat at his desk on the fourth night, the silence felt different. It wasn't the heavy, holy silence of protection anymore. It was a hollow silence. It was the silence of a tomb where no one comes to mourn. Ezra dipped his pen. He was working on Genesis now, the account of the flood, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth. He wrote the words, but his mind wandered. His hand kept brushing against the pocket of his robe. The pottery shard was still there. He hadn't thrown it away. He told himself it was because he hadn't had time to walk to the refuse pit, but he knew it was a lie. He had touched that shard 100 times today, his thumb tracing the crooked, desperate Aleph. Ezra sighed, a dry, rattling sound in his chest. He needed to focus. To focus, he needed to hear the words. It was an old scribe's trick. The ear catches what the eye misses. He began to read aloud, his voice low and monotonous, chanting the ancient Hebrew text. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast. His voice rose slightly, filling the vaulted ceiling of the east wing. He liked the rhythm of the destruction. It was clean. God washing the world. God doing exactly what Ezra did every morning with his basin of water and sand. And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man sneeze. The sound was sharp, wet, and unmistakably human. Ezra's head snapped up. His pen jerked, leaving a tiny black tail on the letter none. "No," he whispered. "Not inside, not again." He scanned the room. The floor was empty. The crate was still wedged tight. The door was barred. He listened. Scrape. Scrape. It was coming from above. Ezra looked up. High on the western wall, near the ceiling, there was a ventilation grate, a small rectangle of iron latticework designed to let hot air escape and cool evening breezes enter. It was 20 feet off the ground, opening out onto the alleyway behind the library. Ezra stood up. He grabbed his lamp and moved to the wall. He couldn't reach the grate, but he could stand directly beneath it. "I hear you," Ezra said, tilting his head back. "I know you're there." Silence. Then, a small, muffled voice drifted down from the darkness of the vent. "You stopped." Ezra blinked. "What?" "The story," the voice said. It was the boy. "You stopped at the dying part. What happens after the dying?" Ezra felt a surge of indignation. The audacity, the sheer breathtaking impudence of this street rat. He had been evicted, his nest destroyed, his presence scouring away with vinegar, and yet here he was, perched like a gargoyle on the roof, listening through a vent. "Go away!" Ezra shouted up at the grate. "This is a place of scholarship, not a theatre for beggars. Go back to your gutter." There was a pause. The wind whistled softly through the iron bars. "I can't," the boy said. "It's cold, and the words are warm." Ezra gripped the lamp tighter. "The words are not warm." "How many times must I tell you? The words are law, they are judgment." "But the water," the boy insisted. "You said the water covered the mountains. It sounds big, bigger than the city." Ezra opened his mouth to yell again, to threaten the guards, to summon the Roman centurions. But the words died in his throat. He looked down at the scroll of Genesis on his desk, and the waters prevailed. The boy was listening to the story of the great flood while sitting in the cold alleyway of Alexandria. He wasn't asking for money. He wasn't asking for food. He was asking for the next sentence. Ezra felt a strange vibration in his chest. It was the conflict between his duty as a guard, keep them out, and his ancient, buried vocation as a scribe, pass it on. He looked up at the grate. He couldn't see the boy, only the black square of the night. "If I call the guards," Ezra said, his voice testing the air, "they will drag you down and beat you." "I know," the boy said, "but they are asleep, and you are awake." Ezra gritted his teeth. "I am awake because I am working, and you are interrupting the holy work." "I'm listening to the holy work," the boy corrected. Ezra paced in a small circle. This was absurd. He was debating theology with a ceiling vent. "It is forbidden," Ezra muttered. "The law is not for the unwashed." "Then wash me with the story," the boy said. Ezra stopped pacing. He stared at the grate. "Wash me with the story." It was a clumsy phrase, a child's phrase. And yet, was it not what Ezra did? Did he not wash his hands to touch the text? Perhaps the text itself was the water. Ezra looked at the pottery shard in his pocket. He pulled it out. He held it up to the light. The crooked aleph. He made a decision. It was a bad decision. He knew. It was a breach of protocol. But the library was empty, and the night was long, and the silence was lonely. Ezra walked back to his desk. He did not sit down. He stood, projecting his voice toward the vent. "Listen closely, you ignorant child," Ezra snapped, "and do not interrupt. If I hear one sneeze, one cough, one scratch of a flea biting your dirty skin, I will stop. Forever. I will be stone," the boy promised. "I will be a wall," Ezra scoffed. "We shall see." He looked down at the scroll. He found his place. "And all in whose nostrils was the breath of life. Of all that was in the dry land died," Ezra read. He read of the destruction. He read of the ark floating on the face of the waters. He read of the wind that God made to pass over the earth. He read differently tonight. Usually, he mumbled, tasting the words for himself. But tonight, he enunciated. He punched the consonants. He let the vowels elongate and soar up toward the ceiling. He was feeding the vent. He was pushing the words through the iron bars out into the alleyway, into the ears of the invisible listener. He read for an hour. His throat grew dry. His legs grew tired. Finally, he reached the end of the column. "And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord." Ezra stopped. He closed the scroll. The silence rushed back in, but it wasn't empty anymore. It was vibrating with the echo of the story. Ezra looked up at the vent. "It is finished," he said gruffly. "The column is done. Go away." Silence from the vent. Ezra frowned. Had the boy fallen asleep? Had he left out of boredom? "Boy?" Ezra called out. "I'm here," the voice came back, soft and filled with a strange awe. "He built an altar, even after all the dying." "Yes," Ezra said. He was thankful. "No," the boy said. He was afraid. He wanted to make sure God wouldn't do it again. Ezra stiffened. That was an interpretation. A raw, fearful interpretation. Not the theological one Ezra knew, but a human one. A survivor's one. "You know nothing of Noah," Ezra said defensively. "I know the water," the boy said. "I've seen the storms." Then a sound came from the vent, a scraping sound. "Thank you, old man," the boy said. "Do not thank me," Ezra retorted. "And do not call me old man. I am Ezra the scribe." "Ezra," the boy tested the name. "Ezra the reader." "Go," Ezra barked. He heard the sound of feet jumping down from the ledge outside. The boy was gone. Ezra stood alone in the centre of the library. He looked at the high vent. For the first time in years, Ezra did not feel the crushing weight of the stone walls pressing in on him. He felt ventilated. A tiny crack had opened in his fortress. Not a crack for dust to get in, but a crack for the words to get out. He walked to his basin. He needed to wash his hands. He'd spoken to the unclean. But as he dipped his hands into the water, he didn't scrub with the sand. He just let the water cool his skin. He looked at his reflection. "Ezra the reader," he whispered. It sounded dangerous. It sounded like a title that could get him killed. He dried his hands, blew out the lamp, and for the first time in 40 years, he left the library with a strange, terrifying thought. I wonder if he will come back tomorrow. 7 nights. For 7 nights. The ritual had remained unbroken. When the sun dipped below the great harbour, painting the white limestone of Alexandria in hues of bruised purple and dying gold, Ezra would lock the main doors. He would wait for the other scribes to shuffle out, their sandals slapping the stone like the retreat of a tired army. He would wait for the silence to settle. And then he would become a thief. Technically, he was not stealing. He was the senior keeper of the East Wing, the supplies were under his jurisdiction. But Ezra knew the inventory lists better than he knew his own family tree. Every drop of oil was accounted for. Every wick was measured. Ezra stood in the supply closet, a small, windowless room that smelled of rancid olives and dry rope. His heart was beating with a shameful, rhythmic thud against his ribs. He held a small clay jug, his personal lamp filler. In front of him stood the great amphora of Grade A oil, the clear, golden liquid reserved for the high priest's reading room and the copying of Holy Scripture. It burned without smoke. It burned without smell. It was liquid purity. Ezra looked over his shoulder. The corridor was empty. With a trembling hand, he tilted the ladle. Glug, glug. He filled his jug to the brim with the Grade A oil. He was supposed to use the Grade C sludge for his personal after-hours work, the stuff that sputtered and filled the room with acrid black smoke. But he couldn't use that. The smoke would rise. The smoke would reach the vent. He told himself he was protecting the boy's lungs. Liar, a voice whispered in his head. You're using the holy oil because you're performing a holy service. You have consecrated the gutter. Ezra capped the jug and wiped the rim with his sleeve. A crime. A small, slippery crime. Ezra! The voice cut through the air like a whip crack. Ezra froze. He spun around, hiding the jug behind the folds of his robe. Standing in the doorway was Simeon. Simeon was the head librarian of the Jewish quarter. He was a man of soft flesh and hard eyes. He wore robes of imported silk that rustled when he moved, a sound that Ezra always associated with snakes sliding through dry grass. Simeon did not write anymore. He administered. He managed the budget, the politics, and the Roman benefactors. Simeon, Ezra said, his voice tight. You are... late. Simeon stepped into the closet. The space was too small for 2 men, especially when one of them carried the weight of authority. Simeon sniffed the air. He looked at the great amphora. He looked at Ezra's hidden hand. I'm checking the accounts, Simeon said smoothly. The Romans are complaining about the cost of papyrus. They say we use too much. They ask why the Jews need so many copies of the same old laws. The law must be preserved, Ezra said automatically. Of course! Of course! Simeon waved a hand, his rings flashing in the dim light. But preservation is expensive, and so is illumination. Simeon took a step closer. He leaned in, his face uncomfortably close to Ezra's. He smelled of rosewater and roasted lamb, the smell of a man who had already eaten dinner while Ezra was still working. You have been staying late, Ezra, Simeon said softly. Every night for a week. The guards tell me the lamp in the East Wing burns until midnight. Ezra gripped the jug behind his back until his knuckles turned white. I am correcting the chronicles. The genealogy lists are dense. They require focus. Simeon raised an eyebrow. The chronicles? You? I thought you were working on the Psalms. You always said the chronicles were dry dust. Ezra swallowed. Dust must be organized. Simeon, or it chokes us. Simeon studied him for a long, agonizing moment. His eyes flicked to the hem of Ezra's robe, where a tiny, betraying drop of oil had fallen. Then he smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a man who keeps a ledger of favours and debts. Very well, Simeon said. Work hard, Ezra. But remember, oil costs money, and the Romans are not patient patrons. Simeon turned and walked away, his silk robes whispering accusations against the stone floor. Ezra waited until the footsteps faded completely. He let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. He looked at the jug in his hand. He was a thief. And now he was a suspect. But he did not pour the oil back. He marched to his desk. He filled his lamp. He lit the wick. The flame sprang up, bright and steady, burning with the clean, sweet scent of the best olives in Judea. Ezra walked to the spot beneath the high vent. "Are you there?" he whispered. "I am here." The voice drifted down. Ezra didn't ask how long the boy had been waiting. He didn't ask if the boy was cold. He simply opened the scroll he'd chosen for tonight. It was indeed the Chronicles. Ezra had chosen it on purpose. For the last week, he'd read the exciting parts, the flood, the Exodus, the parting of the Red Sea, stories with action, stories with water and fire. It was easy to captivate a child with disaster. But tonight, Ezra wanted to test the vessel. If the boy was just seeking entertainment, he would leave. If he was seeking the word, he would stay. Tonight, Ezra announced, there is no water. There is no fire. There are only names. Names? The boy asked. The names of the dead, Ezra said. Lists, fathers and sons. Hundreds of them. Why? Because, Ezra said, God remembers their names, even if no one else does. Ezra began to read Adam, Sheth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalaleel, Jared, Henoch, Methuselah, Lamech. It was a drone. A rhythmic, monotonous chant of syllables that meant nothing to a Greek-speaking street urchin. Hadaram, Uzal, Dikla, Ebal, Abimal, Sheba. Ezra read for 20 minutes. He did not dramatize. He did not pause for effect. He let the dryness of the text fill the room like sand. He waited for the sound of the boy climbing down. He waited for the boredom to win. But the vent remained silent. Ezra reached the descendants of Abraham. The sons of Eliphaz, Teman and Omar, Zephi and Gatam, Kenaz and Timnah and Amalek. Ezra paused to turn the scroll. The parchment crackled loudly. Wait, the voice from the vent interrupted. Ezra looked up, triumphant. Bored already? I told you. It is dust. No, the boy said. You missed one. Ezra frowned. I do not miss words. I am a scribe. You missed the sister, the boy said. Yesterday, when you read the story of the hairy man, Esau. You said he had a son named Eliphaz. And Eliphaz had a concubine named Timnah. But just now, you read Timnah as a son? Ezra froze. He looked down at the scroll. The calligraphy was dense, the letters cramping together near the bottom of the column. He squinted. Kenaz, and Timnah, and Amalek. The text listed Timnah in the same breath as the sons. It was a common scribal shorthand in the genealogies, listing the concubine who bore the next son within the list of offspring. But the boy remembered the story from yesterday. He remembered the relationship. He had built a family tree in his head in the dark without paper. Ezra felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. You remember the names? Ezra asked, his voice trembling slightly. I see them, the boy said. When you say them, they stand in a line in my head, like soldiers. Teman is tall, Omar is fat. Timnah, she is small, like me. Ezra sat down heavily on the floor. He abandoned the desk. He sat on the cold stone directly beneath the vent, clutching the scroll of Chronicles. This was not normal. This was not just a clever child. Most men, even the priests, could not remember the list of the Edomite kings 5 minutes after hearing it. But this boy, this illiterate, starving creature, was building a mental architecture of the scriptures. He was turning sound into structure. Timnah was a concubine, Ezra corrected softly, testing him. She was not a son. I know, the boy replied. That's why I stopped you. You put her in the boy's line. She doesn't belong there. Ezra closed his eyes. The smell of the stolen grade A oil filled his nose. It was sweet. It was pure. What is your name? Ezra asked. He had never asked. In 7 days, he had never asked. There was a hesitation from the vent, a fear that naming something gave it power to be summoned or destroyed. "Tovi," the voice whispered. "Tovi," Ezra repeated. "Tobias. God is good." "It is a good name," Ezra said. "Better than Zephi or Gatam." "Ezra? Yes? Are there more names?" Ezra looked at the scroll. There were thousands more. Miles of names. A desert of names. "Yes. Tovi," Ezra said. A strange, fierce energy rising in his chest. "There are legions of them, and we are going to read them all." Ezra stood up. He trimmed the wick of the lamp to make it burn brighter. He didn't care about the cost anymore. He didn't care about Simeon or the Romans or the price of oil. He had found a place to pour the oil where it would not be wasted. "Listen closely, Tovi," Ezra commanded, his voice strong again. "The sons of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad." And as he read, Ezra imagined the boy in the dark, catching the names like falling stars, arranging them in the vast, empty sky of his mind, creating a constellation that no Roman fire could ever burn down. The rains came to Alexandria 2 days later. It was not the polite, misty rain of the European north. It was a biblical deluge. The heavens tore open, and water hammered against the limestone city like 1,000 judgment drums. The gutters turned into rushing rivers of brown sludge, carrying away the refuse, the dead rats, and the sins of the market. Inside the library, the sound was deafening. The roof, though thick, drummed with a low, thunderous vibration. Ezra sat at his desk, but he was not writing. He was staring at the high vent. Water was trickling in. Not much, just a few errant drops that managed to splash through the iron grate, but enough to create a small, dark puddle on the flagstones below. "He will not come tonight," Ezra murmured. He told himself he was relieved. The rain was a natural barrier, a divine intervention to stop this madness. He could go back to being a scribe. He could go back to the safe, sterile world of ink. But his hand did not reach for the pen. It reached for the pottery shard in his pocket. He rubbed the crooked aleph with his thumb, wearing the charcoal down until his skin was black. He waited. An hour passed. The oil in his lamp burned lower. Then, a sound. Not a voice. A cough. A wet, rattling cough that fought to be heard over the drumming rain. Ezra stood up so fast his chair scraped loudly against the floor. He rushed to the spot beneath the vent, ignoring the splash of rainwater on his face. "Tovi," he called out. "I'm here." The voice was weak, shivering. It sounded like a small bird trapped in a storm drain. "You are a fool," Ezra shouted, his anger flaring up to cover his fear. "It is a flood outside. You will catch your death. Go find shelter. Go to the warm grates behind the bathhouse." "The bathhouse is full," Tovi chattered. "Big men, they kick." Ezra gripped the folds of his robe. He knew the hierarchy of the street. The strong took the warm spots. The weak took the rain. "You cannot stay there," Ezra said. "The water will drown you." "I am under a ledge," Tovi said. "I am dry. Mostly." Another cough. "Read, Ezra. Please. The words make the cold go away." Ezra looked at the bronze doors of the east wing. He had the key. He could walk over there, turn the lock, and let the boy in. He could bring him into the dry, warm, incense-scented air. He could give him a blanket. But the law stood between them, the rule of the library, no unauthorized personnel, no fire hazards, no vermin. If he opened the door, he was not just letting a boy in, he was letting the world in. He was admitting that the sanctity of the library was less important than the shivering of a child. Ezra looked at the golden Isaiah in the distance. It sat in its velvet box, safe and dry. Ezra turned back to the vent. He did not open the door. He was a coward. He was a priest of the paper, not a shepherd of men. "I will not read stories tonight," Ezra said, his voice hard to hide his shame. "Tonight, we work." "Work?" Tovi asked. You have a mind like a trap, Ezra said. You catch the sounds, but you do not know the shapes. To know God, you must know his geometry. Geometry? The letters. Boy! The stones with which we build the house of wisdom. You drew an aleph on that pottery shard. It was ugly. It was a disgrace. I couldn't see it clearly, Tovey defended himself weakly. Then listen, Ezra commanded. I will paint it in your mind. Close your eyes. Ignore the rain. Build a dark room in your head. Ezra paced the floor, the water dripping on his head, his hands moving in the air as if conducting an invisible orchestra. The first letter is Aleph, Ezra began. It is the beginning. It is the silence before the breath. What does it look like? Ezra closed his eyes, visualizing the black ink strokes he had mastered over 50 years. Imagine a man pointing to the sky with one hand and to the earth with the other, Ezra said. A diagonal line divides them. It is a ladder. 1 foot in the mud, 1 hand in the heavens. It is the sound that gets stuck in your throat before you speak. Ah, a ladder, Tovey whispered. 1 foot in the mud, like me. Ezra paused. Yes, like you. Now, bet. The second letter. It is a house, but listen closely. Tovey. It has a roof, a floor, and a wall on the right. But the left side is open. Why is it open? Because it is open to what comes next, Ezra explained. It is a house that welcomes the future. If you close it, it becomes a box, a coffin. God does not live in a coffin. He lives in a house with an open door. Ezra stopped. He realized what he had just said. A coffin. He looked at the closed chest of the golden Isaiah. Was that a bet with 4 walls? I see it, Tovey said. A house with 3 walls. Good, Ezra said. Now, Gimel. It is a camel. A rich man running to give charity to the poor man. It has a foot stepping forward. They continued through the night. The storm raged outside, battering the city, but in the alleyway and the scriptorium, a different kind of construction was happening. Ezra was dismantling the complex theology of the scribes and rebuilding it into sticks, animals, and houses. He was translating the holy abstract into the brutal concrete. Ezra reached the letter Yod. It is the smallest letter, Ezra said. A tiny dot, a spark floating in the air. It hangs above the line. It is the hand of God. It is small, but without it, the alphabet falls apart. Like the crumb of bread, Tovey murmured. Yes, Ezra said softly. Like the crumb that feeds the starving. Suddenly, there was a thud from outside. A splash. Tovey? Ezra called. No answer. Tovey, I dropped the charcoal, Tovey's voice came back, filled with panic. I was drawing them on the wall. The rain. It washed them away. The aleph is melting. Ezra, the house is dissolving. Ezra could hear the boy scrabbling against the wet stone, trying to save his invisible masterpiece from the water. Leave it, Ezra shouted. It is just charcoal. But I will forget, Tovey cried. If I don't see them, I will forget the shape. I don't want to be blind anymore. Ezra. The desperation in the boy's voice cracked something in Ezra's chest. The thin wall he had built was crumbling. The boy wasn't trying to steal the words, he was trying to hold on to them in a world that was trying to wash him away. Ezra looked at the locked bronze doors. He looked at the high vent. He couldn't open the door. The guards would see. Simeon would know. But there was another way. A dangerous way. Ezra grabbed his lamp. He grabbed a fresh sheet of papyrus, not a scrap, but a full, pristine sheet of royal stock. He grabbed a thick brush. He climbed up onto his desk. It was a sacrilege to stand on the holy furniture, but he didn't care. From the desk, he could reach the lower ledge of the ventilation shaft. He couldn't see the boy, but he could reach the grate. Tovey, Ezra said, panting from the exertion. Stop scratching the wall. But they are gone. I will give you something better than charcoal, Ezra said. But you must listen. You must put your hand through the bars. What? Put your hand through the grate. Now. Ezra saw a small, dirty hand, wet with rain, slide tentatively through the iron lattice. It was shaking. The fingers were blue with cold. Ezra took the hand. It was the first time they had touched. The boy's skin was freezing. It was rough, covered in calluses and scars. Ezra's hand was warm, dry, and soft as velvet. The shock of the temperature difference made them both gasp. Ezra didn't pull away. He held the small hand firmly. "I am going to guide you," Ezra whispered. "Keep your finger straight." Ezra pressed his own index finger against the boy's. He moved them together in the air, tracing the shapes in the darkness between them. "This," Ezra moved their hands up and down, "is the Aleph. Feel the diagonal, feel the balance." "I feel it," Tovi breathed. "This is the Bet." Ezra traced the square with the open side. "Do you feel the open door?" "Yes." "This is the Shin." Ezra traced the 3 prongs of fire. "The burning bush." For 10 minutes they stood there, the old scribe standing on his desk, the street urchin hanging from a ledge, connected by a single finger through a grate. They were writing on the air. They were writing on the darkness. Ezra realized with a jolt of terror that he wasn't just teaching the boy. The boy was teaching him. Ezra had always written with his eyes. He judged the letters by their symmetry. But now, writing blindly in the air, he felt the letters. He felt the tension of the gemel, the shelter of the Bet, the heat of the Shin. The letter wasn't ink. It was motion. It was intent. It was a dance of the spirit. "Do you have it?" Ezra asked, his arm aching. "I have it," Tovi whispered. "It is inside my hand now. The rain cannot wash it off." Ezra let go. The small hand withdrew into the night. Ezra climbed down from the desk. He sat in his chair, exhausted, his heart pounding like a drum. He looked at his own hand. It felt different. It felt charged with a strange electricity. He looked at the pristine sheet of papyrus he had grabbed. It was blank. He hadn't used it. "He does not need the paper," Ezra said to the empty room. "He is the paper." Outside, the rain continued to fall, washing away the filth of the city. But inside, a seed had been planted, not in the soil, but in the air, between a man who knew too much and a boy who felt too much. Ezra blew out the lamp. "Good night, Tovi," he whispered. "Good night, Ezra." The voice floated down, no longer shivering. "The house, the Bet, it is warm." The season of the Kamsin winds arrived. The air in Alexandria turned yellow, thick with the fine, choking dust of the southern deserts. It coated the palm trees, grit between the teeth of the merchants, and turned the sun into a pale, sickly coin in the sky. Inside the library, the heat was suffocating. But for Ezra, the season brought a strange, secret rhythm. The School of the Great had been in session for 40 nights. It was a school with no desks, no tablets, and no tuition. The teacher stood on the stool, his neck craning up like a stork. The student sat invisible in the alleyway, his knees pulled to his chest. Tonight, the lesson was not about shapes. It was about weight. Ezra wiped sweat from his brow. The oil lamp flickered, casting long, erratic shadows against the rows of scrolls. "The word is kavod," Ezra said, enunciating the guttural sound deep in his throat. "Repeat it." "Kavod." Tovi's voice drifted down. It was deeper now, less fearful. The boy was growing, fed on the scraps of bread Ezra smuggled out in his sleeves, and the feast of words Ezra poured through the iron bars. "It means glory," Ezra explained. "But do you know what the root means, Tovi?" "Shining," Tovi guessed. "Like the gold on the big scroll?" Ezra smiled grimly. "No, that is the mistake of the Greeks. They think glory is about light. They think it is about being seen." Ezra tapped his chest. "In the holy tongue, kavod comes from kaved. It means Caesar. It means weight. Weight. Yes. To give someone glory is to give them weight, to let them sit heavy in your life. If God has glory, it means he is heavy. He's not a feather floating in the wind. He's a rock that anchors the ship. Like the stones of the harbour, Tovey murmured. The ones the waves cannot move. Exactly, Ezra said, feeling that familiar thrill of connection. The boy understood metaphor better than half the priests in the temple. Now, spell it, in the air. Ezra closed his eyes. He listened. He heard the faint swish of Tovey's finger cutting through the dusty air outside. Kaf, Vet, Vav, Dalet. I wrote it, Tovey said. It feels heavy. Good, Ezra said. Now, wipe it clean. The next word is Emet. Truth. Yes. Aleph, Mem, Tav. Ezra visualized the letters. Aleph is the first letter. Tav is the last. And Mem is the middle. Truth spans the whole alphabet. Tovey, from beginning to end. If you leave out the Aleph, you get Met. What is Met? Death, Ezra whispered. If you take the beginning away from the truth, you are left with death. There was a silence from the vent. A thoughtful, heavy silence. Ezra? Yes. Is that why you keep the golden scroll locked up? Ezra stiffened. He looked toward the rotunda where the chest lay. What do you mean? You said truth spans the whole alphabet. You said it has to be open, like the bet. But you keep the golden Isaiah in a box. It has no beginning and no end. It just sits in the dark. Ezra felt a flash of irritation. The boy was getting too clever. He was using Ezra's own logic against him. It is preserved, Ezra snapped. It is safe from the dust. Safe from sticky fingers. But is it Emet if no one reads it? Tovey pressed. Or is it just Met? Ezra opened his mouth to rebuke the boy, to tell him he was an ignorant street rat who knew nothing of conservation. But the words died on his tongue. Is it just death? Ezra looked at his hands. They were clean. They were always clean. But were they empty? Enough theology, Ezra grumbled. You are impertinent tonight. It is the heat. It boils the brain. I practiced, Tovey said suddenly, changing the subject. Ezra's heart skipped a beat. Practiced where? I told you not to scratch the walls of the library. No, Tovey said quickly. Not on the walls. In the sand, down by the docks, where the tide comes in. Ezra relaxed slightly. Sand is good. The water washes it away. It leaves no evidence. I wrote the psalm, Tovey said proudly. The one about the shepherd. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. You wrote the whole sentence? Ezra was sceptical. That was complex syntax. Yes, all of it. And then I wrote the part about the green pastures and the still waters. Ezra climbed down from his stool. He paced the floor. This was impossible. The boy had only been learning for 40 nights. To write a full sentence required a mastery of grammar, of spacing, of the delicate interplay between the letters. You are lying, Ezra said. You memorize the sound, but you cannot write the shape. I can, Tovey insisted. I can see it. Ezra, when I close my eyes, the letters burn. They are black fire on white fire. I just copy what I see in my head. Ezra stopped pacing. Black fire on white fire. That was a mystical phrase. It was how the ancients described the Torah before the world was created. Show me, Ezra commanded. I can't. I'm up here. You're down there. Ezra looked at the bronze door, the side door, the small service entrance used for bringing in supplies. It was locked with a heavy iron bolt. It was never opened at night. But the Kamsin wind was howling. The guards were likely huddled in their barracks, drinking wine to wash the dust from their throats. The streets would be empty. Ezra walked to the door. His hands were shaking. This was the line. Talking through a vent was eccentric. Opening the door was treason. He reached for the bolt. The iron was hot to the touch. Clang. The sound of the bolt sliding back echoed like a gong in the silent library. Ezra winced, waiting for a shout, a guard, a Roman spear. Nothing. Just the wind. He pushed the heavy door open. The heat hit him instantly, a physical blow of dry, oven-like air. Dust swirled in, coating the pristine floor in seconds. Ezra didn't care. He looked out into the narrow alleyway. There, Crouching in the shadows of the lintel was Tovey. He was taller than Ezra remembered, or perhaps just less curled in on himself. His rags were still rags, but his face, under the grime and the soot, his face was shining, not with oil, but with an intensity that terrified Ezra. Tovey looked up, his eyes wide. He'd never seen Ezra without the barrier of the grate. He saw the old man's wrinkled face, the white beard stained with yellow dust, the eyes that were usually so cold now burning with a strange, desperate curiosity. "Ezra," Tovey breathed. Ezra didn't speak. He pointed to the dirt floor of the alleyway. The dust lay thick there, a perfect, smooth tablet. "Write," Ezra commanded. "Write the shepherd," Tovey swallowed. He looked at the old man, then at the dust. He dropped to his knees. He extended a skinny, calloused finger. He didn't hesitate. "Yod, he, Vav, he, the divine name, Roi, my shepherd, Lo, not Exa, I shall want." Ezra watched, mesmerizing. The boy's hand moved with a fluidity that was unnatural. He wasn't drawing, he was flowing. The letters were not the rigid, square block script of the official scrolls. They were wilder, sharper, like thorns, like the branches of the acacia tree. But they were legible. They were correct. And they were beautiful. Tovey finished the verse. He looked up, panting slightly, as if he had just run a race. Ezra stared at the dust. The letters were perfect, but they were backward. Ezra blinked. Backward, then he understood. Tovey had learned by watching Ezra write through the grate or in his mind, visualizing the letters from the other side. He was a mirror. He'd absorbed the image perfectly, but flipped it. "It is wrong," Ezra whispered. Tovey's face fell. The light in his eyes died instantly. He looked at his hand as if it had betrayed him. "Wrong?" "No," Ezra corrected himself quickly, his voice cracking. "Not wrong. Just mirrored. You're writing from the inside out." Ezra knelt down in the dust. His fine linen robes, the robes of a royal scribe, dragged in the filth of the alley. He didn't notice. He reached out and took Tovey's hand again. "You have the fire." "Tovey," Ezra said softly. "But you need the mould. The fire without the mould burns the house down." Ezra took the boy's finger and guided it to the dust again. "Like this," Ezra said, forcing the hand to move from right to left, correcting the angle. "We do not write for the mirror. We write for the reader." Tovey resisted for a moment, his muscles tight, accustomed to his own secret way. Then he yielded. He let Ezra's old, shaky hand guide his young, strong one, together in the dust of the alleyway, under the orange glow of a city choked by sand. They wrote the word again, Emmet. Right to left. Perfect. Ezra sat back on his heels. He looked at the boy. "You are not a thief," Ezra said, his voice thick with emotion. "You are a scribe." Tovey looked at the word in the dust. He smiled. It was a smile that broke Ezra's heart, because he knew what that smile cost in a world like this. "Can I come in?" Tovey asked. "Just to see the big one, the golden one?" Ezra looked back at the open door, the sanctuary, the fortress. He looked at Tovey's filthy feet. He looked at the dust swirling into the holy room. "No," Ezra said. "Not yet. You're not ready." "I am not ready," Ezra thought. "If you come in, you'll see that the box is empty. You'll see that the gold is cold, and I cannot bear for you to know that yet." But Ezra reached into his deep pocket. He pulled out something he had been saving for weeks. It was a reed pen, an old one, slightly blunt but still serviceable, and a small dried cake of ink. "Take these," Ezra said. "The dust is good, but ink remembers better." Tovey took the tools as if they were diamonds. He cradled them to his chest. "Go," Ezra said, standing up and brushing the dirt from his knees. "Before the patrol comes, write on the walls of the cisterns, write on the stones of the breakwater, but write straight," Tovey nodded. He turned and vanished into the swirling yellow fog of the night. Ezra went back inside. He bolted the door. Clang. He walked to his desk. He looked at the mess on the floor, the dust footprints of a scribe who had knelt in the gutter. He didn't clean them. He sat down and opened the golden Isaiah. He looked at the perfect, frozen gold letters. "You are heavy," Ezra whispered to the scroll, "but you do not breathe." He closed the box. For the first time. The click of the lock sounded not like safety, but like a prison cell closing. The peace of the library was shattered not by a storm, but by the sound of iron. Clang, clang, clang. It was the distinctive, rhythmic, heavy step of Caligay, the hobnailed sandals of the Roman legions. Ezra looked up from his desk. The sound was coming down the main corridor of the East Wing. It was loud, unapologetic, and utterly foreign to the hushed sanctity of the scriptorium. Scribes were scattering like frightened pigeons. Even Simeon, usually so composed, looked flustered as he hurried to intercept the intruders. Ezra did not move. He dipped his pen, trying to maintain the illusion of detachment. But his hand was trembling. "Where is the keeper of the Hebrew texts?" a voice boomed. It was Latin, spoken with the sharp, clipped accent of a military commander. "He is working, Tribune." Simeon's voice was oily with submission. "Please, the scrolls are sensitive to vibration." "The city is sensitive to sedition," the Tribune snapped. Ezra heard the footsteps stop directly behind him. He smelled leather, sweat, and the metallic tang of polished armour. He slowly placed his pen in the holder. He turned around. Standing there was Tribune Valerius. He was a man of stone and muscle, his face scarred by the Parthian sun. He wore a red tunic under a breastplate that gleamed with efficiency. He held his helmet under one arm. In the other hand, he held a jagged chunk of plaster. "You are Ezra?" Valerius asked. "I am Ezra," he replied, not rising from his stool. "I am the senior scribe of this wing." Valerius dropped the chunk of plaster onto Ezra's pristine desk. Dust exploded from the impact, settling onto the scroll of Genesis. Ezra flinched as if he had been slapped. "Explain this," Valerius commanded. Ezra looked at the plaster. It was a fragment of a wall, likely from one of the public cisterns or the outer wall of the gymnasium. It was painted in the distinctive Roman red, but scrawled across the red paint, in thick, black charcoal, were letters, Hebrew letters. Ezra leaned in, his heart hammered against his ribs. "The Lord is my light. Adonai Ori." It was Psalm 27, but it wasn't the words that made Ezra's blood run cold. It was the script. The Aleph was a ladder, one foot in the mud, one hand in the heavens. The Lamed towered high like a shepherd's crook. The Yod was a tiny, perfect spark suspended in the air. It was Tovi's hand. Ezra recognized the specific curve of the Resh. He had taught the boy that curve just 2 nights ago, using his own finger through the grate. The boy had gone out and written it, on a Roman wall. "Well," Valerius demanded, "what does it say?" Ezra swallowed it. "It is a psalm, Tribune, a religious verse." "I know it is religious," Valerius spat, "but look at the hand. This is not the scrawl of a drunkard. This is the hand of a trained scribe. The strokes are confident. The spacing is deliberate." Valerius leaned over the desk, his shadow swallowing Ezra. "We have a problem in the Jewish quarter. Ezra. Zealots. They stir up the people with talk of a Messiah. They graffiti our walls with their holy slogans to remind the people that Rome is temporary." Valerius pointed a thick finger at the plaster. "This was written on the wall of the governor's bathhouse. It is a challenge. Who is training them?" Ezra looked at the charcoal. It was Tovi's masterpiece. The boy had taken the ink Ezra gave him and turned the city into his scroll. He had announced his existence to the world. "Training?" Ezra stammered. "Someone is teaching the street rats to write like priests," Valerius said dangerously. "A master scribe is running a secret school. Is it you?" Simeon stepped forward, pale and sweating. "Tribune, surely not." Ezra is... he is obsessed with purity. He hates the common people. He wouldn't let a street urchin within 10 feet of his desk, let alone teach them. Valerius ignored Simeon. He kept his eyes locked on Ezra. The style matches the texts in this room. I want a name. Old man. Ezra looked at the plaster. He saw the boy's soul in those charcoal lines. He saw the hunger, the intelligence, the desperate desire to be heard. If he told the truth, that a beggar boy was a prodigy, Valerius would find Tavi. And Rome did not appreciate prodigies among the slaves. They would crush his hands, or worse. Ezra had to protect the vessel, and to protect the vessel, he had to destroy the art. Ezra picked up the plaster. He laughed. It was a dry, rasping sound that hurt his throat. A master scribe, Ezra scoffed. Tribune, you flatter the vandal. Valerius frowned. Explain. Look at this aleph, Ezra said, pointing to the magnificent letter with a disdainful finger. It is crooked. The leg is too short. It limps. And this mem? It is open at the bottom. The luck runs out. Ezra looked Valerius in the eye. This is not the work of a trained scribe. This is the work of a mimic. A monkey who has watched a man write and tries to copy the motion without understanding the meaning. It is gibberish. Ugly, malformed gibberish. He threw the plaster back onto the desk with a clatter. I would cut off my own hand before I taught a student to write such filth, Ezra lied. Valerius studied Ezra's face. He looked for the twitch of a lie. But Ezra was a man who had spent 40 years hiding his emotions behind a mask of piety. His face was a wall. Valerius grunted. He picked up the plaster. A mimic, you say? A bored child with a piece of charcoal, Ezra said. Nothing more. It is not sedition. Tribune. It is a nuisance. Valerius weighed the stone in his hand. Perhaps. But nuisances become threats if they are not swatted. If you see this monkey, Ezra, tell him Rome does not like to be imitated. Valerius turned on his heel. Come, Simeon, show me the inventory lists. The soldiers marched out. Clang, clang, clang. Ezra sat alone. The dust from the plaster was still on his desk. He reached out and touched the spot where the aleph had lain. He had just denied his only disciple. He had called the most beautiful thing he had seen in years filth. That night, Ezra did not light the lamp. He sat in the dark under the vent. Tovi, he whispered. Silence. Tovi, are you there? Nothing. Ezra waited. He waited until the moon was high. He waited until his legs cramped. Had the boy heard? Had he been hiding in the alley when Valerius came? Had he heard Ezra call his work gibberish? Or had the soldiers found him already? I lied, Ezra whispered to the empty grate. I lied to save your hands. But the silence stretched on, heavy and accusing. Ezra stood up. He walked to the bucket of water. He washed his hands. He scrubbed them until they hurt. But tonight, the water felt different. It didn't feel cleansing. It felt like Pilate washing his hands. Ezra went to the shelf. He pulled out the scroll of Job. He needed to read about suffering. He needed to read about a man who shouted at God and got no answer. He unrolled the scroll, but his eyes wouldn't focus on the letters. He kept seeing the charcoal on the plaster. The Lord is my light. Ezra looked around the dark library. Where is the light now? He asked. For the first time, Ezra realized that without the boy in the vent, the library wasn't a sanctuary. It was just a room full of dead words. And then, a sound. Not from the vent, from the floor. A tiny folded piece of papyrus had been slid under the bronze door. Ezra rushed to it. He fell to his knees. He picked it up. It was the scrap of paper he had given Tovi. Ezra unfolded it with trembling fingers. There was no charcoal. Tovi had used the ink. In the centre of the page, written in small, shaky, but undeniably perfect letters, was a single word. S-L-I-C-H-A, Selicha, forgiveness. Ezra stared at the word. The boy was apologizing. He thought he had caused the trouble. He thought he was the danger to Ezra. Ezra pressed the paper to his forehead. A single tear, hot and stinging, leaked from his eye. It rolled down his cheek, through his beard, and landed on the paper. It blotted the ink of the word forgiveness. "No," Ezra whispered. "Do not ask for forgiveness. Ask for safety." He put the paper in his pocket, next to the pottery shard. He now carried two burdens, the weight of his own fear and the weight of the boy's love. And outside, the Roman patrols began their night watch, searching the shadows for the scribe who wrote on walls. The silence of the library had changed texture. Before, the silence was heavy, like a velvet curtain that protected the room from the sun. It was a comforting weight. But now, the silence was sharp. It was brittle. It was the silence of a held breath that never releases. 3 nights passed, then 4, then 7. The vent above Ezra's head remained a black, empty square. There was no cough, no whisper, no scuffling of feet. Ezra sat at his desk, his posture rigid. He had the scroll of Leviticus open before him, the laws of purity and sacrifice, but he had not written a line in an hour. His ink had dried on the nib of his pen. He found himself doing things he had never done before. He stopped working in the middle of a sentence to stare at the dust motes. He left the oil lamp burning even when the sun was high, as if the extra light could somehow signal the boy. He was a man haunted by a ghost who was still alive. "Where are you?" Ezra muttered, the sound of his own voice startling him. He looked at the scrap of paper with the word Cilicia, forgiveness, on it. He had smoothed it out and placed it under a heavy glass weight on his desk, right next to his inkwell. It was the only unholy object on the table, a piece of trash amidst the sacred vessels. But Ezra could not bear to put it away. On the 5th day, Ezra broke his routine. Usually at midday, he ate a small meal of olives and cheese in the cool shade of the colonnade. But today, he did not eat. He wrapped his shawl tight around his head to block out the sun and the noise, and he walked out of the library gates. He told the guards he was going to the market to inspect the quality of new papyrus. It was a lie. Ezra never bought his own papyrus. He had junior scribes for that. He walked into the belly of the beast. The Jewish quarter of Alexandria was a labyrinth of white stone and shouting voices. It smelled of frying fish, cumin, donkey dung, and unwashed wool. Ezra moved through the crowd like a foreign object, clutching his robes close to avoid contact. He was not looking for papyrus. He was scanning the faces. He looked at the beggars sitting by the synagogue walls. He looked at the water carriers bent under the weight of clay jars. He looked at the gangs of children running through the alleys, chasing stray dogs with sticks. He was looking for a pair of eyes that knew the shape of an aleph. "Boy!" Ezra called out to a group of urchins playing dice in the dust. The children looked up, startled by the tall, severe figure looming over them. "We didn't steal nothing," one of them shouted, scrambling back. "I am not the magistrate," Ezra said, his voice trembling slightly. "I am looking for a boy, about this high. Curly hair, he speaks quietly." The children exchanged glances. "That describes half the quarter. Old man," a girl said, spitting a seed onto the ground. "Does he have a name?" "Tovi," Ezra said. "His name is Tovi." The children shrugged. "Don't know him. Is he owing you money?" "No," Ezra said. "He owes me nothing." He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a coin, a silver denarius, a day's wage. The children's eyes widened. "If you see him," Ezra said, "tell him. Tell him the window is open. Tell him the story is not finished." He threw the coin into the dust. The children dove for it, a tangle of limbs and shouting. Ezra turned away, feeling a sick knot in his stomach. He was throwing pearls to swine, hoping one might find the lost sheep. He walked for an hour. He checked the bathhouse walls where Valerius had found the graffiti. It had been scrubbed clean. The red paint was raw and pale. There were no more letters. The city had erased the boy. Ezra returned to the library exhausted, his sandals covered in the filth of the streets. He did not wash his feet. He slumped into his chair, feeling the crushing weight of his age. He had spent his life believing that if he just stayed inside, if he just kept the walls high enough, he could preserve the truth. But now he realized the terrible flaw in his theology. A book cannot read itself. If the boy was gone, captured by the Romans, dead of fever, or simply fled in fear, then the legacy Ezra had poured into him was gone too. The Aleph would die in the darkness. "I am the last one," Ezra whispered, "and I am old." That night, something small happened. Ezra was sitting under the vent, waiting in the gloom. A moth fluttered down from the high ceiling. It was a common grey moth, a clothes eater, the sworn enemy of libraries. Usually, Ezra would have crushed it instantly. Moths laid eggs. Larvae ate parchment. It was a war of extermination. The moth landed on the open scroll of Leviticus. It crawled across the word holiness. Ezra raised his hand to strike, but he stopped. He watched the moth's wings twitch. It was fragile. It was dusted with a fine grey powder. It was looking for sustenance in a dry place. It looked like Tovi. Ezra lowered his hand. "Eat," Ezra whispered to the moth. "Eat the word. Maybe it will keep you alive." He watched the moth crawl off the page and flutter away into the shadows. He had spared the enemy. He was losing his mind. Or perhaps he was finding his heart. Ezra stood up. He couldn't just wait anymore. He had to send a signal. A signal that only a scribe, or a student of a scribe, would understand. He took his lamp and walked to the high ventilation grate. He couldn't reach the outside, but he could reach the inner bars. He took a strip of white linen, a binding used for repairing torn scrolls. He dipped his finger into the inkwell. On the white cloth, he wrote a single letter, Bet. The letter for house, the letter with the open door. He tied the strip of cloth to the lowest bar of the grate, letting it hang down so it could be seen from the alleyway if someone looked up. It was a white flag. It was a beacon. The house is open. Ezra went back to his desk. He did not sleep. He laid his head on his arms, listening to the wind howl through the grate, making the strip of cloth flutter. Snap, snap, snap. It sounded like a heartbeat. "Come back," Ezra prayed, "not to the God of gold, but to the God of the lost. The lesson is not over. I've not taught you the end of the story." But the night remained silent. The only answer was the rustle of the linen against the iron, waving to an empty alleyway. Ezra closed his eyes, and in his dreams he saw the library burning. But in the fire, the books were not screaming. They were silent. The only thing screaming was the boy. The linen strip Ezra had tied to the grate did not bring the boy back. The wind tore it away on the third night, sending the white cloth tumbling down the alleyway like a dead leaf. Ezra stopped eating. He stopped washing his hands with the sand ritual. He sat at his desk, his eyes red-rimmed, staring at the empty air. The library, once a cathedral of silence, had become a prison of noise. Every creak of the rafters sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind sounded like a cry. On the 10th night, the cry was real. It was not a word. It was a sharp, jagged intake of breath, followed by a dull thud against the heavy bronze of the service door. Ezra was asleep at his desk, his cheek pressed against the cold parchment of Leviticus. The sound jerked him awake. He didn't hesitate. He didn't light a lamp. He didn't check for guards. He ran. He moved faster than a man of 70 should move, his robes flapping around his ankles. He reached the service door and threw the heavy iron bolt back. Clang! He pulled the door open. The heat of the alley rushed in, smelling of rotting garbage and stale dust. And there, crumpled on the threshold like a discarded sack, was Tovi. "Tovi!" Ezra gasped. Dropping to his knees, the boy was conscious, but barely. His face was a mask of bruises, yellow and purple blooming under the grime. His tunic was torn. He was shivering violently, despite the heat of the night. I came back, Tovey whispered through swollen lips. I saw the white cloth before it blew away. Hush, Ezra said. Do not speak. Ezra did the unthinkable. He reached out and scooped the boy up. Tovey was light, terrifyingly light, a bundle of bird bones and fever. Ezra stood up, pulling the street rat into the Holy of Holies. He kicked the door shut behind them and slammed the bolt home. For the first time in history, the east wing of the Library of Alexandria harboured a fugitive. Ezra carried him not to the cold floor, but to his own workstation. He swept the Holy Scrolls, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, off the table. He didn't care where they landed. He laid the boy down on the smooth cedar wood. Water, Tovey rasped. Ezra grabbed his copper basin, the sacred wash basin. He brought it to Tovey's lips. The boy drank greedily, water spilling down his chin, washing away the streaks of dirt. Where were you? Ezra asked, his voice shaking. Who did this to you? Tovey squeezed his eyes shut. The soldiers, near the harbour. They saw me writing in the sand. Ezra felt a cold hand grip his heart. Did you tell them? Did you tell them about me? Tovey shook his head weakly. No. They asked who taught me the shapes. They said a slave has no business with the alphabet. He took a shuddering breath. I told them I learned it from the clouds. I told them the wind taught me. Ezra closed his eyes. The boy had lied to the Legion to protect an old man who had spent weeks trying to drive him away. And then, Ezra asked, then, the big one, the one with the red cloak, he laughed. He said if I liked the ground so much, I should become part of it. Tovey turned his head away. Ezra. My hand. Ezra looked down. Tovey's right hand, the writing hand, the hand that had drawn the crooked aleph and the perfect shin, was pulled tight against his chest. Let me see, Ezra said softly. No, Tovey whimpered. It's broken. The letters are broken. Let me see, Ezra gently pried the arm away from the chest. He uncurled the fingers. He choked back a sob. The hand was a ruin. It was swollen to twice its size. The skin across the knuckles was split and purple. The fingers were bent at unnatural angles. The boot of a Roman soldier had stepped on them, grinding them into the stone pavement. It was not just an injury. It was an execution. They had not killed the boy. They had killed the scribe. Ezra stared at the mangled fingers. He looked at his own hands, long, slender, untouched, preserved in lotions and oils. He felt a wave of nausea so strong he almost retched. I can't make the bet anymore, Tovey whispered, tears leaking from his eyes. The roof has fallen in. Hush, Ezra said again. We will fix it. You can't fix bone with ink, Tovey said bitterly. Ezra turned away. He ransacked his supplies. He ignored the proper medical kits in the main hall. He couldn't leave the boy alone. He grabbed what he had. He took a jar of pure acacia gum, the binding agent for ink. He took a stack of fine linen strips, the ones used to bind the holy scrolls when they were put away for storage, and he took 2 straight, sturdy reed pens. He returned to the desk. This will hurt, Ezra said, but you must be brave. You must be a gimel, a camel carrying a heavy load. Oh, Tovey nodded, biting his lip until it bled. Ezra worked with the precision of a master craftsman. He wasn't repairing a manuscript, but the principles were the same. Alignment, support, binding. He used the reed pens as splints for the crushed fingers. He smeared the acacia gum on the linen to make it stiffen as it dried. He wrapped the boy's hand, winding the white cloth around the dark, bruised skin, round and round. The Lord binds up the broken-hearted, Ezra murmured, quoting Isaiah as he worked, and wounds up their griefs. Tovey hissed in pain but didn't pull away. When Ezra was finished, the boy's hand looked like a white cocoon, a strange, stiff claw of linen and reed. Will it work? Tovey asked, holding up the heavy bandage. Ezra didn't know. He was a scribe, not a physician. He knew that even if the bones healed, the dexterity might never return. The fine motor control needed to draw the delicate serif of a yod might be gone forever. It will heal, Ezra lied, but it will take time. Tovi lay back on the hardwood of the desk. He looked around the room. For the first time, he was seeing the library from the inside. He looked at the towering shelves disappearing into the shadows. He looked at the dust motes dancing in the lamplight. He looked at the rotunda in the centre. "Is that where he lives?" Tovi asked, pointing with his good hand toward the black basalt pedestal. "The golden one?" Ezra followed his gaze. "Yes, that is the cage. Can I see it?" "No," Ezra said. "You're hurt. You must rest. Please, Ezra, I paid for it." Tovi held up his bandaged hand. "I paid the price." Ezra looked at the boy. He was right. He had paid a blood price for the right to enter the temple. Ezra sighed. He helped Tovi sit up. He supported the boy's weight as they shuffled across the floor. They reached the rotunda. Ezra took out the iron key. Click. He opened the chest. The smell of myrrh and saffron wafted out, masking the smell of blood and sweat. There it lay, the golden Isaiah, purple vellum, gold letters, perfect, untouched, dead. Tovi stared at it. He leaned over the chest, his eyes wide. He didn't breathe. Ezra waited for the gasp of awe. He waited for Tovi to say it was beautiful. But Tovi frowned. "It's hard to read," Tovi whispered. Ezra blinked. "What?" "The gold," Tovi said. "It shines too much. It hurts the eyes. And the purple, it's dark. How do you read it in the dim light?" "It is not meant to be read in the dim light," Ezra said defensively. "It is meant to be beheld." Tovi reached out his good hand, the left one. He hovered his fingers over the gold text. "It looks cold," Tovi said. "Like the jewellery on the Roman ladies. Cold and sharp." He turned to Ezra. "I like your letters better." "My letters?" "The ones you drew in the dust," Tovi said. "The ones made of dirt. They looked alive. This scroll looks like a statue." Ezra stared at his prized possession. For 40 years he had worshipped this object. He had thought it was the ultimate expression of God's glory. But through the eyes of a boy who had just lost his hand for the sake of the alphabet, the golden Isaiah looked arrogant. It looked vain. It was a book that refused to be read. "Come," Ezra said, his voice husky. "Close the box. It is time to sleep." He led Tovi back to the corner behind his desk. He made a bed out of old scroll wrappings and his own outer robe. "Sleep here," Ezra said. "I will keep watch. Ezra?" "Yes?" "Will I write again?" Ezra looked at the bandaged hand glowing white in the darkness. "You are the vessel." "Tovi," Ezra said fiercely. "If the hand is broken, we will write with the mind. If the mind is broken, we will write with the heart." "But the writing does not stop." Tovi closed his eyes. Within moments, his breathing levelled out into the rhythm of sleep. Ezra sat in his chair. He picked up his pen. He looked at the scroll of Leviticus on the floor where he had swept it. He didn't pick it up. He looked at the door. He knew the peace was temporary. The Romans had marked the boy. Valerius was hunting, and now the prey was in the nest. Ezra realised he had made a terrible mistake bringing the boy inside. He had turned the library from a sanctuary into a target. But as he listened to Tovi's breathing, a soft, human sound in the vast, dead room, Ezra knew it was the only righteous thing he had done in his entire life. He dipped his pen, but he didn't write on the parchment. He wrote on the wooden surface of his desk, scratching the letters deep into the cedar. Shin, Mem, Resh, Shomer, Guardian. He was no longer the guardian of the scroll, he was the guardian of the boy. And outside, the wind changed direction, blowing hot and dry from the desert. The sirocco was coming, the season of fire. Time in the library lost its shape. There was no sunrise or sunset inside the east wing, only the shifting angles of the dust motes and the burning down of the oil lamps. For 3 days, Tovi lay on the makeshift bed of rugs behind Ezra's desk. The fever came and went like a tide, bringing with it sweats that soaked the linen wrappings and chills that made his teeth chatter. Ezra became a man of two faces. By day, he was the severe senior scribe, scolding the juniors for sloppy penmanship, arguing with Simeon about the cost of ink, and bowing stiffly to the Roman patrols that marched past the open gates. By night, he was a nurse. He learned the quiet arts of care. He learned how to sponge a fevered forehead without dripping water onto the priceless manuscripts. He learned how to break hard cheese into small crumbs that a sick boy could swallow. He learned to listen to the mutterings of nightmares. On the fourth night, the fever broke. Ezra was sitting on the floor, reading the scroll of numbers by the light of a single candle. Ezra? The voice was weak, but clear. The delirium was gone. Ezra lowered the scroll. He leaned over the boy. I am here. Tovi tried to sit up, wincing as his movement jarred his bandaged right hand. He looked at the white, stiff claw resting on his chest. He stared at it for the long time, his eyes filling with a dark, heavy resignation. It is dead, Tovi whispered. It is healing, Ezra corrected. No, Tovi said, turning his face to the wall. I can feel it. It is heavy. It is like a stone. I will never hold the pen again. I will never make the Aleph. Ezra felt a pang of sorrow, sharp as a paper cut. He knew the boy might be right. The damage was severe. Even if the bones knit, the hand would likely be a club, good for gripping a hoe, perhaps, but not a quill. Ezra closed his scroll. He stood up and walked to the water basin. He dipped a cloth and wrung it out. He returned and wiped Tovi's face. Listen to me, Ezra said sternly. Do you think the scribe lives in the fingers? Tovi looked at him, confused. Where else? Ezra tapped his own temple. Here. The hand is just the servant. The mind is the master. If the servant is crippled, the master must work harder. But I cannot write, Tovi said, his voice trembling. If I cannot write, the words disappear. That is a lie, Ezra said. Before there was parchment, before there was papyrus, before there was ink, there was the voice. Our fathers did not read the Torah. Tovi, they carried it in their chests. They built cathedrals of memory. Ezra sat down on the floor, crossing his legs. He looked at the boy with intensity. You have a gift, Tovi. You remembered the genealogy of Esau when I had forgotten it. You remembered the exact phrasing of the psalm. Your mind is sticky. It catches the words like burrs on wool. So? Tovi sniffed. I am a parrot. No, Ezra said. A parrot repeats without understanding. You build, and tonight, since your hand is useless, we will start the construction. Construction of what? The palace, Ezra said. We are going to build a library inside your head. A library that the Romans can never burn down. Ezra began the lesson. It was an ancient technique, one used by the Greek orators and the Jewish mystics. But Ezra stripped it of its complexity. Close your eyes, Ezra commanded. Tovi hesitated, then obeyed. Imagine this room, Ezra said. The east wing. See the door. See the rows of shelves. See the desk. See the rotunda. I see it. Good. Now, we are going to place the words. We will not write them on a scroll. We will put them on the furniture. Ezra guided him. He told Tovi to visualize the first sentence of Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Do not write it, Ezra said. Place it. Put in the beginning on the handle of the bronze door. Make it heavy. Make it made of iron. It is on the door, Tovi whispered. Good. Now, God created. Put that on the first flagstone of the floor. Make it solid. A foundation. Okay. Now, the heaven. Hang that from the lampchain. Let it swing in the air. And the earth. Put it under the table, Ezra said, where the dust is. For hours, they played this game. It was a game of mental architecture. They took the verses and attached them to physical objects in the room. They turned the library into a map of the text. Tovi was a natural. His mind, unburdened by the ability to read casually, grabbed onto the visual anchors with terrifying strength. "Where is the light?" Ezra tested him. "On the windowsill," Tovey answered instantly. "Next to the spider web." "Where is the darkness?" "Behind the curtain, hiding." "Where is the water?" "Spilled on the rug, soaking in." Ezra smiled. It was working. The boy wasn't just memorizing sound, he was spatializing it. He was converting text into geography. "This is how the prophets did it," Ezra said softly. "They walked through the landscapes of their minds. They didn't need books." "They were the books." Tovey opened his eyes. He looked tired, but the despair was gone. His eyes were bright, scanning the room, not seeing just wood and stone, but seeing the invisible labels he had pasted everywhere. "My head is full," Tovey said. "It feels crowded." "Good," Ezra said. "A full head is better than a full stomach." "Speaking of stomachs," a low growl echoed in the quiet room. Tovey blushed. Ezra chuckled, a rusty, dry sound that surprised them both. "But the stomach has its rights too." Ezra reached under his desk. He pulled out a cloth bundle. Inside was a flatbread, slightly stale, a handful of dried dates, and a small wedge of goat cheese. "It is forbidden to eat in the scriptorium," Ezra said, breaking the bread. "Crumbs attract mice. Mice eat paper." He handed a piece to Tovey. "But tonight," Ezra whispered, "we are not in the scriptorium. We are in your palace. And in your palace, you make the rules." They ate in silence. The bread was dry, but to Tovey, it tasted like cake. He ate with his left hand awkwardly, crumbs falling onto his chest. Ezra didn't scold him. Ezra reached out and brushed the crumbs away, his hand gentle. "Ezra," Tovey asked, chewing a date. "Hmm? Why do you stay here? All the time? Don't you have a house? A family?" Ezra stopped chewing. He looked at the shadows stretching across the floor. "I had a wife," Ezra said. His voice was flat, detached. "Many years ago. Before the fever took the lower city." Tovey stopped eating. "And she died?" "Everyone dies." "Tovey, that is the nature of flesh. Flesh fails. Flesh rots." Ezra looked at his hands. "She was beautiful. She laughed a lot. She was messy. She left things everywhere. Her comb, her shawl, her cups." Ezra swallowed hard. "When she died, the silence in the house was too loud. I couldn't bear the empty spaces where her things used to be. So I came here, to the library, where everything has a place. Where nothing moves unless I move it. Where the words stay the same forever." He looked at the golden Isaiah in the distance. "I fell in love with the paper because the paper never leaves you." Tovey looked at the old man. He saw the crack in the armour. He saw that the obsession with cleanliness wasn't about hygiene. It was about grief. It was about controlling a world that had hurt him. "I won't leave," Tovey said softly. Ezra looked at the boy. The boy with the broken hand, the street rat who had invaded his tomb and turned it into a nursery. "You cannot promise that," Ezra said. "You're young. The world will call you, or the Romans will find you." "No," Tovey said. He tapped his temple with his left hand. "I have the library in here now. Even if I go, I take the room with me. I take the door. I take the lamp. I take the desk." He looked Ezra in the eye. "And I take you. You're sitting in the chair in my head. You're part of the story now, Ezra." Ezra felt a lump in his throat so large he couldn't speak. He turned away, pretending to check the oil lamp. "Eat your cheese," Ezra croaked, "before the mice come." But as he trimmed the wick, Ezra realized something terrifying. He had spent 40 years trying to preserve the texts from the world. But this boy was preserving the text for the world. And in Tovey's mind, palace. Ezra wasn't just a scribe. He was a fixture. He was permanent. For the first time since his wife died, Ezra felt remembered. Suddenly, the heavy bronze doors of the main entrance far down the corridor rattled. Boom, boom. Someone was pounding on the main gate. It was late. Past midnight, Ezra blew out the candle instantly. The room plunged into darkness. "Quiet," Ezra hissed. Tovey froze, the piece of cheese halfway to his mouth. "Open up!" a muffled voice shouted from outside. "By order of the prefect!" Ezra gripped Tovey's shoulder. The piece was over. The lesson was done. The reality of Rome was knocking at the door. The pounding on the bronze door did not stop. It was a rhythmic, iron-fisted demand that shook the dust from the rafters. Boom, boom, boom. Ezra moved with a speed born of panic. He blew out the last candle, plunging the room into total darkness. But the darkness was not enough. The Romans brought torches. They would bring their own sun into his sanctuary. "Get up," Ezra whispered, his hands fumbling in the dark to find Tovey's shoulder. Tovey groaned, stumbling to his feet. He was weak, his balance thrown off by the heavy linen cast on his hand. "Where do I go?" "The shelves," Tovey suggested, moving toward the stacks. "No," Ezra hissed. "They will check the shelves. They will check the gaps. They know the tricks of rats." Ezra dragged the boy toward the back of the room, past the rows of history, past the genealogy, toward a small, low door set into the northern wall. It was a door that had not been opened in 10 years. It had no handle, only a keyhole clogged with wax. "What is this?" Tovey whispered. "The Genizer," Ezra replied, his fingers digging into his sash for the small brass key he kept on a separate ring. "The storehouse." "Storehouse for what?" "For the dead," Ezra said. He jammed the key in, twisting it with both hands. The lock screamed in protest, a high-pitched grinding of rusted metal. Ezra paused, looking fearfully toward the main entrance. The pounding masked the sound. The door swung open. A smell rolled out, ancient, dry, and sweet. It smelled of decaying papyrus and leather that had turned to dust. Ezra shoved Tovey inside. Go to the back. Cover yourself with the sacks." "Ezra, it's dark." "It is a holy darkness," Ezra said, his voice cracking. "Listen to me. Tovey, this room is for the scrolls that are torn, the texts that have mistakes, the pages that are too worn to be used. We cannot burn them because they contain the name of God. So we hide them here until they return to dust." He grabbed Tovey's face with his hands. "You are broken, Tovey. You are worn, but you carry the name. You belong here. Do not make a sound." Ezra slammed the door shut. He locked it. He pocketed the key. He turned and ran back to his desk. He swept the crumbs of cheese into his hand and shoved them into his pocket. He smoothed his robes. He took a deep breath, trying to slow the frantic galloping of his heart. He walked to the main doors. "Boom! Boom! Open, or we break it down!" Ezra slid the heavy main bolt. He pulled the massive doors inward. The night exploded into the library. Torchlight flared, blinding him. The heat of the fire mixed with the cool air of the scriptorium. Shadows leaped up the walls like startled demons. Standing in the threshold was not a squad. It was a phalanx. 6 legionaries in full armour, their lorica segmentata gleaming in the firelight, and in front of them, Tribune Valerius. Valerius did not look like a man making a routine check. He looked like a hunter who had smelled blood. He stepped inside without invitation, his boots ringing on the stone. "You took your time, scribe," Valerius said. His voice was calm, which made it terrifying. "I was asleep." Ezra lied, bowing low. "The library is closed. Tribune, the scrolls are sleeping." "Scrolls do not bleed," Valerius said. He held up a torch, illuminating the floor near the service entrance, the door Ezra had used to bring Tovey in days ago. "We found stains in the alley," Valerius said. "Old stains, dried blood, and they led to your service door." Ezra felt the blood drain from his face. "The alley is a dangerous place. Tribune, beggars fight, dogs bite. I wash the threshold every morning." Valerius walked past him. He moved deeper into the room, his eyes scanning everything. He looked at the high vent. He looked at the rows of shelves. He looked at Ezra's desk. "Simeon tells me you have been acting strangely," Valerius said. running a finger along a shelf of law. He says you talk to yourself. He says you steal oil. Simeon is a bureaucrat, Ezra spat, his fear momentarily replaced by professional disdain. He counts beans while I preserve eternity. Purity requires resources. Valeria stopped at Ezra's desk. He picked up the water basin. He sniffed it. Fresh water, Valerius noted. And a cloth. Damp. I wash my hands, Ezra said. It is the ritual. Do you wash your hands with blood, Ezra? Valerius dropped the cloth. He turned to the soldiers. Search the perimeter. Check behind the curtains. Check the vents. The soldiers fanned out. The library was filled with the sounds of violation. Armour clanking against wood. Sandals scuffing the holy floor. Rough voices calling out, "Clear!" Ezra stood frozen. He watched a soldier poke a spear into a bundle of maps. He watched another lift the heavy velvet drape of the ark. They were getting closer to the north wall, closer to the Genezer. Ezra's hand went to his pocket, clutching the key. If they asked for the key, what would he do? If they broke down that door, they would find a boy huddled among the rotting corpses of Scripture. Valerius walked toward the rotunda. He circled the black basalt pedestal. He looked at the chest of the golden Isaiah. "Open it," Valerius commanded. Ezra stepped forward. "Tribune! That is the golden Isaiah! It is sensitive to light! The torch! Open it!" Valerius roared. Ezra hurried to the chest. He unlocked it. He lifted the lid. The gold letters glinted in the torchlight, flashing like teeth. Valerius stared at it. He didn't look impressed. He looked disappointed. He leaned in, peering into the corners of the chest, as if expecting to find a small body curled up next to the prophecy. "Empty," Valerius muttered. He slammed the lid shut. He turned to face the north wall. He saw the small, low door of the Genezer. "What is in there?" Valerius pointed with his gladius. Ezra's heart stopped. "Waste," Ezra said. His voice was a whisper. "Trash. It is the Genezer. A tomb for old paper. Open it." I do not have the key," Ezra stammered. "Simeon has it. We open it only once every 50 years to bury the contents." Valerius narrowed his eyes. He walked to the small door. He kicked it. The wood groaned but held. It was thick, ancient cedar. Valerius placed his ear against the wood. Ezra held his breath. "Be silent. Tovi. Be dead. Silence." The library held its breath. Valerius stepped back. He looked at Ezra. He looked at the door. "It smells of rot," Valerius said, wrinkling his nose. "I told you," Ezra said. "It is a grave." Valerius sheathed his sword. He seemed to deflate slightly. The hunt had gone cold. "Very well," Valerius said. "But know this, Ezra. We caught 3 more vandals tonight. They were writing on the aqueduct. They didn't know the alphabet. They were just drawing lines. But they said they were doing it for the boy with the hand." Ezra felt a chill. Tovi was already a legend, a myth of the gutters. "If I find him here," Valerius said, stepping close to Ezra, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper, "I will not just arrest him, I will burn this place to the ground. Rome does not tolerate a library that breeds rebellion." Valerius signalled his men. "Move out." The soldiers marched toward the exit. The torches receded, pulling the light away with them. Ezra stood in the centre of the room until the heavy doors slammed shut and the bolt was thrown from the outside, locking him in as per night protocol. He waited 10 minutes. He waited until the footsteps faded completely. He ran to the Genezer door. He fumbled with the key, his hand shaking so badly he dropped it twice. He unlocked it. He pulled the door open. "Tovi?" There was no sound. Ezra grabbed his candle and crawled inside. The room was small, piled high with crumbling scrolls that looked like grey ash. In the corner, curled into a tight ball under a pile of shredded Deuteronomy, was Tovi. His eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. He was trembling, but silently. "They are gone," Ezra whispered. "You are safe." Tovi sat up slowly. He brushed the dust of the dead scrolls from his hair. He looked at Ezra. "I heard them," Tovey whispered. I heard the sword. It is over. No, Tovey said. He picked up a fragment of parchment from the floor. It was brittle, brown, and crumbling. Ezra, look. Ezra held the candle closer. On the fragment, faded but legible, were words from the prophet Jeremiah. Is not my word like as a fire, saith the Lord, and like a hammer that breaketh the rock in pieces? Tovey looked at the old man. This is not a tomb, Ezra, Tovey said. His voice filled with a strange, dark wonder. It's an armory. I was sleeping on weapons. Ezra looked at the pile of discarded, useless scripture. He realized Tovey was right. The Romans looked for a boy, but they had left him alone in a room full of the very thing they feared most. Come out, Ezra said, pulling the boy into the main room. We must make a plan. The tomb is not safe anymore. But as he looked at Tovey, covered in the grey dust of centuries, Ezra saw something new. The boy didn't look like a victim anymore. He looked like he had been baptized in history. We have to leave, Ezra said. Tonight is a warning. Tomorrow is a promise. Where do we go? Tovey asked. I don't know, Ezra admitted. But we cannot stay in the box. The dawn that followed the raid was grey and joyless. The sun struggled to pierce the haze of dust that the sirocco wind had blown in from the desert. Inside the east wing, the light was milky and diffuse, robbing the room of its usual golden grandeur. Ezra and Tovey sat at the main desk. The door to the Geneser was closed again, its secrets locked away. But the air between them had shifted. They were no longer master and intruder. They were survivors of a siege. On the desk lay a fresh sheet of papyrus, a shallow bowl of black ink, and a reed pen. Again, Ezra commanded softly. Tovey gripped the pen with his left hand. His right hand, the broken one, was a heavy white club resting on his lap. His face was pale, his brow furrowed in concentration. He dipped the pen. He moved his hand. Scritch. The nib caught the fibres of the papyrus. A blob of ink sputtered out, creating an ugly, shapeless blotch. Tovey threw the pen down. It's useless, he cried, his voice cracking. My left hand is a stranger. It doesn't know the way. The left hand is not a stranger, Ezra said patiently, picking up the pen and wiping the nib. It is just a guest who has never been invited to the table. You must teach it manners. I can't, Tovey said, looking at the blotch. Look at it. It looks like a beetle that was stepped on. It's not a letter. Ezra looked at the blotch. It was indeed ugly, but it was black. It was permanent. Do you know what ink is, Tovey? Ezra asked, changing the subject. Tovey wiped his nose with his sleeve. Black water? No, Ezra said. He reached for the inkwell. He swirled the liquid gently. It is not water. It is a suspension. Do you know how we make it? Tovey shook his head. We take the gall nuts from the oak tree, Ezra explained, his voice falling into the rhythm of a lecture. They are hard, bitter tumours that grow on the bark when a wasp stings the tree. We crush them. We boil them. We extract the bitterness. He dipped his finger into the ink and held it up. Then we take soot, the burnt remains of oil lamps, the ashes of fire. We mix it with gum from the acacia tree, the tears of the wood. Ezra looked at the boy. Bitterness, fire, tears. That is what the word of God is written in. Tovey, it is not written in gold. It is written in the burnt and the broken things of the world. Tovey looked at the black liquid with new eyes. He looked at his own broken hand wrapped in linen. Like me, Tovey whispered. Yes, Ezra said. Like you. You are the gall nut. You have been stung. You have been crushed. But that is what makes the colour hold. Ezra placed the pen back in Tovey's left hand. He covered the boy's trembling fingers with his own. Do not try to be graceful, Ezra said. Grace is for the peaceful times. Now, we are in the time of survival. Just make the mark. Make it black. Make it stay. Tovey took a breath. He didn't try to draw the elegant curves of the calligraphy he'd practiced in the dust. He simply pressed down. Aleph, It was shaky. It leaned to the left. It looked like a tree bending in a hurricane. But it was legible. "It is angry," Tovey noted, looking at the letter. "Good," Ezra said. The prophets were angry too. They worked for an hour. Tovey fought his own muscles, forcing his non-dominant hand to obey the commands of his mind. Ezra watched, correcting the angle, dipping the ink, wiping the sweat from the boy's forehead. Suddenly, Tovey stopped. He looked at the rows of scrolls on the shelves. "Ezra?" "Yes?" "If we leave, what happens to them?" Tovey pointed to the library. Ezra looked at his life's work. Thousands of hours of copying, millions of letters. "They stay," Ezra said. "They belong to the building. But Valerius said he would burn it," Tovey said, "if he finds out you helped me." "He will bring the torches." Ezra flinched. He knew it was true. The threat hung over them like a blade. "Then they burn," Ezra said, his voice hollow. "Paper burns. Tovey. That is its nature. It comes from reeds, and to ash it returns." "But the golden one?" Tovey asked. "You can't leave him." Ezra looked toward the rotunda. The golden Isaiah, the idol he'd worshipped for 40 years. "It is heavy," Ezra said. "We cannot run with a chest of basalt and cedar. It would slow us down." "We would be caught." Tovey looked distressed. "But it's the word. You said we have to protect the word." Ezra stood up. He walked to the rotunda. He beckoned Tovey to follow. They stood before the chest. Ezra opened it. The gold letters gleamed, indifferent to their plight. "Tovey," Ezra said softly, "I want you to look at it. Really look at it." Tovey leaned in. He studied the purple vellum. He studied the gold leaf. "Read it," Ezra commanded. "Read the first line." Tovey squinted. He moved his lips. Comfort ye my people." "Do you feel comforted?" Ezra asked. Tovey hesitated. He looked at the cold, metallic reflection of his own face in the gold. "No," Tovey admitted. "I feel small. I feel like I'm not allowed to touch it." "Exactly," Ezra said. He slammed the lid shut. Thud. "This is not a scroll. Tovey, it is a mirror for rich men. They look at it and see their own wealth reflected back. It does not carry the voice. It carries the ego." Ezra turned to Tovey. He placed his hands on the boy's shoulders. "The word is not in the ink," Ezra said, his voice trembling with the magnitude of his own heresy. "The ink is just the track where the animal walked. The animal is here." Ezra tapped Tovey's chest. "We are going to leave the golden Isaiah behind," Ezra announced. "Let Valerius have it. Let him melt it down for coins. It is just metal." "But we need to take something," Tovey insisted. "We need a seed." "You said the yod is the seed." Ezra looked around the room. He looked at the thousands of scrolls. He couldn't take them. He couldn't save them. Then his eyes landed on his own desk. On the messy, ink-stained, unremarkable scroll of chronicles he had been working on the night Tovey first climbed down the vent. It was parchment, not vellum. It was written in standard ink, not gold. It had a correction in the margin where Ezra had made a mistake. It had a drop of oil on the corner from when Ezra had filled his lamp. It was imperfect. It was used. "We will take chronicles," Ezra said. "The names?" Tovey asked. "The list of dead people?" "Yes," Ezra said. "Because memory is the only weapon we have against death. The Romans want to erase us. Tovey, they want to turn us into dust." "But the chronicles, they prove that we existed, that we had fathers, that we had sons, that we had names." Ezra walked to the desk. He rolled up the scroll of chronicles. He put it inside a waterproof leather tube. He slung the strap over his shoulder. "Is that all?" Tovey asked. "No," Ezra said. He reached into his pocket. He pulled out the pottery shard, the crooked aleph, and the piece of paper with the word forgiveness. He handed them to Tovey. "Put these in your tunic," Ezra said. "These are holy texts too." Tovey took them. He didn't argue. He tucked them against his skin. "When do we go?" Tovey asked. "Tonight," Ezra said. "During the changing of the guard. The moon is new. It is dark." "Where?" Ezra looked at the map of Alexandria in his mind. The harbour was watched. The gates were guarded. "We go to the one place where books go when they die," Ezra said. "We go to the paper mills in the delta. The marshes." "The marshes?" Tovey shuddered. "It is wet there, and full of crocodiles." "It is full of reeds," Ezra corrected. "It is where the papyrus grows. It is the beginning of the story. If we are to start over, Tovey, we must go back to the source." Ezra blew out the lamp. "Rest now," Ezra said. "Tonight, we stop being scribes. Tonight, we become ink. We will flow through the cracks, and we will leave a mark where they do not expect it." They sat in the darkness, waiting for the sun to set. The library was silent, but it was no longer empty. It was filled with the heavy, unspoken realization that they were leaving Eden, and the angel with the flaming sword was waiting at the gate. The moon was a thin, curved blade slicing through the dust clouds above Alexandria. Inside the east wing, the shadows were long and distorted, stretching like accusatory fingers across the limestone floor. Ezra and Tovey stood by the service door, the heavy oak portal that opened onto the canal where the papyrus barges unloaded. It was the back throat of the library, the place where raw materials came in and refuse went out. Ezra wore his darkest robe, a rough woolen garment usually reserved for mourning. Across his back, strapped tight with leather thongs, was the waterproof tube containing the chronicles. Tovey stood beside him, a small, pale ghost in a tunic that was 2 sizes too big. His broken hand was cradled in a sling made from a scroll wrapper. "Are you ready?" Ezra whispered. Tovey nodded. He didn't speak. His eyes were wide, fixed on the iron bolt of the door. Ezra reached out. His hand, usually so steady, trembled. He gripped the cold metal, click, the sound of a latch lifting behind them. It was not the bolt. It was the sound of a different door opening. The door to the administrative office. Ezra froze. Tovey sucked in a breath through his teeth. Light flooded the corridor. Not the harsh glare of a Roman torch, but the steady yellow glow of a high-quality oil lamp. "Going somewhere? Ezra?" The voice was smooth, cultured, and terrifyingly familiar. Ezra turned slowly. Simeon stood in the archway. The head librarian looked immaculate, even at this hour. His silk robes were unwrinkled. His beard was oiled. In one hand he held the lamp. In the other, he held a ledger, the book of accounts. He did not look surprised. He looked disappointed. "Simeon," Ezra said, stepping in front of Tovey to shield the boy from the light. "Go back to your numbers." "I am counting," Simeon said, taking a step forward. The lamp cast his shadow high against the wall, a looming giant. "I'm counting the risks, and right now, the ledger is unbalanced." Simeon's eyes flicked to Tovey. He saw the bandaged hand. He saw the dirt. He saw the terror. "So," Simeon murmured, "the rumours are true. You're harbouring the rat." "He is not a rat," Ezra said, his voice low and hard. "He is a student." "A student," Simeon laughed softly. "Look at him. Ezra. He is a walking invitation for a Roman torch. Do you know what Valerius will do if he finds him here? He will not just kill the boy. He'll burn the collection. He will burn my library." "It is not your library," Ezra snapped. "It belongs to God." "God does not pay for the roof repairs," Simeon hissed, losing his composure for a fraction of a second. "God does not bribe the prefect to keep the soldiers out of the stacks. I do that. I keep this place alive by making deals with the devil. And you? You want to destroy it all for a piece of street trash?" Simeon stepped closer. He was blocking the path to the canal. "Step aside, Simeon." "No," Simeon said. "Give me the boy. I will hand him to Valerius. I will tell him the boy broke in tonight. We will be heroes. The library will be safe," Tovey whimpered. He pressed himself against Ezra's back, his good hand clutching the old man's robe. Ezra looked at Simeon. He looked at the man who had been his colleague for 40 years. They had shared meals. They had shared ink, but they had never shared a soul. You want to save the library? Ezra asked quietly. It is my duty. Then go look in the rotunda, Ezra said. Simeon frowned. What? The golden Isaiah, Ezra said. It is there, unlocked, unguarded. Simeon's eyes widened slightly. You left it open? I left it all, Ezra said. He tapped the leather tube on his back. I am taking nothing of value. Simeon. No gold, no silver, no vellum. I'm taking a boy with a broken hand and a scroll of names that no one reads. Ezra took a step towards Simeon. You think the library is the building, Ezra whispered. You think it is the stone and the cedar and the Roman favour. But you are wrong. The library is not a fortress of stone. It is a fortress of breath. He pulled Tovey out from behind him. He held the boy's good shoulder. This is the library, Simeon, this boy. He knows Genesis better than you know your ledger. He carries Leviticus in his scars. If you give him to Valerius, you're burning the books yourself. Simeon looked at Tovey. He looked at the messy bandage. He looked at the fierce intelligence in the boy's eyes. For a moment, the calculator in Simeon's head paused. He looked at the ledger in his hand, a list of expenses and profits. Then he looked at the boy, a liability. He is illegal, Simeon whispered. He's dangerous. So was Moses, Ezra replied. So was David. The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. The lamp in Simeon's hand wavered. Simeon looked at the canal door. He looked back at his office, where the safe accounts lay. If you go out that door, Simeon said, his voice devoid of emotion, you do not come back. I will strike your name from the payroll. I will tell the Romans you died of a fever. I will erase you, Ezra. I'm already erased, Ezra said. I'm just a smudge on the floor. Simeon stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, deliberately, he stepped to the side. He didn't open the door for them. He simply stopped blocking it. The barge leaves in 10 minutes, Simeon said, staring at the wall. It carries waste paper to the marshes. It smells of rot. We are used to rot, Ezra said. He didn't say thank you. There was no gratitude in this exchange, only a transaction. Simeon was buying safety. Ezra was buying time. Ezra pushed the heavy bolt. It slid back with a groan that sounded like a dying animal. He pushed the door open. The smell of the canal hit them, brackish water, dead fish, and wet reeds. It was the smell of the world outside the bubble. Ezra stepped out onto the slippery stone quay. Tovey followed, stumbling slightly. Ezra turned back one last time. Simeon was still standing there, framed in the golden light of the doorway. He looked small. He looked trapped in his own perfection. Simeon, Ezra said. The head librarian looked up. Close the golden Isaiah, Ezra said. The dust will get in. Simeon didn't answer. He turned his back and walked away, back into the safety of his numbers. Ezra pulled the heavy door shut. Boom. The sound was final. The sanctuary was sealed. They stood on the narrow stone ledge above the dark water. Below them, a flat-bottomed barge bobbed in the current. It was piled high with bales of grey, mouldy pulp, old scrolls destined to be recycled into cheap wrapping paper. Is that the boat? Tovey asked, wrinkling his nose. That is the Ark, Ezra corrected. He helped Tovey down the slippery wooden ladder. The boy hissed in pain as his arm jarred against the rungs, but he didn't cry out. They dropped onto the soft, shifting piles of paper pulp. Ezra untied the rope from the mooring ring. He didn't know how to sail, but he knew the current. The Nile flowed north to the sea, but the canals of the delta wound through the marshes like veins. The barge drifted away from the wall. The massive silhouette of the Library of Alexandria loomed above them, a black mountain against the stars. Ezra sat on a bale of wet paper. He felt the tube of chronicles pressing against his spine. He looked at Tovey, who was shivering in the damp night air. We're homeless, Tovey whispered. Ezra reached out and wrapped his arm around the boy's shoulders. He pulled him close, sharing the warmth of his wool robe. No, Ezra said, looking at the water that reflected the moon. We are not homeless. We are just... Turning the page, the barge caught the current. It began to move, slow and heavy, carrying the old scribe and the broken boy away from the city of stone toward the wild, chaotic green of the marshes. Ezra looked at his hands. They were dirty. He had touched the bolt. He had touched the rope. He had touched the wet paper. He didn't wash them. For the first time in 40 years, Ezra felt clean. The barge moved with the lethargy of a dying animal. It had no sail, no oars, only a single heavy rudder that creaked like a rusty hinge. The current of the canal was slow here, thick with silt and the runoff from the city's dyers and tanners. Ezra sat on a bale of wet, grey pulp. The smell was overpowering, a sweet, cloying scent of fermentation. Beneath him lay the dissolved histories of Alexandria, tax records from the reign of Ptolemy, failed plays by forgotten poets, letters of complaint to the magistrate that were never answered. They had all been mashed together, soaked in river water, and turned into a uniform, grey sludge. "It smells like soup," Tovey whispered, his voice thick with sleep. "Bad soup." "It is the smell of forgetting," Ezra corrected gently. He looked at the boy. Tovey was curled up in the hollow between two bales, trying to find shelter from the damp mist that was rising from the water. His bandaged hand was cradled against his chest, a white ghost in the gloom. Ezra felt a pang of uselessness. In the library, he was a king. He knew where the dry scrolls were. He knew which window let in the morning light. He knew how to trim a lamp. Here, on the water, he was ignorant. He didn't know the depth of the canal. He didn't know if the dark shapes in the water were logs or crocodiles. He didn't know which stars guided the way to the paper mills of the delta. "Ezra? I am here. Are we still in the city?" Ezra looked back. The great lighthouse, the Pharos, was just a faint, rhythmic pulse of fire in the distance, swallowed by the fog. The sounds of the market were gone, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the croaking of bullfrogs. "No," Ezra said. "The city is a memory. We are in the Aru." "The field of reeds." The barge bumped against a hidden sandbar, sending a shudder through the piles of pulp. Tovey gasped, clutching his broken hand. "Steady," Ezra murmured, reaching out to steady the boy. "The river is just turning in its sleep." Ezra looked down at the pulp he was sitting on. He picked up a handful. It was cold and slimy. He squeezed it, and water ran through his fingers like grey milk. He brought it closer to his eyes. Even in the moonlight, he could see specks of black. Ink, the indestructible element. The paper had dissolved. The structure had collapsed. But the ink remained, suspended in the chaotic mess. Ezra saw a fragment of a letter shin. He saw the curve of a pep. They were floating free, liberated from words, liberated from sentences. They were just shapes again. "Tovey," Ezra said softly. "Look." He held out the handful of sludge. "This is what happens when you take the law apart," Ezra said. "It becomes mud. But the ink... the ink is still there." Tovey looked at the grey mush. He didn't see the philosophy. He saw dirt. "It's cold, Ezra." Tovey shivered. "My hand hurts. It throbs like a drum." Ezra dropped the pulp. He wiped his hand on his robe. He felt a surge of panic. He had no medicine. He had no fire. He had only a tube of chronicles and a head full of theology. Theology didn't stop infection. "We need heat," Ezra said, scanning the dark banks of the canal. The reeds grew tall here, 12 feet high, forming a wall of green spears on either side of the water. There was no dry land, only mud and roots. "We can't stop," Ezra said to himself. "If we stop, the mud will swallow us." Suddenly, Tovey sat up. He cocked his head to the side. His good ear turned toward the darkness of the reeds. "Hush," Tovey whispered. "What is it?" Ezra reached for the heavy pole he used to push the barge. "A crocodile?" "No," Tovey said. "Listen. The wind is writing." Ezra strained his ears. He heard the wind rustling through the papyrus heads. Swish, shh, click. To Ezra, it was just noise. But to Tovey, The boy who'd learned to read the air before he learned to read the page. It was a language. The stalks are hitting each other, Tovey said, closing his eyes. Hard, like sticks. So? So they are dry, Tovey said. Wet reeds bend, dry reeds break and click. Tovey pointed to a dark patch on the left bank, where the wall of green seemed thinner, browner. There, Tovey said. Dry land, dry reeds. Ezra looked at the spot. He wouldn't have noticed it. He would have drifted past. But the boy heard the texture of the plants. Ezra jammed the pole into the water. It sank into deep mud. He pushed with all his might, his old shoulders screaming in protest. The heavy barge groaned, turning slowly against the sluggish current. Thump. The bow hit the bank. Ezra jumped off and his sandals sank into the mud, but beneath the mud there was firm earth. He scrambled up the bank, parting the reeds. Tovey was right. It was a small island of high ground, perhaps an old levee abandoned by farmers. The reeds here were dead, brown and brittle. They snapped like bones under Ezra's feet. Come, Ezra called, reaching back for Tovey. He helped the boy off the barge. They stumbled into the small clearing. Fire, Ezra muttered. We need fire. He had a flint and steel in his pouch. A scribe always carried fire to melt sealing wax. But he had no tinder. Use the reeds, Tovey said, sitting heavily on his dry patch of earth. The ones that clicked. Ezra gathered armfuls of the dry papyrus stalks. They were light, hollow tubes. He piled them up. He struck the flint. Spark. The dry pith inside the reeds caught instantly. A yellow flame leaped up, hungry and bright. It crackled loudly, sending sparks into the foggy air. Ezra fed the fire. The heat radiated outward, pushing back the damp chill of the river. Tovey sighed, a long, shuddering exhale. He moved closer to the flames, holding his bandaged hand out toward the warmth. The firelight danced on his pale face, making the bruises look like shadows. Ezra sat opposite him. He opened the leather tube and took out the scroll of Chronicles. He didn't read it, yes. He just held it. It was his anchor. Ezra? Yes? What is papyrus? Tovey asked, watching the reeds burn. Ezra looked at the fire. He picked up her unburnt stalk. He peeled back the green rind to reveal the white, triangular pith inside. It is a grass, Umberto, Ezra said. A weed that grows in the mud. To make paper, we cut it. We peel it. We slice it into thin strips. We lay the strips side by side, and then we lay another layer across them. Then we beat it with a hammer until the sap glues them together. Ezra threw the stalk into the fire. It curled and blackened. It is like us, Ezra said softly. We are cut. We are peeled. We are beaten. And that is how we become a page that can hold the story. Tovey looked at his broken hand. I have been beaten, he whispered. But I don't feel like a page. I feel like pulp. Pulp can be remade, Ezra said. That is why we are going to the mills, to see how the paper is born. Suddenly a sound came from the river. Splash. It was big, heavy. Ezra froze. He looked at the barge. It was still moored, but something had disturbed the water near it. Put out the fire, Tovey hissed. No, Ezra said. Fire scares the beasts. It brings the men, Tovey countered. Ezra looked at the boy. Tovey was right. Fire was a beacon. Ezra kicked dirt onto the flames. The fire died with a hiss, plunging them back into darkness. They sat in the silence, their hearts pounding. Do you hear boots? Ezra whispered. Tovey closed his eyes. He tilted his head. No boots, Tovey said. Just breathing. Breathing? Deep, wet, like a bellows. Ezra gripped his pole. He stared at the water's edge. A shape emerged from the mud. It was low, long and armoured. Scales glistened in the moonlight. A crocodile. It was huge, easily 15 feet long. It pulled itself onto the bank, its claws digging into the clay. It wasn't hunting them. It was just claiming the warm spot where the fire had been. Ezra stopped breathing. He grabbed Tovy's shoulder, squeezing hard. They were 10 feet away. If they moved, the beast would strike. If they stayed, it might smell them. The crocodile opened its mouth. It hissed, a sound like steam escaping a vent. Tovy didn't flinch. He did something strange. He hissed back. It was a perfect mimicry. The exact pitch, the exact duration. Sss. The crocodile froze. It turned its massive head toward the sound. It didn't see two humans. It heard a rival. A smaller but defiant rival. The beast grunted. It slapped its tail against the mud once. Then, slowly, with infinite disdain, it turned and slid back into the water. Splash. Ezra let out a breath that sounded like a sob. "How?" Ezra asked, his voice shaking. "I told you," Tovy whispered, leaning back against the earth, exhausted. "I listen. The world talks. Ezra, you just have to talk back in its own language." Ezra looked at the boy. The street rat who couldn't write his name had just negotiated with a leviathan. Ezra realized then that his books were useless here. The chronicles could list the names of kings, but it couldn't hiss at a crocodile. "Sleep, Tovy," Ezra said, moving to sit between the boy and the water. "I will watch." "Don't read," Tovy mumbled, drifting off. "The turning of the pages. It's too loud." Ezra sat in the dark. He didn't open the scroll. He listened to the river. He tried to hear what Tovy heard. He heard the water lapping. He heard the reeds clicking, and for the first time, he didn't try to organise the sounds into words. He just let them be. He was beginning to unwrite himself. The sun rose over the delta, burning off the river mist to reveal a world of brutal, verdant green. They heard the mills before they saw them. It was a sound like a giant heart beating, a low, rhythmic, thudding percussion that vibrated through the water and into the hull of the barge. Thump, thump, thump. "What is that?" Tovy asked, sitting up and rubbing his eyes with his good hand. "Is it a drum?" "No," Ezra said, standing at the bow, shading his eyes. "It is the sound of creation. It is the hammers." The barge drifted around a bend in the canal, and the paper mills of Buto revealed themselves. Ezra had expected a facility like the library, orderly, perhaps a bit rustic, but dignified. What he saw was a factory of mud and sweat. Hundreds of men and women, waist-deep in the brown water, were hacking at the towering walls of papyrus with curved iron knives. They were half naked, their skin burned to the colour of mahogany by the relentless sun. They moved in unison, a human machine harvesting the raw material of thought. On the banks, under thatched roofs, the processing began. It was a scene of organised violence. The green stalks were stripped of their rind. The white, triangular pith inside was sliced into thin, translucent ribbons. And then, the hammers. Ezra watched as men with massive wooden mallets pounded the layers of pith. They beat the plant until its cells burst, releasing the sugary sap that would act as glue. They beat it until the individual strips merged into a single, seamless sheet. Thump, thump, thump. "It looks painful," Tovy whispered. "It is necessary," Ezra said, though his own stomach turned slightly. He had spent his life caressing the finished product. Smooth, white, perfect. He had never thought about the violence required to make it. He had never thought about the sweat dripping from these men's brows onto the very pages that would later hold the Psalms. Ezra guided the barge to a rotting wooden pier. A large man with a shaved head and a chest like a barrel stood there, supervising the unloading of a harvest boat. He held a tally stick in one hand and a whip in the other, not for the men, but for the flies. Ezra stepped onto the dock. He tried to stand tall, to project the authority of the senior scribe of Alexandria. But his robes were stained with mud, his beard was matted, and he smelled of the swamp. "I seek the overseer," Ezra announced, his voice raspy. The large man turned. He looked Ezra up and down. He looked at the shivering boy with the bandaged hand. He looked at the barge full of grey pulp. "You're standing in his shadow?" the man rumbled. His voice sounded like gravel grinding together. "I am Jethro, and this is not a passenger dock, old man. Unless you're here to buy raw stalk, move on." "I am not a merchant," Ezra said, drawing himself up. "I am Ezra. Scribe of the East Wing, keeper of the..." He stopped. Keeper of the Golden Isaiah. The title felt ridiculous here, amidst the mud and the flies. "I am a scribe," Ezra finished simply. "And we seek sanctuary." Jethro laughed. It was a short, sharp bark. "Sanctuary? In a mill? We work from sunrise to sunset. Scribe? We don't have time for reading, and we certainly don't have time for runaways." He pointed his flywhip at Toby. "Especially broken ones. That boy, his hand is crushed. He can't cut, he can't peel, he can't hammer. He's useless mouth." Toby shrank back, hiding behind Ezra. "He's not useless," Ezra said fiercely. "He carries the text in his head. He's a living archive." Jethro spat into the water. "Does the archive know how to patch a leak in a dike? Does the archive know how to sharpen a sickle? If not, he starves." Ezra felt the desperation rising. He reached into his robe. He had no gold. He had no silver. But he had the tube. He pulled out the scroll of Chronicles. "This," Ezra said, holding up the leather case. "This is worth more than your entire harvest." Jethro looked at the tube. He didn't look impressed. "Paper is cheap here, scribe. We make it by the ton." "Not the paper," Ezra said. "The words." Jethro stepped closer. He leaned into Ezra's face. He smelled of sour beer and fresh-cut vegetation. "Rome pays us for blank sheets. Scribe. They don't pay us for words. In fact, words usually bring soldiers. And I don't like soldiers." Jethro looked at the barge. He looked at the horizon where smoke from a distant fire, perhaps a Roman patrol camp, stained the sky. He sighed. He looked at Toby again. He saw the way the boy was trying to be brave, biting his lip to stop the trembling. "My wife," Jethro grunted. "She is the healer. She fixes the cuts when the knives slip." He pointed a thick finger toward a small mud brick hut set apart from the noisy mills. "Go to her. She will look at the hand, but if you want to eat, scribe, you work. No free bread. Not even for the keeper of the East Wing." I've never done manual labour," Ezra admitted, looking at his soft, ink-stained hands. "Then you will learn," Jethro said, "or you will starve. The choice is yours." Ezra nodded. It was a fair bargain. He led Toby toward the hut. The ground was spongy, covered in layers of discarded papyrus peelings. Inside the hut, it was cool and dark. Bundles of herbs hung from the ceiling, drying. A woman sat on a stool, grinding something in a mortar. She was older than Jethro, with eyes that had seen too much pain to be surprised by it. "Sit," she said, but without looking up. Ezra nudged Toby forward. The boy sat on a low bench. The woman, her name was Miriam, took his bandaged hand. She began to unwind Ezra's makeshift splint. As the linen came off, the smell of infection filled the small room. It was sweet and rotten. Ezra turned away. He couldn't bear to look. "It is bad," Miriam said calmly. "The bone is shattered. The flesh is angry." "Can you fix it?" Toby asked, his voice tiny. Miriam looked at him. She didn't lie. "I can save the arm. I can stop the rot. But the fingers, they will be stiff, like dry reeds. You will not make a fist again." Toby looked at his hand. He nodded slowly. "I don't need a fist," he whispered. "I need a finger. Just one. To point." Miriam smiled. She took a jar of green poultice, crushed papyrus pith mixed with honey and mouldy bread. "This will draw the heat out," she said. "It will sting?" She applied the poultice. Toby gasped, tears spurting from his eyes, but he held still. Ezra watched, feeling a profound respect for this woman who worked not with ink, but with the raw, healing mud of the earth. Later that afternoon, Ezra found himself waist-deep in a vat of water. He was not writing, he was washing pulp. Jethro had assigned him the lowest job in the mill, the washer. His task was to take the raw, slimy pith and rinse away the sugar and the dirt before it could be beaten. The water was cold, his back ached, his fine robes were tucked up into his belt, revealing his pale, skinny legs. Ezra dipped a basket of pith into the water. Swirl, lift, drain, swirl, lift, drain. It was monotonous. It was exhausting. As he worked, Ezra watched the process around him. He saw the wet strips being laid out on felt mats. Vertical layer, horizontal layer, the weaving of the sheet. He realized, with a sudden shock of recognition, that it was exactly like the alphabet. Aleph, vertical. Bet, horizontal. The paper itself was a language. The fibres had to cross each other to create strength. If they all went one way, the sheet would tear. They needed the intersection. They needed the conflict. "Hey, old man!" Jethro shouted from the bank. "Less dreaming, more washing. The hammers are waiting." Ezra dipped his basket again. For 40 years, he had treated paper as a holy object that fell from heaven. Now he knew the truth. Paper was born in mud. It was beaten into submission. It was dried in the sun. It was a survivor, just like Tovi. Ezra looked toward the healer's hut. He couldn't see the boy, but he pictured him there, enduring the sting of the poultice. "We are being remade," Ezra whispered to the water. "We are being stripped of our rind." He lifted the basket. The pith was clean. It was white. It was ready for the hammer. Ezra poured it out and reached for the next load. His hands were raw, his fingernails broken. But for the first time, he felt he was earning the right to write. The wind changed on the third day. It came from the south, rolling over the vast baking sands of the Sahara before it hit the delta. It was the Khamsin, the wind of 50 days. It was not a breeze, it was an oven door opening. The air in the papyrus mills turned yellow. The moisture that usually hung over the marshes evaporated instantly, leaving the world brittle and charged with static electricity. Ezra stood by the drying racks. His beard, usually soft, felt like wire wool against his chin. When he touched the stack of finished paper, a blue spark snapped from his finger to the sheet. Zap! "Don't touch," Jethro roared, running past with a bucket of water. "The air is gunpowder today. Scribe, one spark and we all go up." The mill was in a state of panic. The hammers had stopped. The friction of wood on wet pulp was too dangerous. The knives were sheathed. Metal on stone could make a spark. The only sound was the wind, a low, moaning howl that rattled the thatched roofs of the drying sheds. Ezra grabbed a bucket. He was no longer the washer, he was the fire watcher. His job was to wet the ground around the drying racks, creating a mud barrier against the heat. He dipped the bucket into the canal. The water was warm, robbed of its cooling power. He splashed it onto the dust. It sizzled and disappeared in seconds. "It drinks it," Ezra muttered, wiping grit from his eyes. "The earth is thirsty." He looked toward the healer's hut. Tovi was sitting outside in the meagre shade of a palm tree. His bandaged hand was resting on his knee. He wasn't moving. He was tilting his head, listening to the wind. Ezra walked over, the bucket heavy in his hand. "Go inside, aha!" Ezra rasped. "The dust will get in your lungs." "The reeds are screaming," Tovi whispered, not opening his eyes. "They are just dry," Ezra said. "No," Tovi insisted. "They are clicking, like teeth." Thousands of teeth chattering. Ezra looked at the endless fields of papyrus stretching to the horizon. They were usually green and supple, bending gracefully. Now they were stiff, brown at the edges, rattling against each other. Click-clack, click-clack. It sounded like a skeleton walking. "Jethro is scared," Tovi said. "I can hear his heart. It beats like a hammer." "We're all scared," Ezra admitted. "Paper and fire are old enemies." Suddenly, Tovi's eyes snapped open. He looked toward the eastern edge of the field where the harvest had been piled high, mountains of dried stalks waiting to be stripped. "There," Tovi pointed with his good hand. "What?" "A snap," Tovi said. "A loud one, not a stalk breaking, a stone hitting a stone." Ezra squinted against the yellow glare. He saw nothing but the heat haze shimmering above the piles. Then A thin grey ribbon curled up into the sky. It looked innocent. It looked like a prayer. Fire! Ezra screamed. Dropping his bucket, the cry was taken up by the workers. Fire in the east stack. Water, bring the chain. The mill exploded into chaos. Men ran with buckets. Women ran with wet blankets. Jethro was shouting orders, his voice cracking over the roar of the wind. Ezra ran too. He ran toward the smoke. He expected to be terrified. He expected to freeze, like he had when the Romans banged on the door. But he didn't. A strange cold clarity settled over him. He reached the east stack. The grey ribbon had become an orange tongue. The dry stalks were catching instantly, passing the flame along with terrifying speed. Whoosh! Form the line, Jethro bellowed. Ezra found himself shoulder to shoulder with a man he didn't know, a giant Nubian with scars on his back. Ezra passed a bucket. The man threw it. Ezra grabbed the next one. Pass. Throw. Pass. Throw. The heat was blistering. It singed Ezra's eyebrows. It dried the sweat on his skin before it could drip. Ezra watched the fire eat the papyrus. It was mesmerizing. The stalks didn't just burn, they vanished. They turned from solid matter into light and ash in a fraction of a second. Is not my word like as a fire? The verse from Jeremiah echoed in Ezra's head. He realized then that paper was just a vessel for the fire. It was made to burn. It was made to be consumed. It's jumping, the Nubian shouted. A gust of wind caught a burning tuft of papyrus. It floated through the air, a glowing seed of destruction. It was heading straight for the drying shed, the open-sided barn where the finished white sheets hung like laundry. If the shed caught, the whole mill would go. The village would go. The healer's hut would go. Ezra didn't think. He broke the line. He ran toward the drying shed. He wasn't fast, but he was desperate. He saw the burning tuft land on the thatched roof of the shed. It began to smoulder, a small circle of black spreading on the dry straw. Ezra looked around. No water nearby. The buckets were all at the stack. He saw a pile of wet pulp, the grey sludge he had been washing earlier, sitting in a basket near the press. He grabbed the basket. It was heavy. 50 pounds of wet, dense fibre. Ezra groaned, his back screaming. He lifted it. He couldn't reach the roof. He saw a ladder leaning against the shed. He scrambled up, the basket digging into his shoulder. He reached the eaves. The fire was growing. The straw was popping. Ezra heaved the basket. Splat. The mass of wet pulp landed directly on the burning patch. It smothered the flame instantly with a wet, sucking sound. Steam hissed up. The fire died, choked by the very material it was meant to consume. Ezra slumped against the ladder, gasping for air. His heart felt like it was fluttering in his throat like a trapped moth. Below him, the bucket brigade had managed to contain the main fire at the stack. The orange glow was fading to black smoke. Jethro walked over to the ladder. His face was blackened with soot. He looked up at Ezra. "You throw like a girl," Jethro grunted. Ezra looked down, trying to catch his breath. "But I hit the mark." Jethro looked at the wet grey blob on the roof. He nodded slowly. "You saved the white harvest," Jethro said. "That shed holds a week's work." "It holds the bread for 50 families." Jethro extended a hand. Ezra took it. The big man pulled him down from the ladder. "You're not a washer anymore," Jethro said. "You have eyes. You saw the wind take the spark." "The boy heard it," Ezra corrected, pointing to Tovi, who was standing far back, watching them with wide, fearful eyes. "Then the boy has ears," Jethro said, "and you have hands." Jethro reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small, round object. A fig. A dried, sweet fig. "Eat," Jethro commanded. "Sugar for the shock!" Ezra took the fig. He bit into it. The sweetness exploded in his mouth, shocking his senses after the acrid taste of smoke. He looked at his hands. They were covered in soot and grey pulp. They were filthy. He looked at the drying shed. Inside, rows of pristine white paper hung unharmed. Ezra realised he had just used the unfinished word, the pulp, to save the finished word, the paper. He walked over to Tovey. The boy was shaking again, a delayed reaction to the adrenaline. "It is out," Ezra said, putting a sooty hand on Tovey's shoulder. "I heard it eat," Tovey whispered. "It sounded hungry." "Fire is always hungry," Ezra said, "but water is patient." Ezra looked at the leather tube strapped to his back. The Chronicles. It was safe. He had carried it through the flames. But for the first time he wondered if he had thrown the tube onto the fire to save the shed. Would he have done it? He looked at the white paper hanging in the shed. Blank. Waiting. Yes, he would have. Because the blank page was the future, and the Chronicles were the past. "Come," Ezra said to Tovey. "Miriam will have salve for the burns. We are singed, little camel, but we are still walking." As they walked back to the hut, the Khamsin wind began to die down, its rage spent, leaving behind a silence that smelled of ash and survival. 2 weeks after the fire at the mill, a boat arrived from the south. It was not a papyrus barge. It was a river fluker, sleek and fast, with a triangular sail that caught the steady northern breeze. It carried supplies for the mill, salt, iron nails, and jars of cheap wine for the workers. But mostly, it carried rumours. In the delta, news travelled slower than the river, twisting and changing with every bend. By the time it reached the marshes, truth was often indistinguishable from myth. Ezra was stacking dried sheets of paper in the storage shed when he heard the commotion at the dock. He wiped his hands on his tunic. He wore a worker's tunic now, rough linen that scratched his skin, and walked out into the sunlight. Jethro was talking to the skipper, a man named Hanno with a face like a dried apple. A small crowd of workers had gathered and their faces grim. Ezra pushed through the crowd. Tovey trailed behind him, clutching the hem of Ezra's tunic with his good hand. "What is the news?" Ezra asked, his voice cutting through the murmurs. Hanno looked at the old man. He didn't know Ezra was a scribe. He just saw a mill worker with an unusually authoritative voice. "Trouble in the city," Hanno said, spitting a date pit into the water. "Alexandria is a pot on the boil. The prefect ordered a purge." Ezra felt a cold stone settle in his stomach. "A purge of what?" "Of the agitators," Hanno said. "The zealots. The ones painting slogans on the walls. The Romans cracked down hard, curfew, arrests. They say Valerius took a legion into the Jewish quarter." "And the library?" Ezra asked. The question came out as a whisper. Hanno shrugged. "Which one? The big one near the palace is fine. The Romans like their Greek plays. But the east wing, the one with the old Jewish books." Hanno paused, taking a swig from a water skin. "They say Valerius found a rat's nest in there," Hanno continued. "Said the scribes were hiding rebels. He ordered a cleansing." "Did it burn?" Ezra asked. He felt Tovey's grip tighten on his tunic. "Fire? No, not a big fire," Hanno said. "Fire is dangerous in the city. They just gutted it, dragged the shelves into the courtyard, burned a few piles to make a point, but mostly they took the shiny stuff." "The shiny stuff?" "Gold," Hanno grunted. "Silver clasps, bronze lamps, anything that could pay a soldier's wage. They stripped the place. Old man, left the paper, took the metal." Ezra closed his eyes. He saw the rotunda. He saw the black basalt chest. "And the golden Isaiah?" Ezra asked, forgetting himself. Hanno frowned. "The what?" "A scroll," Ezra said desperately. "A purple scroll written in gold." Hanno laughed. "Ah, yes, that was the talk of the docks. They say a soldier tried to melt it down, but the vellum smelled so bad when it burned that he threw it in the harbour. The gold ran into the mud, and the purple turned to black ash." Ezra swayed. Jethro reached out a steadying hand, gripping Ezra's elbow. "Steady, scribe," Jethro muttered. Ezra didn't hear him. He was seeing it. He was seeing the masterpiece he'd guarded for 40 years, the perfection of ink and gold sizzling in a soldier's crucible. then dissolving in the filthy water of the harbour. It was gone. The idol was destroyed. And Simeon? Ezra asked. The head librarian? The one in the silk robes? Hanno chuckled. He's still there. He opened the doors for them, handed them the inventory list himself. They say the Romans made him the keeper of the empty room. He sits at a desk with no books, counting the dust. The crowd laughed. It was a bitter joke. The collaborator who saved his skin but lost his soul. But Ezra didn't laugh. He felt a profound, aching pity. Simeon had saved the building, but he was now the librarian of nothing. Hannah finished his wine. That's the news. Bread is up 2 coppers. Wine is up 3. The world turns. The skipper turned back to his boat, shouting orders to his crew to unload the salt. The workers dispersed, muttering about the price of bread. Ezra stood alone on the dock. Tovey stood beside him. The wind rustled the papyrus reeds. Click, clack. It is gone, Ezra whispered. Tovey looked up. His face was unreadable. The golden one? Yes, melted, drowned. And the others? Tovey asked. The Genesis? The Psalms? Left in the courtyard, Ezra said, exposed to the sun. The rats will eat them. The damp will take them. Ezra walked to the edge of the pier. He looked down into the brown water of the canal. He felt like he should weep. He felt like he should tear his tunic and put ash on his head, as was the custom of his people. But the tears didn't come. Instead, he felt lighter. For years, he had been a slave to that library. He'd worried about humidity. He'd worried about termites. He'd worried about thieves. He'd served the objects. Now the objects were gone. He touched the leather tube on his back. The Chronicles, the dirty working copy, was still there. Ezra? Tovey tugged his hand. Yes? You said the golden Isaiah was a mirror for rich men, Tovey said. I did. Then maybe it's good, Tovey said. Now the rich men have to look at each other. Ezra looked at the boy. The street wisdom was sharp as a knife. And Simeon? Tovey asked. Is he bad? No, Ezra said slowly. He's just afraid. He loved the walls more than the words. Ezra turned away from the water. He looked at the paper mill. He looked at the muddy field where the men were cutting reeds. Come, Tovey, Ezra said. We have work. Work? Tovey blinked. But you are sad. I am mourning, Ezra said. But mourning does not stop the harvest. The Romans took the gold, Tovey. But they left the reeds. They burned the library, but they cannot burn the mud. He walked back toward the washing vats. He walked with a new purpose. He wasn't guarding the past anymore. The past was at the bottom of the Alexandria harbour. He was here to make the future. Ezra rolled up his sleeves. He dipped his hands into the vat of pulp. He felt the cold, chaotic sludge. We will make new paper, Ezra said to the boy. Better paper. Paper that doesn't need gold to tell the truth. And that night, under the light of the stars, Ezra did not dream of the library. He dreamed of a blank sheet, white and endless, waiting for a hand, even a broken one, to touch it. The Nile did not ask for permission, it simply arrived. 3 months had passed since the fire. The season of Aket, the inundation, was upon them. The great river swelled, fed by distant rains in mountains Ezra had never seen. The water rose silently, stealing the banks, swallowing the reed fields, and turning the paper mill of Buto into a solitary island in a vast, glittering inland sea. Work at the mill slowed. You could not harvest reeds that were 10 feet underwater. You could not dry paper when the air was heavy with the humidity of the flood. The island became a quiet place. The men mended nets, the women ground grain, and Ezra taught. It had started by accident. A worker had asked Ezra to read a letter from a cousin in Memphis. Then another asked him to interpret a tax notice. Soon, Jethro had cleared a space under the largest sycamore tree, and every evening, when the sun turned the flood waters to liquid blood, the school of the mud gathered. They were not scholars. They were cutters, beaters, and washers. Their hands were thick and scarred. but they sat in the dirt, hungry for the magic of the marks. Ezra stood before them, using a charred stick to draw on a flat piece of driftwood. "This is Mem," Ezra said, drawing the shape. "It is the sound of Mayim, water. Look at the waves on the river, up and down. That is the letter." The workers nodded, their eyes moving from the board to the water. They understood water. Ezra looked to the back of the circle. Tovi was there. The boy had changed. He was taller, his skin browned by the sun, his hair bleached to the colour of dried straw. The bandages were gone from his hand. The hand itself was a stiff, withered claw. The fingers were curled inward, fused in the position of a half-closed fist. He kept it tucked against his chest, hidden in the folds of his tunic, like a secret shame. He never joined the lesson. He sat apart, watching the birds, or tossing pebbles into the water with his left hand. "Tovi," Ezra called out gently. "Come closer. There is space." Tovi shook his head. "I know the Mem, Ezra. I know the water." "Then come help me teach it," said Ezra. "The teacher needs a hand to point," Tovi said, looking away. "I have a hook," Ezra sighed. He turned back to his students. Among them was a little girl named Mara, Jethro's niece. She was 6 years old, with eyes as round as saucers and a mind that wandered like a butterfly. She was struggling. "I can't do it," Mara whined, holding her reed pen in a clumsy grip. She was trying to draw the bet, house, on a scrap of waste paper. "It looks like a blob. My house is falling down." Ezra knelt beside her. "Steady your wrist. Mara, imagine the roof." But Mara was frustrated. She threw the pen down. "I hate the ink. It runs away." Ezra opened his mouth to offer a patient platitude. But a shadow fell over them. It was Tovi. He had walked over from his solitary spot. He looked at Mara. He looked at the messy blob of ink on her paper. "Ink is slippery," Tovi said quietly. Mara looked up, sniffing. "It's mean." "It's not mean," Tovi said. "It's just fast. You need something slow." Tovi knelt down in the dirt. He didn't ask for a pen. He didn't ask for paper. He reached into the pocket of his tunic and pulled out a handful of smooth, white river stones he had been collecting. He placed one stone on the ground. "This is the corner," Tovi said. He placed another stone next to it, and another. He was building a line. "This is the floor," Tovi explained. Mara watched, fascinated. Tovi worked with his left hand, his movements deliberate and precise. He placed stones to form the right wall. Then he placed stones to form the roof. He left the left side open. "There," Tovi said. "A house of stones. It doesn't run away." Mara reached out. She touched the stones. She felt the coolness, the hardness, the shape. "It's bumpy," she said. "Walk your fingers on it," Tovi commanded. "Walk inside the house." Mara traced the line of stones. Her finger followed the shape perfectly. She wasn't fighting the friction of a pen, she was following a path. "Bet," Mara whispered. Tovi smiled. It was a small, shy smile, the first Ezra had seen in weeks. "Now you build it," Tovi said. He swept the stones into a pile. Mara grabbed the stones eagerly. She placed them. Corner. Floor. Wall. Roof. "Look," she squealed. "I built a bet." Ezra stood up slowly. He stepped back, letting the scene unfold. The other children gathered around. They abandoned their pens. They wanted the stones. They wanted to build the letters. "Make a gimel," one boy shouted. "Make the camel." Tovi looked at Ezra. He looked terrified, as if he'd broken a rule of the scriptorium. I didn't mean to interrupt," Tovi stammered. Ezra shook his head, his eyes shining. "You didn't interrupt." "Tovi," Ezra said softly. "You translated." Ezra looked at the crude stone letter on the ground. It wasn't calligraphy. It had no serifs, no variation in line width. But it had presence. It had weight. "The ink is for the eyes," Ezra addressed the group, his voice ringing out over the sound of the floodwaters. "But the stone, The stone is for the hand. He walked over to Tovi. He looked at the boy's withered right hand tucked against his chest. You said you couldn't write because your hand is a hook, Ezra said. But you were thinking like a scribe. Tovi, you were thinking of pulling a pen, but a builder pushes the stone. Ezra reached down and picked up a large, flat pebble. He placed it in Tovi's palm. You don't need dexterity to build, Ezra said. You just need vision. That night the lesson changed. Ezra put away the charcoal and the driftwood. Under the sycamore tree, 20 children and 5 adults sat in the dust, surrounded by piles of river stones. They didn't write. They built. They built the alphabet across the ground. A snake of stones for Nun. A circle of pebbles for Samek. A tower of rocks for Lamed. And Tovi was the foreman. He moved among them, his left hand pointing, correcting, encouraging. Make the roof wider, Mara, Tovi would say. Or, the rain gets in. That shin is too sharp, he told a boy. Fire needs air to breathe. Space the stones out. Ezra sat on a tree root, watching. He realised that Tovi had bypassed the fine motor skills entirely. He had turned writing into a gross motor activity. He had turned it into play. And in doing so, he had solved the problem that had plagued scribes for centuries: how to teach the illiterate. Scribes taught by copying eye to hand. It required discipline. Tovi taught by building hand to object. It required only engagement. As the moon rose, reflecting in the flood waters, the ground under the sycamore tree was covered in a mosaic of white stones. It looked like a graveyard of holy symbols, or perhaps a garden of granite flowers. Jethro walked by, carrying a net of fish. He stopped. He looked at the letters on the ground. He looked at Tovi, who was laughing as Mara tried to balance a stone on top of a vav. Jethro grunted. He looked at Ezra. The boy is useful after all, Jethro said. He's not useful, Ezra corrected, looking at his disciple. He's essential. Ezra picked up a stone. He weighed it in his hand. He remembered the golden Isaiah. It was so light despite the gold. He remembered the paper. So fragile. But this stone, if the mill burned down tomorrow, these stones would remain. If the flood rose and covered the island, the stones would stay in place. When the water receded, the word would still be there, written in the mud. Tovi, Ezra called out. The boy looked up, his face flushed with the joy of creation. Yes, Ezra? Do not destroy the letters tonight, Ezra said. Leave them. Why? Because tomorrow, Ezra said, we are going to learn how to make them speak. We are going to arrange them into words. Tovi looked at the field of stones. We will need more rocks, Tovi said seriously. Then we will empty the river, Ezra promised. Ezra looked at the boy's withered hand. It was no longer hiding in his tunic. It was out in the open, resting on his knee. It was still broken. It was still ugly. But it was no longer a symbol of what he couldn't do. It was just a hand that was resting while the other one built the world. The fever did not come like a thief in the night. It came like a conqueror in the middle of the day. Ezra was sitting by the washing vats, sorting the morning's harvest, when the world suddenly tilted on its axis. The green wall of papyrus reeds swirled into a blur of grey. The sound of the hammers slowed down, stretching into a deep, underwater throb. He tried to stand, but his legs were water. He slumped forward, his face hitting the pile of damp pith. When he woke, he was not by the river. He was in the dark. The air smelled of camphor, sage, and the sour scent of his own sweat. He was lying on a cot in Miriam's hut. A wet cloth was draped over his forehead, but it felt like a slab of heated iron. Ezra? The voice was far away. It sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well. Ezra opened his eyes. He saw a silhouette. Tovi. The lamps, Ezra muttered, his tongue thick and dry. Trim the wicks. The soot is falling on the psalms. You're not in the library, Ezra, Tovi whispered. You're in the marshes. You have the river sickness. Ezra shook his head violently. No, the golden Isaiah. I left it open. The dust. The dust is getting in the gold. He tried to sit up, his hands thrashing. He was clawing at the air, trying to close a chest that wasn't there. Lie down, Miriam's voice cut through the delirium. She pressed a cool hand against his chest, pushing him back onto the straw mattress. Drink this. She held a cup of bitter herbal tea to his lips. Ezra gagged, but swallowed. The fever was afire, but unlike the fire at the mill, this one was burning him from the inside out. It was consuming the chronicles in his mind. For 3 days, Ezra drifted in the grey space between life and death. He saw things. He saw Valerius burning books to warm his hands. He saw Simeon counting coins that turned into beetles. He saw his dead wife standing in a field of white paper calling his name, but when he opened his mouth to answer, only ink came out. He felt a terrifying lightness. The weight, kavod, was gone. He felt like a scrap of burnt paper floating on an updraft, untethered, about to dissolve into nothingness. I'm forgetting, Ezra thought in panic. The names, the letters, they are slipping away. He tried to recite the Shema, Hear, O Israel, but the words broke apart in his mind. Was it Shema or Shem? Was God one, Echad, or other, Eka? The fever scrambled the syntax. Tovi, Ezra screamed into the darkness. Catch them! They are falling! I am here, Ezra! Write it down, Ezra gasped, clutching the boy's tunic with a desperate strength. Write it before I vanish. If I forget, the world ends. I cannot write, Ezra, Tovi said, his voice trembling. I have no pen. You have no paper. Then I am lost, Ezra wept. The vessel is broken. He fell back, exhausted, staring up at the thatched roof. He felt the darkness closing in. The silence was absolute. The word was dead. And then he felt a weight. It was a small, cold weight placed gently on the centre of his chest. Then another, and another. Ezra flinched. The coldness was a shock against his burning skin. Be still, Tovi's voice whispered. I am writing. Ezra lay paralysed. He felt the boy's hands moving over his chest. Tovi was not massaging him. He was placing objects on him. Smooth, heavy, river stones. Tovi placed a line of stones across Ezra's sternum. 1, 2, 3. A vertical line. 1, 2. A horizontal base. Ezra's mind, fogged by fever, tried to interpret the sensation. It was a shape, a familiar shape. Bet. House. You are the house. Ezra, Tovi whispered. The roof is strong. Ezra's breathing hitched. The tactile sensation anchored him. The stone wasn't an abstract thought. It was a physical reality pressing down on his ribs. Tovi removed the stones and placed new ones. A vertical line, a diagonal arm. Yud, the hand. You are the hand, Tovi said. The hand that held mine through the grate. Tovi worked rhythmically. He was writing on Ezra's body. He was using the old man's fevered chest as the tablet. He was spelling out words with rocks, letting the weight sink through the skin, past the infection, straight into the soul. He spelled Zayin, Kaf, Resh, Zakor. Remember. Remember, Tovi commanded. Feel the stones, Ezra. They are from the river. They have been there for 1,000 years. They do not forget. Ezra focused on the weight. Panic began to recede. The floating sensation stopped. He was pinned to the earth by the alphabet. Tovi, Ezra whispered, his eyes still closed. It is heavy. It is kavod, Tovi replied. Glory is heavy. Then Tovi did something else. He didn't just place the stones. He guided Ezra's hand. He took Ezra's trembling fingers and placed them on the stones resting on Ezra's own heart. Read yourself, Tovi said. Ezra traced the stones. He felt the cool curves. He recognized the pattern. It wasn't a word this time. It was a grid. 12 stones, arranged in 4 rows of 3. Ezra's mind cleared for a second. The breastplate, Ezra murmured. The high priest. Yes, Toby said. You told me the story. Aaron wore the names of the tribes on his chest. Stones. So God would see them and remember. Toby leaned close, his breath warm against Ezra's ear. You are the priest now, Ezra. You are carrying the names. I put them there. I put Reuben on your heart. I put Judah on your heart. You cannot lose them. They are heavy. Ezra lay there, breathing under the weight of the 12 river stones. Tears leaked from his eyes and cooling his temples. He wasn't fading anymore. He was grounded. He was a landscape. He was a library built of flesh and stone. Recite, Ezra whispered. Recite the blessing. Toby's voice rose in the quiet hut, steady and sure. The Lord bless thee, and keep thee. As Toby spoke, he pressed down on the stones, sinking the pressure with the rhythm of the ancient words. The Lord make his face shine upon thee. Ezra felt the light. Not the harsh glare of the fever, but the soft, enduring light of the moon on the water. And give thee peace. Toby removed the last stone. Ezra took a deep, shuddering breath. The air entered his lungs. It was cool. The miasma was breaking. He opened his eyes. The hallucination of the burning library was gone. He saw the mud walls of the hut. He saw the drying herbs. He saw Miriam standing in the corner, wiping her hands on her apron, watching them with a mixture of confusion and awe. And he saw Toby. The boy was sitting by the cot, his lap full of white pebbles. He looked exhausted, as if he had just carried a mountain. Ezra reached out his hand, weak, shaking, but precise. He touched Toby's cheek. You wrote, Ezra rasped. I built, Toby corrected. No, Ezra smiled weakly. You wrote me back into the world. Ezra tried to sit up, but Toby gently pushed him back. Rest, Toby said. The ink is still wet. Ezra closed his eyes again. But this time, it was natural sleep that pulled him down, deep and dreamless. He slept with the phantom weight of stones on his chest, a comforting armour against the void. When he woke the next morning, the fever was broken. He was weak. He could barely lift a spoon of broth, but his mind was clear. He looked at Toby, who was sleeping on the floor, curled around his pile of rocks like a dragon guarding gold. Ezra realized then that the hierarchy had inverted. For months, Ezra had been the scribe, and Toby the blank page. Last night, Ezra had been the page, and Toby the scribe. Ezra looked at his own chest. There were faint red marks where the stones had rested, temporary indentations in the skin. I am a palimpsest, Ezra thought, a manuscript that has been scraped clean and written over. He lay back, listening to the sound of the mill hammers starting up in the distance. Thump, thump. He knew he would never be the same. The arrogance of the guardian was gone. He didn't need to guard the word anymore. The word was safe. It had migrated. It had learned to live in the stones, in the mud, and in the hands of a crippled boy. Ezra closed his eyes and whispered a prayer of thanksgiving. Not from a scroll, from the heart. Blessed are you, Lord, who restores life to the dead. And for the first time, Ezra felt he understood what resurrection meant. It wasn't rising into the sky. It was being pulled back down to the earth, stone by heavy stone. The floodwaters began to recede. The Nile, having taken its fill of the land, pulled back slowly, leaving behind a thick, black layer of silt. It was the Black Land, Kemet, the soil that gave Egypt its name and its life. Ezra sat on a wooden stool outside the drying shed. He was still weak from the fever, his movements deliberate and slow, but he was working. He was smoothing the edges of the new paper sheets with a piece of ivory. Scrape, smooth, scrape. It was a meditative sound. Toby was nearby, sitting in the mud with Mara and the other children. They were building a new word out of river stones. Tikva, hope. Ezra watched them. The boy's broken hand was tucked into his tunic, but his spirit was uncurled. He was laughing as Mara tried to find a stone round enough for the letter Vav. Then, the dogs began to bark. It wasn't the excited yapping of play. It was the low, guttural growl of territory being breached. Ezra stopped scraping. He looked toward the pier. A small boat was drifting in. It was not a barge, nor a fisherman's skiff. It was a city boat, a pleasure craft with a canopy that had been torn by the wind. It listed heavily to one side, taking on water. There was no crew, just one man slumped over the tiller. Jethro walked down to the dock, a boat hook in his hand. He looked wary. Strangers from the north usually meant tax collectors or soldiers. "Hail!" Jethro shouted. "State your business." The man in the boat didn't answer. He lifted his head slowly, even from a distance. Ezra could see the man's face was sun-blistered and gaunt, but it was his clothes that caught the eye. He wore robes of blue silk, or what used to be silk. Now they were stained with salt, vomit and river mud. The hem trailed in the dirty water of the bilge. Ezra stood up. The ivory tool dropped from his hand. He knew that shade of blue. It was the colour of the high feasts. It was the colour of authority. "Simeon?" Ezra whispered. He began to walk toward the dock. His legs felt heavy, but he forced them to move. Jethro pulled the boat in with the hook. The man tried to stand, but his legs failed him. He tumbled onto the wooden planks of the pier, sprawling like a discarded puppet. Ezra reached him just as Jethro was about to kick the stranger over to see if he was armed. "Stop," Ezra commanded. "I know him." Ezra knelt beside the fallen man. He turned him over. It was indeed Simeon. The head librarian of the East Wing, the man who had opened the door to the Romans to save his own skin. But the arrogance was gone. His face was a map of terror. His lips were cracked. His oiled beard was matted with algae. "Ezra," Simeon croaked, squinting through swollen eyes. "Is it?" "Hold. It is Ezra," he said softly. "You're in the marshes. Simeon, drink." Ezra signalled for a ladle of water. He held it to Simeon's lips. The librarian drank greedily, water spilling down his ruined silk robes. "Why are you here?" Ezra asked, his voice hard. "Did the Romans tire of your accounting?" Simeon coughed, pushing himself up to a sitting position. He looked around at the papyrus mill, at the rough workers, at the mud. He shuddered. "There is no accounting left," Simeon whispered. "Valerius." He came back. "Back to the library?" "To the empty room," Simeon corrected. A tear cut a track through the grime on his face. "He found the golden Isaiah." Ezra stiffened. "Hanno the skipper said it was melted down." "No." Simeon shook his head. "Hanno heard rumours. I saw it. The soldiers threw it in the harbour, yes. But Valerius? He had divers fish it out." Simeon grabbed Ezra's wrist. His grip was weak, clammy. "You put it on my desk." "Ezra." It was hideous. The vellum was swollen, black, rotting. The gold letters were twisted, peeling off like dead skin. It smelled of the grave. Ezra closed his eyes. The image of his beloved scroll, drowned and resurrected as a monstrosity, made his stomach turn. Valerius screamed. Simeon continued, his voice trembling. "He said we mocked him. He said we gave him a corpse. He realised the real treasure wasn't the gold." "What does he want?" Ezra asked. "He wants the memory," Simeon whispered. "He interrogated the junior scribes. He broke young Seth's fingers." "Tovi, who had crept up behind them, made a small sound of distress," Seth told him, Simeon said, looking down at the planks. "He told him about the boy who listened through the vent, the boy who memorised the chronicles." Ezra felt a cold wind blow through his soul, colder than the fever. Valerius doesn't want the books anymore. Ezra. He wants the boy. He calls him the living ledger. He believes the boy has the location of the hidden zealot funds or secret prophecies. He thinks the boy is a weapon. Simeon looked at Tovi. He looked at the withered hand. "I told him nothing," Simeon sobbed. "I swear, Ezra. I told him the boy was a myth, but he didn't believe me. He burned my ledger. He said if I didn't find you, he would feed me to the lions in the arena." "So you led him here," Ezra said, standing up. He looked at the horizon. "You are the hound, Simeon, not the refugee." "No," Simeon cried, grabbing the hem of Ezra's tunic. "I fled. I stole a boat. I came to warn you. They're on the river. Ezra, a full patrol boat, 12 oars. They are maybe half a day behind me." Jethro stepped forward, his face dark. "Half a day? You brought a war to my mill, Silk Man?" Jethro raised the boat hook. "I should throw you back to the crocodiles." "Wait," Ezra said. He put a hand on Jethro's arm. He looked down at Simeon. The man was pathetic. He was everything Ezra had once respected: wealth, status, order, reduced to a sobbing heap in the mud. "He's telling the truth," Ezra said. "A liar would have brought soldiers, not a warning." Ezra looked at Tovi. The boy was standing perfectly still, his eyes locked on the horizon. He wasn't crying. He wasn't shaking. "Ezra," Tovi said calmly. "The stones? What?" "The word we built." Tovi pointed to the mud bank where the children had been playing. "Tikva, hope." Ezra looked at the river stones arranged in the mud. "Leave it," Tovi said. "Let them find it." "We have to run," Ezra said, turning to Jethro. "We need a boat, a fast one, not a barge." "Take the skiff," Jethro said immediately. "It's small. It can go into the deep reeds where the Roman keel will get stuck." Jethro looked at his mill. He looked at his people. "I will delay them." Jethro grunted. "I will tell them you went west, toward the desert." "They will burn your mill," Ezra warned. "Let them burn it," Jethro spat. "It grows back. Reeds always grow back. Romans, they just rust." Ezra turned to Simeon. "Can you walk?" Simeon looked up, hope flickering in his eyes. You will take me." Ezra looked at the man who had betrayed him, the man who had valued the building over the book. "We are building a new library, Simeon," Ezra said. "We need a ledger keeper, even if the ledger is just names in the sand." Ezra reached down and pulled Simeon to his feet. "But listen to me," Ezra whispered, leaning close. "In this library, the silk stays in the boat. You walk in the mud like the rest of us." Simeon nodded, weeping openly now. He stripped off his ruined outer robe and let it fall onto the dock. He stood in his undertunic, shivering, stripped of his rank. "Go!" Jethro shouted. "The wind is turning." Ezra, Tovi, and Simeon climbed into the small fishing skiff. It was narrow, unstable, smelling of fish guts. Ezra took the tiller. Simeon took the oars. He rowed clumsily, but he rowed. Tovi sat in the bow. He held the leather tube of the Chronicles in his lap. As they pushed off, heading deeper into the labyrinth of the Delta marshes, Ezra looked back. He saw the paper mill. He saw Jethro standing on the dock with his boat hook, a sentinel of the reeds. And he saw the word Tikva written in white stones on the riverbank. It was a message for Valerius. When the Romans arrived, they would find no boy, no scribe, no gold. They would find only hope written in rock, something they could not burn, could not melt, and could not steal. "Where are we going?" Simeon asked, panting as he pulled the oars. Ezra looked ahead, into the dense, green twilight of the deep swamp. "To the silence," Ezra said. "To the place where the ink runs dry." They vanished into the reeds just as the sun began to set, turning the water to blood one last time. The delta was not a river. It was a conspiracy of water and vegetation. They had been rowing for 12 hours, or perhaps 12 years. Time had dissolved into the rhythmic splash creak of the oars and the endless, suffocating green of the papyrus walls. Ezra sat at the tiller, though there was nothing to steer. The channel they were following wound like a dying snake, turning back on itself, splitting into dead ends, and vanishing into thickets of rotting vegetation. "We are lost," Simeon gasped. He had stopped rowing. He slumped over the oars, his chest heaving. His undertunic, once fine linen, was soaked with sweat and river water. His hands, the hands that had once signed treaties with Roman prefects, were raw meat. Blisters had formed, burst, and formed again. "We are not lost," Ezra said, dipping a rag into the water to wet his neck. "We are hidden." "There is a difference," Simeon snapped, raising his head. His eyes were wild, rimmed with the red exhaustion of a man who has never known physical hardship. "Hidden means you know the way out. Lost means you die here, and the mud swallows your bones." Ezra looked at the surroundings. Simeon was right, though Ezra would never admit it. The reeds here were monstrous, 15 feet high, blocking out the horizon, blocking out the landmarks. The sun was a diffuse glare in the haze. There was no north, no south, only the green. "Tovi," Ezra said. The current. Tovi was sitting in the bow, his eyes closed. He was the figurehead of their small, drifting ship. "It is slow," Tovi whispered. "Sleepy water. But it pulls. That way." He pointed a finger toward a dense tangle of roots that looked impenetrable. "That way is a wall," Simeon argued. "We need open water." "Open water is where the keelboat is," Tovi said simply. "The soldiers like straight lines. We need the knots." "Row," Ezra commanded. Simeon groaned, picking up the oars. "I cannot. My hands are on fire." Ezra looked at the man's bleeding palms. He felt a flicker of the old anger, the disdain for the soft, administrative class. But then he looked at his own hands. They were stiff, aching, useless for rowing. "Switch," Ezra said. "What?" "I will row, you steer." They switched places in the rocking boat. It was a clumsy, dangerous dance. Ezra took the oars. They were heavy, rough-hewn wood. He pulled. The pain was immediate. It shot up his arms and exploded in his shoulders. He was 70 years old. He was a man of the quill, not the oar. But he pulled. Creak. Splash. "The Lord is my strength," Ezra grunted, forcing the words out with the breath. "He makes my hands to war." They pushed into the tangle. The reeds parted with a shriek of dry friction, scratching their faces, catching on their clothes. Spiders the size of hands scuttled away from the disturbance. The air grew stagnant, smelling of methane and ancient decay. Night fell like a hammer. It didn't get dark gradually. The sun simply dropped behind the reed wall, and the world turned black. And then the sound began. Sss. It was a high-pitched whine, millions of tiny wings beating in unison. "No," Simeon whispered. The mosquitoes. They rose from the stagnant water in clouds, a living fog. They were small, vicious, and hungry. They didn't just bite, they swarmed. They filled the nose, the ears, the eyes. Simeon began to scream. He flailed his arms, slapping his face, his neck. "Get them off! God in heaven, get them off!" Ezra dropped the oars. He pulled his robe over his head, but they found the gaps. He felt the sharp needle pricks on his ankles, his wrists. It was maddening. It was a torture designed to drive men insane. "The mud!" Tovi shouted. His voice was muffled. He was already over the side of the boat, hanging onto the gunwale. "What?" Ezra yelled, swatting at his ears. "The mud!" Tovi cried. "Like the crocodile, make a second skin!" Ezra understood. He grabbed Simeon, who was curled in a ball, sobbing. "Get up!" Ezra roared. "Into the water!" "No, the beasts. The insects are the beasts. Move!" Ezra shoved Simeon. The High Librarian tumbled into the shallow, murky water with a splash. Ezra followed. Tovi was already there. The water came up to their chests. The bottom was thick, slimy clay. "Dig!" Tovi commanded. "Cover the skin!" Tovi scooped up handfuls of the black, stinking river mud. He slapped it onto his face, his neck, his arms. Ezra hesitated. The mud was filth. It was tamar, ritual impurity. For 40 years he had washed his hands of this substance. But a mosquito bit his eyelid. Ezra plunged his hands into the clay. It was cool. It was heavy. He brought it up and smeared it over his face. He covered his beard. He covered his neck. He covered his arms. He turned to Simeon. The man was paralyzed, waist deep in water, weeping as the insects feasted on him. Ezra grabbed a handful of mud. "Hold still. Don't," Simeon whimpered. "It's dirt." "It is armor," Ezra said. He plastered the mud onto Simeon's face. He covered the man's bald head. He covered the silk that was already ruined. Simeon sputtered, but he stood still. The effect was instantaneous. The mud dried quickly in the warm air, forming a crust. The mosquitoes landed, but their proboscises could not penetrate the clay. The whining continued, but the stinging stopped. They climbed back into the boat, shivering, 3 golems made of river slime. They sat in the darkness. The cloud of insects buzzed around them, frustrated, angry, but powerless. Simeon wiped mud from his eyes. He looked at his hands, coated in black earth. "I am the High Librarian," Simeon whispered, his voice cracking. "I dine with prefects. I wear Tyrian purple." "Not tonight," Ezra said, leaning back against the thwart. "Tonight you're just clay, like Adam, before the breath." Tovi chuckled softly in the bow. "You look like a rock. Simeon, a big, ugly rock." Simeon looked at the boy. For the first time, he didn't look with contempt. He looked with exhaustion. "Why did you save me?" Simeon asked into the dark. "Ezra, I gave them the inventory. I gave them the keys." Ezra looked at the silhouette of his old colleague. "Why did you come to warn us?" Ezra countered. Simeon was silent for a long time. The boat drifted. "Because of the screams," Simeon said finally. "The screams?" "The junior scribe," Simeon whispered. "Seth. Joash. The ones Valerius questioned." Simeon brought his mud-covered knees to his chest. I thought, if I gave Valerius the things, the gold, the lamps, he would be satisfied. I thought trade was enough. But when he didn't find the boy, he started breaking fingers." Simeon's voice broke. I stood there. Ezra, in my office. I heard them screaming in the courtyard, and I looked at my ledger. I looked at the profit column, and I realized there is no number big enough to balance a scream. He looked up at Ezra, his eyes shining white in the mask of mud. "I am not a librarian anymore. I'm a collaborator. I have blood on the silk. That is why I ran. Not fear, shame." Ezra listened. He felt the weight of the chronicles in the tube at his feet. He realized that Simeon was carrying a heavier book. The book of guilt. "There is no ink for shame, Simeon," Ezra said softly. "It does not wash off." "I know," Simeon wept. "But," Ezra continued, "mud washes off. And tomorrow the sun will bake this clay. It will crack and fall away. And underneath, perhaps the skin will be new." Ezra reached out his mud-caked hand and placed it on Simeon's shoulder. It was a messy, dirty gesture. "Sleep, Simeon." The mosquitoes cannot bite a man who has already been eaten by his own conscience. Simeon nodded. He lay down in the bottom of the boat, curling up like a child. Ezra stayed awake. He watched the stars struggle to pierce the mist. "Tovi," Ezra whispered. "I am awake," the boy replied. "How do we find the way?" "We don't," Tovi said. "We let the water take us. The water wants to go to the sea. We just go with it." "And if the sea is where Valerius is?" "Then we become the shore," Tovi said. We stopped moving. The boat drifted on. Hours passed. The sky began to turn the colour of a bruised plum, the false dawn. Ezra saw something ahead. It was not reeds. It was stone. Rising out of the mist like the skeleton of a leviathan were pillars. Broken, moss-covered pillars half submerged in the swamp. An archway, topped with a crumbling lintel. "Wake up," Ezra hissed. Tovi sat up. Simeon groaned. "What is it?" Simeon asked. "A city," Ezra said. "Or the ghost of one." They drifted closer. It was an ancient ruin, perhaps from the time of the pharaohs, long before the Greeks or Romans. A temple complex that the shifting river had swallowed and then regurgitated. The water flowed right through the main sanctuary. Statues of hawk-headed gods stood waist-deep in the muck, their eyes blank, staring at the intruders. "It is a hiding place," Tovi whispered. "The reeds are afraid of the stone. They don't grow here." Ezra steered the boat through a gap in the masonry. They floated into the inner sanctum, a roofless hall where the water was still and black as obsidian. "We stop here," Ezra said. "It is a tomb," Simeon shuddered. "It is a fortress," Ezra corrected. "And right now, a tomb is the safest place for the living." Ezra grabbed a hanging vine to secure the boat. His hand brushed against the stone of a column. Under the moss, he felt carvings, hieroglyphs, pictures. He looked at the strange pictorial writing. He couldn't read it. "We are surrounded by words we do not understand," Ezra murmured. "Maybe they are just pictures," Tovi said, looking at a carving of a man offering a lotus to a god. "Maybe they are just saying thank you." Ezra looked at the three of them, coated in mud, exhausted, floating in a drowned temple. "Then let us say thank you," Ezra said, "for the mud and for the morning." But as the sun crested the horizon, illuminating the ruins, Ezra saw something that made his blood run cold. On the far wall of the temple, high above the waterline, there was a mark, not ancient, fresh, a circle with a cross inside it, scratched recently into the moss. It was a tracker's mark. Someone else had been here, and recently. Ezra unlatched the leather tube of the Chronicles. He held it tight. "Quiet," Ezra breathed. "We are not the only ghosts in this machine." The mark on the wall, a circle with a cross, was etched deep into the green moss. It wept a slow trickle of water, like a wound in the stone itself. Ezra touched it. The edges were sharp. It had been carved with iron. "A tracker," Simeon whispered, clutching the gunwale of the boat, his eyes darting around the flooded sanctuary. "Are they here?" "No," Tovi said. He was standing on the prow, sniffing the air. "Trackers smell of leather and oil. This place smells of nothing." "And nothing?" Ezra asked. "Old air," Tovi clarified. "Dust that hasn't moved. And bird droppings." Ezra scanned the ruins. The roofless temple was a forest of columns. Half of them toppled into the dark water. High above, on the capitals of the pillars that still stood, vines hung down like tangled hair. "Up there!" Tovi pointed to the highest capital, a massive lotus-shaped stone perch 30 feet above the water. Ezra squinted against the morning sun. At first, he saw only a bundle of rags. Then the rags moved. A face appeared over the edge of the stone lotus. It was a face made of leather and hair, wild and matted, with a beard that reached the chest. One eye was milky white, blind as a pearl. The other was sharp, black, and unblinking. "Greetings, mud men," the figure croaked. His voice sounded like stones grinding together in a dry riverbed. Simeon gasped. "A demon?" "No," Ezra said, recognizing the aesthetic of the wilderness. "An anchorite, a hermit." The man on the pillar stood up. He was impossibly thin, his ribs showing clearly through his tattered goatskin tunic. He held a long wooden staff, with a grace that belied his age. He leapt from the capital to a lower ledge, then scrambled down the vines like a spider, landing silently on a stone platform just above the waterline. He didn't hold a weapon. He held a half-eaten pomegranate. "You're loud," the hermit said, taking a bite of the fruit, spitting the seeds into the water. "Your oars splash. Your breathing rattles. You disturb the silence." "We seek refuge," Ezra said, bowing his head slightly, a reflex of courtesy he couldn't shake. "We are fleeing the Romans." The hermit laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Everyone flees the Romans, or the Greeks, or the Persians. The names change. The swords stay sharp." He walked closer, hopping from stone to stone. He leaned in, sniffing Simeon. "You smell of fear," the hermit said. "And silk. Rotting silk." He sniffed Tovi. "You smell of pain and river clay." He sniffed Ezra. He paused. The black eye narrowed. "You smell of ink," the hermit whispered. "Old, dry ink. Gallnut and gum." Ezra stiffened. "I am a scribe." The hermit's face twisted into a grin that revealed missing teeth. A scribe, a keeper of the lies. I was a scribe once. In Jerusalem, I copied the law until my eyes bled. Then I realised. He gestured to the flooded ruin around them. The stone lasts longer. The silence speaks louder. Who are you? Ezra asked. I am the Eater of Silence, the hermit said. But men call me Malachi. I live here. I guard the ghosts. Simeon stepped forward, trying to regain some dignity despite his mud-caked face. Malachi, if you know the Romans, you know they are ruthless. We need a place to hide until they pass. Is there a dry room? Malachi looked at Simeon with contempt. Dry? In the Delta? You want comfort? Silk man. But safety is not comfortable. Malachi pointed his staff at the mark on the wall, the circle and the cross. You saw the mark. You thought it was a hunter. It is the sign of the Therapeutae. The healers. It means sanctuary. But only for those willing to go down. Down where? Toby asked. Malachi walked to the far end of the temple hall, where a massive statue of a seated pharaoh had collapsed. The head was missing, but the torso remained, waist deep in the water. Behind the statue, hidden by the angle of the stone, was a dark, square opening. A submerged staircase. The crocodile crypts, Malachi said. The priests used to keep the sacred beasts there. It is dry now. The beasts are dead. But the air is thick. Simeon recoiled. A crypt? Underground? With no light? The Romans hunt with hawks, Malachi said, pointing to the sky. They hunt with eyes. To beat the hawk, you must become the mole. Suddenly, a sound drifted across the water from the north. Boom! A drum beat. Slow, methodical. Ezra felt the vibration in his chest. It was the same sound Hanno had described. The Roman keelboat, the 12 oars beating the water. They are close, Tovey whispered. I hear the water breaking against the prow. They're cutting the reeds. Malachi's single black eye widened. The Iron Men. They're faster than usual. He looked at Ezra. He looked at the leather tube on Ezra's back. You carry a scroll, Malachi noted. I do? Is it worth dying for? It is a list of names, Ezra said. It is the memory of who we are. Malachi stared at him. For a moment, the madness in his face receded, replaced by a strange, fierce solemnity. Memory is a heavy burden, Malachi said. I came here to forget. But if you wish to remember, follow me. Malachi grabbed a torch from a niche in the wall, a stick wrapped in pitch-soaked rags. He struck a flint. The torch flared up, casting a smoky red light. He waded into the water behind the statue. Leave the boat. Sink it. If they see a boat, they will search. Ezra looked at the skiff. It was their only way out. Do it, Ezra commanded Simeon. Pull the plug. Simeon hesitated, then reached down and pulled the wooden bung from the bottom of the hull. Water rushed in. The skiff began to settle. Come, Ezra grabbed Tovey's hand. They waded after Malachi. The water deepened. It reached Ezra's neck. He held the tube of Chronicles high above his head. Tovey paddled with one arm. Simeon spluttered, panic rising in his eyes. They reached the dark square opening. Take a breath, Malachi said. The entrance is submerged. The tunnel rises on the other side. I can't, Simeon cried. I cannot swim underwater. Then you will drown on the surface, Malachi said indifferently. The Romans shoot anything that moves. Ezra turned to Simeon. Hold my belt, Simeon. Close your eyes. I will pull you. Ezra looked at Tovey. Can you do it? Tovey nodded. He looked at the dark water. I am a fish. Ezra, just don't let go of the book. Malachi dove first, the torch hissing as it vanished under the water. He had a second, dry one wrapped in oilskin on his head. Ezra took a massive breath. He plunged into the darkness. The water was cold and silent. He felt Simeon grabbing his belt, a dead weight dragging him back. He kicked his legs. He felt the stone archway pass over his head. He swam blindly, his lungs burning. the pressure building in his ears. Don't let go of the Chronicles. Don't let go. Just as his chest felt like it would explode, his head broke the surface. He gasped, sucking in air that smelled of ancient dust and ammonia. He was in a cavern, pitch black. "Simeon?" Ezra called out, his voice echoing. Simeon surfaced beside him, coughing violently, retching water. Tovi popped up a second later, shaking his hair like a wet dog. A light flared. Malachi was standing on a stone ledge 5 feet above them, lighting the fresh torch. The light revealed a vast subterranean hall. The ceiling was low, carved from solid bedrock, and lining the walls, row upon row, were niches. Inside the niches were not scrolls, they were mummies. Not human mummies, crocodile mummies, hundreds of them, wrapped in linen, dried by the centuries, stacked like firewood. Their long snouts pointed toward the centre of the room. "Welcome to the archive," Malachi cackled, his voice bouncing off the stone walls. "These are the gods who died waiting." Ezra dragged himself onto the ledge. He pulled Simeon up. Tovi scrambled up easily. They stood shivering in the crypt of beasts. "Is it safe?" Simeon whispered, looking at the mummified shapes with horror. "Safe?" Malachi laughed. "Nothing is safe, but it is deep. The Roman drums cannot reach here." Ezra checked the leather tube. It was wet on the outside, but the seal held. The Chronicles were dry. He looked at Malachi. The hermit was staring at the mummies with a strange affection. "Why did you help us?" Ezra asked. "You hate scribes." Malachi turned. He pointed a bony finger at Tovi. "Because the boy didn't flinch," Malachi said. "When I jumped down, you bowed." The silkman gasped. "But the boy, he just listened. He knew I was light. He knew I wasn't a threat." Malachi leaned close to Ezra. "You're teaching him to read." "Scribe?" "Yes." "Be careful," Malachi warned. "Reading is a disease. It makes you think the world can be understood. It makes you think there is an answer." Malachi gestured to the rows of dead crocodiles. "These beasts thought they were gods. They were fed meat and wine. Now they are dust in a bandage. That is the only answer." Ezra looked at the mummy nearest him. The linen wrapping was intricate, a beautiful geometric pattern of diamonds. "They are wrapped in text," Ezra murmured. "What?" "The linen," Ezra said, touching the mummy. "Look. It is recycled. It has writing on it." He leaned closer to the torchlight. The strips used to bind the crocodile were cut from old papyrus scrolls. Faint Greek letters were visible on the yellowed cloth. "They wrapped their gods in their grocery lists," Malachi laughed. "In their tax returns, in their bad poetry." Ezra felt a jolt of recognition. It was the Genezer all over again. The sacred and the profane mashed together in the dark. "We will stay here," Ezra said, "until the drums pass." "Good," Malachi said. He sat down on the floor, crossing his legs. He broke his pomegranate in half and offered a piece to Tovi. "Eat, boy. The seeds are bitter, but they keep the mouth moist." Tovi took the fruit. He looked at the rows of mummies. "They are listening too," Tovi whispered. "Who?" "The crocodiles," Tovi said. "They are waiting for the story." Ezra sat down. He leaned back against the stone wall. He was wet, cold, and sitting in a tomb of animal gods with a mad hermit. But for the first time in days, he felt safe. The silence here wasn't empty. It was full of secrets. Above them, muffled by tons of rock and water, the Roman drum beat on. Boom, boom. But down here, the only sound was the drip of water and the crunch of pomegranate seeds. Time died in the crypt. There was no sun to mark the hour, no moon to pull the tide. There was only the sputtering of the resin torch and the steady, maddening drip of water from the limestone ceiling. Plip, plip, plip. Ezra sat with his back against a cold stone pillar. The leather tube of the Chronicles lay across his knees. He hadn't opened it. He just held it, stroking the smooth leather like a petrified cat. Opposite him, Malachi sat on a ledge, whittling a piece of driftwood with a sharp piece of flint. The hermit was humming a tune, a dissonant, tuneless melody that sounded like wind blowing through a skull. Simeon lay curled in a ball on the damp floor, sleeping the fitful sleep of the exhausted. He whimpered occasionally, twitching as he dreamed of Roman fires. And Tovi was wandering. The boy moved among the crocodile mummies like a curious ghost. He held a small shard of burning wood, a mini-torch he'd scavenged from the main fire. He was inspecting the gods. "They are sad," Tovi whispered. "They are dead," Malachi corrected, not looking up from his whittling. "Sadness requires a pulse." "No," Tovi insisted. "They are wrapped too tight. They can't breathe." Ezra watched the boy. Tovi was peering closely at the linen bandages of a small crocodile, no bigger than a dog. The cloth was yellowed, brittle, stained with ancient resins. "Ezra," Tovi called out softly, "come look. This one has words." Ezra sighed. He didn't want to move. The dampness of the crypt had settled into his joints, making every movement an agony. But the habit of the scribe was too strong. He pulled himself up. He shuffled over to the boy. Tovi held his light close to the mummy's snout. The linen wrapping was indeed covered in writing, faint, faded Greek cursive. Ezra squinted. He tilted his head. "It is a list," Ezra muttered. "A laundry list, 3 tunics, 2 cloaks, 1 belt." He moved his eyes down the creature's flank. "And here, a receipt for olive oil, paid in full." Malachi cackled from his perch. "I told you, scribe. They wrap the eternal in the trivial. That crocodile is wearing someone's garbage." Ezra felt a wave of nausea. It was a desecration. To take the written word, even a grocery list, and use it to bind a dead reptile, it was a mockery of the sanctity of text. "Wait," Tovi said. "Look underneath. Where the linen is torn?" Ezra leaned closer. The outer layer of the bandage had frayed, revealing a strip of papyrus underneath that had been used as stiffening, a technique called cartonage. The writing on the underlayer was different. It wasn't the hasty scrawl of a merchant. It was the square, blocky script of a professional copyist. Ezra's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the shape of the letters. Alpha. Omega. It was Greek, but it was Jewish Greek. The Septuagint. Ezra traced the faded ink with a trembling finger. "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" Psalm 27. Ezra stepped back, gasping as if he had been struck. "What is it?" Tovi asked. "It is the psalm," Ezra whispered. "The same one you wrote on the wall. The Lord is my light." He looked at the crocodile. This dead beast, worshipped by pagans, mummified in a dark hole, was wrapped in a fragment of the Psalms. Some scribe, centuries ago, had discarded a damaged copy of the scripture. A trash collector had sold it to an embalmer. The embalmer had used it to stiffen the snout of a reptile god. "The word is hidden," Ezra said, his voice trembling. "Even in the grave." "It's just paper, old man," Malachi said, his voice cutting through the wonder. "It didn't save the crocodile, it won't save you." Malachi stood up. He pointed his sticks at the main torch, the bundle of pitch-soaked rags jammed into a crack in the wall. The flame was dying. It was flickering low, turning blue. "The light is fading," Malachi announced, "and I have no more wood." Simeon woke up with a start. "What? The light? No, no, no. The air is thin down here," Malachi said calmly. "And the pitch is gone. In 10 minutes, we will be in the dark. The true dark. The dark that eats the mind." Panic seized the group. Tovi looked at his small shard of burning wood. It was already turning to ash. "We need fuel!" Simeon cried, scrambling up. He looked around. "Burn the mummies!" "They don't burn," Malachi said. "Too much resin. They just smoke and stink. They will choke us before they light us." "Wood!" Simeon shouted. "Is there driftwood?" "None dry enough," Malachi said. The torch sputtered. The shadows lengthened, swallowing the rows of crocodiles. The darkness was a physical weight, pressing in on their chests. Ezra looked at the leather tube in his hand. He opened the cap. He pulled out the scroll of Chronicles. It was parchment. dried sheepskin, cured, stretched, and kept perfectly dry in its waterproof casing. It was excellent fuel. Ezra held the scroll. He felt the weight of the names. Adam, Seth, Enosh. Ezra? Tovi whispered. He saw what the old man was holding. It is just sheepskin, Ezra said, his voice hollow. Malachi is right. Paper does not save us. Light saves us. No, Tovi said, stepping forward. Ezra, don't. We will die in the dark, Simeon yelled. Burn it. Burn the damned list. Ezra looked at the dying torch. He looked at the scroll. If he burned it, they would have light for maybe an hour. Enough time to find the stairs? Enough time to not go mad? He walked toward the torch. It is the only way, Ezra said. He unrolled the end of the scroll. The names of the first patriarchs were exposed to the smoky air. He moved the parchment toward the flame. Adam! Tovi shouted. Ezra froze. What? Adam, Sheth, Enosh, Tovi recited. His voice was loud, echoing off the stone walls. Kenan, Mahalaleel, Jared. Ezra turned. Tovi was standing in the centre of the crypt, his eyes closed. His good hand clenched into a fist at his side. He wasn't looking at the scroll, he was looking inside. Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Tovi continued. The rhythm was perfect. The pronunciation was precise. What are you doing? Simeon hissed. We need light. I am holding the light, Tovi shouted back. Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ezra lowered the scroll. The fire was inches away from the parchment. Tovi opened his eyes. They shone in the dying light. Burn it, Ezra, Tovi said softly. Burn the paper. I have the names. I built the house for them in my head. They are safe. Ezra looked at the boy. He looked at the scroll. He realized the terrifying truth of the moment. Tovi wasn't bluffing. He really knew it. The text had successfully migrated from the dead skin of the sheep to the living mind of the boy. The scroll was now redundant. Ezra felt a tear roll down his cheek. It was a tear of grief, and a tear of ultimate relief. The Guardian's job was done. The treasure had been transferred. Burn it, Simeon begged. Please. Ezra looked at the flame. It flickered one last time, a tiny blue pulse. Ezra made his choice. He rolled the scroll back up. He shoved it back into the tube. He capped it. No, Ezra said. Are you mad? Simeon screamed. We will be blind. We will be blind, Ezra agreed, but we will not be empty. The torch died. Darkness fell. Absolute. Total. Heavy as the earth itself. Simeon began to sob. Malachi chuckled in the blackness, a sound like dry leaves skittering. Welcome to the belly of the beast, Malachi whispered. Ezra sat in the dark. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He couldn't see Tovi. He couldn't see the mummies. But he heard a voice. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai. Tovi was reciting. He was reciting into the darkness. Ezra closed his eyes, though it made no difference. He listened. The names flowed like a river, a litany of ancestors marching through the crypt. And as Tovi spoke, Ezra realized something. He didn't need the torch. He could see the names. In his mind, he saw the letters floating in the dark. Gimel, Mem, Resh. They were glowing. Tovi's voice was painting them on the inside of Ezra's eyelids. Keep going, Ezra whispered. And Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. Simeon stopped sobbing. He was listening too. The rhythm was hypnotic. It was a heartbeat in the void. They sat there for hours, or maybe minutes. The boy's voice never wavered. He recited the generations of the earth, filling the tomb with life. Ezra realized that this was the true purpose of the Chronicles. It wasn't history. It was a rope of names tied together, reaching back to the beginning, holding them steady in the dark so they wouldn't drift away. And in the pitch black of the crocodile crypts, Ezra finally understood. The light of the world was not a fire that you could light with a match. It was a voice that refused to stop speaking. The recitation ended. Tovi's voice, hoarse from whispering the generations of mankind, faded into the damp air. The silence that followed was not empty. It was heavy, rushing back in to fill the space where the names had been. "Is there more?" Simeon asked, his voice cracking with panic. "Don't stop, boy. If you stop, the walls move closer." "I am thirsty," Tovi whispered. "My tongue is dry." Ezra reached out in the blackness. He found Tovi's shoulder. He squeezed it. "You have done well," Ezra said. "You built a bridge across the night." "But we're still in the grave," Simeon whimpered. "Quiet," Malachi's voice cut through the dark. It came from somewhere to the left, higher up. "The stone is breathing." "Stone does not breathe," Simeon argued. "Everything breathes." Malachi snapped. "Listen." Ezra held his breath. He strained his ears against the ringing silence. At first, he heard nothing but the blood rushing in his own head. Then, he heard it. A low, mournful whistle. Faint, intermittent. "Ho." "Wind," Ezra whispered. "A draft," Malachi confirmed. "The sun has risen above. The air outside is heating up. It is pulling the cold air from the crypt. The tomb is exhaling." "Where is it coming from?" Ezra asked. "Up," Malachi said. "Always up. The path of the smoke." They heard the scratch of Malachi's staff against the stone floor. Tap, tap. "Form the chain," the hermit commanded. "Silkman, hold my belt." "Scribe, hold the silkman." "Boy, hold the scribe. If you let go, you become part of the collection." Ezra fumbled in the dark until he felt the rough fabric of Simeon's mud-caked tunic. He grabbed it. Then he felt a small hand, the good left one, slip into his own. "I have you, Tovi," Ezra said. "I have the Chronicles," Tovi replied, tapping the leather tube on Ezra's back. "Move," Malachi ordered. They began to walk. It was a shuffle of the blind. Malachi led them not toward the water entrance, but deeper into the crypt, navigating a maze of invisible pillars by the echo of his staff. Tap. Long echo. Open space. Tap. Short echo. Wall. They walked for what felt like miles. The air grew stale, then suddenly sharper. The smell of ammonia, crocodile urine faded, replaced by the scent of damp earth and roots. "The stairs," Malachi announced. Ezra felt the ground rise beneath his feet. They were steep, narrow steps cut into the living rock. They were slick with slime. "Climb," Malachi said. "Hands and knees." It was a grueling ascent. Ezra's old joints screamed. He crawled upward, dragging the weight of his robes and the leather tube. Behind him, Tovi struggled. The boy had only one good hand to grip the slippery stone. Ezra could hear him gasping, his sandals scrabbling for purchase. "Use your shoulder, Tovi," Ezra called back. "Lean into the wall." "I am trying," Tovi grunted. "It is slippery." Ezra stopped. He reached back. He grabbed the back of Tovi's tunic. "I will pull," Ezra said. "You push." They climbed together, a single organism of survival. Step by step, the air grew warmer. The draft grew stronger, whistling past their ears. Then, Malachi stopped. "The lid," the hermit said. Ezra reached up. His hand touched a flat stone slab above his head. It was cold but vibrating slightly. "It is sealed," Simeon cried from below. "It is a vent," Malachi said. "Blocked by rubble. Stand back." They heard the hermit grunt. There was the sound of wood scraping against stone, Malachi using his staff as a lever. Then, a grinding noise that set Ezra's teeth on edge. A crack of light appeared. It was blinding. A single jagged line of pure white brilliance. It sliced through the darkness, illuminating dust motes dancing in a shaft of glory. Ezra squinted, tears streaming from his eyes. After hours of total darkness, the light felt like a physical blow. Malachi pushed harder. The slab shifted. A shower of dirt and dry leaves fell onto them. "Up," Malachi commanded. One by one, they scrambled through the opening. They emerged coughing, covered in grey tomb dust and black river mud. They were not in the water. They were high up. They stood on top of the ruined temple wall, hidden within a thicket of acacia trees that had grown over the ancient masonry. The sun was high, it was past noon. The heat was ferocious. Ezra shielded his eyes and looked out. Below them, the flooded sanctuary was calm. The water was glass. The Roman keelboat was gone. They left, Simeon breathed, collapsing onto the mossy stones. They are gone. They searched, Malachi said, pointing to the water below. Ezra looked down. The surface of the water was strewn with debris. Reeds had been cut. The vines hanging from the pillars had been slashed by swords. And floating near the entrance of the crypt was the wreckage of their skiff. The Romans had found the sunken boat. They had hacked it to pieces, likely thinking the fugitives had drowned or fled into the deep swamp. They killed the boat, Tovey whispered. Better the boat than us, Ezra said. He looked at Malachi. The hermit was standing on the edge of the wall, staring at the sun with his one good eye. He looked like a ragged prophet, ancient and wild. You saved us, Ezra said. Malachi shrugged. He pulled a fresh pomegranate from his tunic. Where he kept them was a mystery. I saved the silenced, Malachi said. If the Romans had found you, they would have made noise. Screaming. Torture. I hate noise. He took a bite of the fruit. Red juice ran down his beard. Go, Malachi said, pointing north. The marsh thins out that way. You will find the salt pans. The Romans don't go there. It is too dry for their armour. Will you come? Tovey asked. Malachi looked at the boy. For a moment, his face softened. No, little shadow. My gods are down there. He pointed to the crack in the earth. They need wrapping. Someone has to read them their grocery lists. Malachi turned and slipped back into the hole. The stone slabs scraped back into place. He was gone. They were alone again. Ezra, Simeon, and Tovey. They stood on the high wall, 3 survivors in a vast, indifferent landscape of green and blue. Ezra looked at Simeon. The mud on the librarian's face had dried and cracked, falling away in flakes. Underneath, his skin was red and sunburned, but clean. The silk robes were shredded, ruined beyond repair. Well, Simeon? Ezra asked. You are the navigator. You know the maps. Where are the salt pans? Simeon looked at the horizon. He didn't look at a ledger. He looked at the sun. Northwest, Simeon said. His voice surprisingly steady. Toward the sea. We follow the wind. Then we walk, Ezra said. They climbed down from the temple wall, slipping into the water again, wading toward the firmer ground of the reed banks. Ezra walked in the middle. He felt the tube of chronicles on his back. It was lighter now. Or perhaps he was stronger. He looked at Tovey. The boy was walking with his head high, his good hand brushing the tops of the papyrus plants. Ezra? Yes? I'm not afraid of the dark anymore, Tovey said. Why? Because the names glow, Tovey said, when I say them. They make their own light, Ezra smiled. It was a tired, dusty smile. Yes. Tovey, that is the secret. We don't carry the fire. We are the lamp. They walked on, leaving the ruin behind. The landscape began to change. The lush green of the papyrus gave way to shorter, brownish sedge grass. The air grew salty. They were leaving the garden. They were entering the wilderness. And Ezra knew that the hardest part of the story was not the escape. It was what came after. The long, slow walk through the desert, with nothing to eat but faith and nothing to read but the sky. The transition from the green marsh to the salt pans was not a line drawn in the sand. It was a fading of colour. The sedge grass grew shorter, browner, and finally disappeared. The mud turned from rich black to a cracked, powdery grey. And then, the world turned white. They had entered the Salinae, the great salt flats of the northern delta. Here, the seawater seeped inland during the high tides, got trapped in shallow basins, and evaporated under the relentless sun. leaving behind a crust of blinding crystals. Ezra walked in front. The crunch of his sandals on the salt crust sounded like breaking glass. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The heat here was different. In the marshes, it was a wet blanket. Here, it was a hammer. The white ground reflected the sun upward, hitting them from below as well as above. Ezra squinted, his eyes streaming with tears that dried instantly on his cheeks. "My eyes," Simeon moaned from behind. He had wrapped a rag around his head, leaving only a slit for vision. "It is like looking into a furnace." "Don't look down," Ezra rasped. His throat felt like it was coated in dust. "Look at the horizon. Find the grey line." "There is no grey line," Simeon said. "Only white. We are walking in the sky." It was true. The horizon had vanished. The heat haze shimmered so violently that the ground and the sky merged into a single, blinding void. It was beautiful, in a terrifying, sterile way. Ezra touched the leather tube on his back. The leather was hot to the touch, baking the chronicles inside. Preservation. Ezra thought. Salt preserves. He looked at the landscape. Nothing grew here. No birds flew. No insects buzzed. It was a place of perfect preservation because it was a place of death. Nothing could rot here, because nothing could live. "Ezra," Toby's voice was small. The boy was stumbling. His broken hand was held tight against his chest. The salt air stung the healing skin. "I am here. Tovy." "Is this the snow?" Toby asked. "The white rain from the north?" "No," Ezra said. "Snow is cold. This is salt." "It tastes like sadness," Tovy said, licking his dry lips. "It is the tears of the sea," Ezra said poetically, trying to distract the boy from the brutal reality. "The sea cried here, and the sun dried it." They walked for hours. Their shadows were short, puddling around their feet like pools of ink. Simeon fell first. He didn't cry out. He simply folded. His knees gave way, and he collapsed onto the hard, white crust. Ezra stopped. He turned back. Simeon lay face down in the crystals. He didn't move. "Simeon!" Ezra knelt beside him, ignoring the sharp pain of the salt digging into his knees. He rolled the librarian over. Simeon's face was flushed red, his skin dry as parchment. Heat stroke. "I cannot," Simeon whispered, his eyes rolling back. "Leave me. The ledger is closed." "Get up," Ezra commanded, shaking him. "No," Simeon murmured. "It is clean here. No mud, no flies, just white. I will stay." Ezra looked around. They were miles from the reed line. If they stopped here, the sun would mummify them by sunset. They would become statues of salt, like Lot's wife, monuments to looking back. "We need water," Tovy croaked. Ezra unslung his water skin. It was light, nearly empty. He tilted it into Simeon's mouth. A few warm drops trickled out. Simeon swallowed convulsively, then coughed. "More." "There is no more," Ezra said. Simeon closed his eyes. "Then let me sleep." Ezra felt a surge of panic. He looked at Tovy. The boy was swaying, his face pale under the tan. Ezra looked at the salt flat. He saw pillars of salt rising in the distance, natural formations caused by the wind. To his delirious mind, they looked like scrolls. Giant white scrolls standing upright, waiting to be read. "I spent my life preserving things," Ezra thought bitterly. "I salted the words away in the library so they wouldn't rot. And now, I'm dying in the preservation." He realized the irony. Salt was good for meat, but it was poison for the living. Life needed water. Life needed the messy, flowing, rotting cycle of the mud. "Tovy," Ezra said. "Come here." The boy shuffled over. "Can you sing?" Ezra asked. Tovy blinked. "Sing? My throat is sand." "Sing anyway," Ezra said. "We need a sound to break the white." Tovy took a breath. It was a ragged, wheezing sound. He opened his mouth. He didn't sing a psalm. He didn't sing a genealogy. He sang a street song, a beggar's rhyme about a fish that got away. "Oh, the tail went left, and the head went right, and the fisherman slept alone that night." His voice was thin, cracking on the high notes. But in the utter silence of the salt flats, it sounded like a trumpet. Simeon's eyes fluttered open. The absurdity of the song, a silly tune about a fish in a place where no fish could survive, jerked him back from the edge of the void. "That song," Simeon whispered. "It's annoying." "Good," Ezra said. "Annoyance is life. Get up. Simeon, if you die here, you will have to listen to him sing it for eternity." Ezra grabbed Simeon's arm, Tovi grabbed the other. They pulled. Simeon groaned, his feet scrabbling on the crust. He stood up, swaying like a drunkard. "Walk," Ezra ordered. "Walk away from the song." They moved again. The sun began to dip. The white ground turned violet, then blue. The heat drained away instantly, replaced by a biting cold. They saw a shape ahead, a square silhouette against the darkening sky. "A house?" Tovi whispered. "A hut," Ezra said. "A salt harvester's shelter." They stumbled toward it. It was a crude structure made of stacked salt blocks and driftwood, abandoned for the season. The roof was half gone, but it offered walls. They collapsed inside. The floor was sand, not salt. Ezra dropped the chronicles. He sat with his back against the wall, shivering. The temperature swing was brutal. "Water?" Simeon whispered again. Ezra looked around the hut. In the corner, there was a large clay jar. Ezra crawled to it. He prayed. "Please, let it be forgotten. Let it be full." He pulled the lid off. He smelled it before he saw it. Brine. It was full of pickled fish. Small, silverfish packed in dense, wet salt. "Food," Ezra said, "but no water." He pulled out a fish. He scraped the salt off. He offered it to Tovi. "Eat," Ezra said. "The flesh has moisture." Tovi took the fish. He bit into it. He grimaced at the saltiness, but he chewed. They ate the salty fish in the dark. It was sustenance, but it made the thirst sharper. It was a cruel meal. "Ezra," Tovi whispered, curling up against the old man for warmth. "Yes?" "Why does God make so much salt?" Tovi asked. "The ocean is full of it. This ground is full of it. We can't drink it." Ezra thought about the theology. He thought about the covenant of salt, the promise that never spoils. "Because salt lasts," Ezra said softly. "Water evaporates, bread molds, fruit rots, but salt stays. God wants us to know that some things don't change." "But I like the things that change," Tovi mumbled. "I like the river. I like the clouds." "I know," Ezra said, stroking the boy's hair. "You're a creature of the fresh water. That is why you are the scribe of the future." Ezra looked at Simeon. The librarian was asleep, clutching a half-eaten fish. He looked stripped. The silk was gone. The mud was gone. The salt covered him like a frost. He was finally just a man. Ezra leaned his head back against the salt block wall. He closed his eyes. He listened to the wind whistling through the gaps in the stones. And then he heard it. It wasn't the wind. It was a rhythm. Whoosh, crash, whoosh, crash. It was the heartbeat of the world. "Tovi," Ezra whispered. "Wake up." Listen." Tovi lifted his head. He cocked his good ear. A smile spread across his face, cracking his dry lips. "The big water," Tovi whispered. "The sea," Ezra confirmed. They were close. The salt flats were ending. Just beyond the darkness lay the Mediterranean. The road to freedom. Ezra felt a tear leak from his eye. It tasted of salt. "We made it," Ezra whispered. He reached for the chronicles. He held the tube tight. He realized now that he had walked through the fire, through the water, and through the salt. He had been purged. He was no longer Ezra the scribe. He was Ezra the walker. "Sleep now," Ezra said to the boy. "Tomorrow, we wash the salt away." And outside, the sound of the waves grew louder, calling them home to a place they had never been. The dunes rolled like frozen waves of gold, sculpted by the wind into sharp ridges and soft valleys. Ezra, Simeon, and Tovi crested the final rise. The sound hit them first, a roar that never stopped, a deep, rhythmic exhalation of the earth. Then, the smell. Salt, but living salt. Not the sterile, burning mineral of the flats, but the rich, iodine scent of kelp and fish and distance. And then, the blue. It was shocking. After weeks of brown mud, green reeds, and white salt, the Mediterranean Sea was a colour that the eye couldn't drink fast enough. It stretched to the end of the world, a vast, heaving sheet of turquoise turning to indigo at the horizon. Tovi ran. He didn't run like a cripple or a survivor. He ran like a boy. He stumbled down the face of the dune, sand flying from his heels, his tunic flapping. "Wait!" Simeon called out, his voice hoarse. But Ezra grabbed Simeon's arm. "Let him run. He's been walking in a crypt for too long." They watched the boy reach the waterline. A wave crashed in, white foam hissing up the beach. Tovi didn't stop. He ran straight into the surf, laughing as the cold water hit his legs. He fell to his knees, splashing the water over his face, his hair, his broken hand. Ezra and Simeon followed at a slower pace. The sand was hot on their soles, but as they reached the wet, packed sand near the water, it was cool and forgiving. Ezra dropped the leather tube of the Chronicles onto the dry sand. He walked into the surf. The water swirled around his ankles, pulling at his robes. It was powerful. It threatened to knock him over. He dipped his hands in. He washed his face. He scrubbed the crust of the salt flats from his beard. The sting was sharp, but it was a clean pain. He looked at his hands. The ink stains from the mill were gone. The mud from the marsh was gone. They were just old, pale hands, wrinkled by the water. "We're at the edge, Ezra," Simeon said, standing beside him, water dripping from his bald head. "There is no more land. Where do we go?" Ezra looked at the horizon. A few sails bobbed in the distance, merchant ships heading for Rome, for Cyprus, for Tarsus. "We do not go," Ezra said. "We stay." "Here," Simeon looked at the desolate beach. "There is nothing here but sand crabs and driftwood." "Look closer," Ezra said. He pointed down the coast to the west. Tucked into the curve of a bay, sheltered by a rocky headland, was a cluster of low, brown shapes. Smoke rose from them. "A village," Tovi shouted, running back to them, dripping wet. "I saw nets and boats." "Fishermen," Ezra nodded. "People who live on the edge." They gathered their meagre belongings, the tube of scrolls, the water skin, the few remaining figs, and began the walk toward the smoke. The village was small. It wasn't a town of stone like Alexandria. It was a huddle of huts made from driftwood, palm fronds and mud. Nets were spread out on the sand to dry, looking like giant spiderwebs. As they approached, a group of men stopped their work. They were rough men. Their skin turned to leather by the sun. Their muscles roped like the rigging of their boats. They held gutting knives and mending needles. They watched the three strangers approach. An old man with a scribe's tube, a bald man in rags, and a boy with a withered hand. A large dog, scarred and missing an ear, trotted out and barked once, a deep, warning woof. Ezra stopped. He bowed. "Peace be upon this house," Ezra called out in Greek, the common tongue of the sea. A man stepped forward. He was older than the others, with a beard like white sea foam and eyes that were milky with cataracts. He leaned on a staff made of driftwood. "Peace is a heavy cargo," the old fisherman said. His voice was gravel. "Do you bring it, or do you seek it?" "We seek water," Ezra said, "and a place to rest our feet. We've walked from the marshes." The old fisherman squinted. He couldn't see them clearly, but he seemed to be reading the wind around them. "You have the dust of the dead places on you," the fisherman said, "but you do not smell of sickness." He pointed to Tovi, the boy. "What is wrong with his wing?" "It was broken by a storm," Ezra said metaphorically. "It still flies," the fisherman grunted. "We have no gold here. Travellers. We have fish. We have wind. And we have sand. If you want those, you are welcome. If you want more, keep walking to Cyrene." Fish and wind are enough, Ezra said. They were given a shelter, an old net shed that smelled of tar and brine. It had 3 walls and a roof of woven palm leaves. It was open to the sea. That night the fishermen shared their catch, grilled mullet and flatbread baked on hot stones. They sat around a fire on the beach, the stars wheeling overhead in a vast, unblocked dome. Ezra sat quietly, listening to the men talk. They spoke of currents, of the moon cycles, of the price of sponges. They didn't speak of philosophy or law. Simeon, surprisingly, joined in. That net, Simeon pointed to a pile of tangled mesh. The knot counts are uneven. You are losing yield. The fisherman looked at him. What do you know of nets, bald one? I know numbers, Simeon said, picking up a piece of the net. His hands, though blistered, moved with the dexterity of a man used to counting coins. If you tie the mesh like this, you save 10 feet of rope for every 100 feet of net. He demonstrated. The fisherman watched, sceptical at first, then nodding. Simeon wasn't a fisherman, but he was an optimizer. He had found a ledger to balance. Tovi sat with the dog. The beast, usually fierce, had laid its heavy head on Tovi's knee. Tovi was scratching behind its remaining ear with his left hand. He likes you, the blind fisherman said to Tovi. He usually bites strangers. He knows I'm broken too, Tovi whispered. The fisherman laughed wheezily. We are all broken here, boy. The sea breaks everything eventually. The boats, the nets, the men. The only thing that doesn't break is the water. Ezra looked at the fire. He looked at the chronicles lying in the sand next to him. You have no books here, Ezra noted. Books? The fisherman spat into the fire. Paper gets wet, ink runs. We read the sky. Red sky at night, sailors delight. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning. That is a text, Ezra said softly. It is written in the clouds. It keeps us alive, Umberto, the fisherman said. Can your books do that? Ezra touched the leather tube. My book keeps the dead alive. The fisherman fell silent. He looked at Ezra with a new respect. The people of the sea feared the dead. Then you are a necromancer? No, Ezra said. I am a rememberer. Later, when the fire died down and the village slept, Ezra couldn't sleep. The sound of the waves was too loud. It was a constant reminder of the chaos he had spent his life trying to order. He walked down to the water's edge. The moon was full, painting a silver road on the black ocean. He opened the tube. He took out the chronicles. He unrolled it. The parchment was pale in the moonlight. The names, Adam, Seth, Enosh, stood in their neat black rows. Ezra looked at the sea. They're so small, he whispered. Compared to the ocean, the names were dust. What did it matter who begat whom when the waves could swallow a city in a night? He felt a sudden urge to throw the scroll into the water, to let it dissolve, to let the ink return to the chaos, to be free of the burden of memory. He stepped into the surf. He raised his arm. Don't, Ezra turned. Tovi was standing there, watching him. It is just a list. Tovi, Ezra said, his voice trembling. It is just names of dead men. It's not just names, Tovi said. He walked into the water, ignoring the cold. It's the anchor, Tovi said. The anchor. The fisherman said the sea breaks everything, Tovi said. If you don't have an anchor, you drift. You drift until you forget where the land is. Tovi reached out his good hand. He touched the scroll. We're at the edge of the world. Ezra, if we throw this away, we fall off. Ezra lowered his arm. He looked at the boy who had memorized the list to save it from the dark. You are right, Ezra whispered. We keep the anchor. He rolled the scroll back up. He put it in the tube. But we do not hide it anymore, Ezra said. Anchors are useless inside the boat. They must be thrown down. Thrown down? Tomorrow, Ezra said, looking back at the sleeping village. Tomorrow, we open the school. Not a school of scribes, a school of anchors. For the fishermen, Tovi asked. For anyone who wants to know their name, Ezra said. They turned back toward the shore. The silver road on the water shimmered, but they walked away from it. back to the solid, humble earth. Ezra realized that he had finally stopped running. He wasn't in Alexandria. He wasn't in the library. He was in a hut on a beach with a dog, a collaborator, and a cripple, and it was the holiest place he had ever stood. The school opened not with a bell, but with a challenge. It was morning. The fishermen were mending their nets on the beach, their fingers flying through the mesh with unconscious speed. Ezra sat among them, the scroll of Chronicles rolled tight in his lap. "Why do you hold that tube, old one?" asked Yakin, a young fisherman with shoulders like boulders. "Does it catch fish?" "It catches grandfathers," Ezra said. Yakin laughed. "My grandfather is in the belly of a shark." "You can't catch him." "I have him here," Ezra tapped the tube. "I have the name of the first man, and his son, and his son's son. A chain that goes back to the beginning." Yakin shrugged. "What good is a chain of names? I need a chain of iron for my anchor." Ezra looked at the men. They were masters of the physical world. They knew the wind, the tides, and the stars. But they lived in the eternal present. The past was a mist to them. "Do you know your great-grandfather's name?" Ezra asked. Yakin paused. He frowned. He was... the one with the limp? Or was that his brother? "See," Ezra said softly. "You have lost him. He is drowned twice. Once in the sea, and once in your mind." The fisherman stopped working. The blind elder, Elias, turned his milky eyes toward Ezra. "And how do we keep them? Scribe?" Elias rasped. "We have no paper here. The salt eats it. We have no stone carvers. The sand buries it." Ezra looked at the nets in their hands. He looked at the intricate, complex knots they tied without looking. "Tovi," Ezra said, "give me a piece of rope." Tovi grabbed a scrap of hemp line from the sand and he handed it to Ezra. Ezra held the rope up. "We will not write with ink," Ezra announced. "Ink runs. We will write with knots." He turned to Simeon. "Simeon, show them the loop, the one that looks like a mem." Simeon, who had been quietly organising the pile of nets by mesh size, looked up. He took a rope. With a flick of his wrist, he tied a knot that created a perfect open loop with a sturdy base. "This is mem," Simeon said, his voice finding a new authority. "It is the water. It holds the shape." Ezra looked at Yakin. "Tie a mem for your father, whose name was Matan." Yakin hesitated. He looked at his thick fingers. He looked at the rope. He tied the knot. It was tight, strong. "Now," Ezra said, "tie a tet next to it. It looks like a basket." For the next hour, the beach became a scriptorium of hemp. Ezra didn't teach them the whole alphabet. He didn't teach them grammar or syntax. He taught them the initial, the first letter of a name, a knot for the name, Ezra explained. And the space between the knots is the life they lived. The fishermen understood this. They understood tension and release. They understood that a knot was a permanent thing, an intention made solid. "Roll." "We are making a quipu," Simeon whispered to Ezra, using a word from a distant land he had once read about in the Great Library. "A talking string." "No," Ezra corrected. "We are making a genealogy." That afternoon, the project began. They took an old retired fishing net, one that was too torn to catch fish but strong enough to hold memory. They hung it between two palm trees. "This is the village," Ezra said. "Every mesh is a family." He invited Elias, the blind elder, to go first. Who was your father?" Ezra asked. "His name was Simon," Elias said. "Tie the shin," Tovi instructed, guiding the old man's hand to the rope. 3 strands up, like a trident. Elias tied the knot. He felt it with his calloused thumbs. "Simon," Elias whispered. The name had a texture now. It had a bump in the rope. And his father? John? "Tie the yod, small, tight." Elias tied it. One by one, the villagers came forward. They brought their scraps of rope, their coloured threads, their bits of driftwood. They tied knots into the great net. Some tied knots for sons lost in storms. Some tied knots for wives taken by fever. Some tied knots for babies who never took a breath. Ezra watched. He saw tears falling onto the rough hemp. But they weren't tears of despair, they were tears of reclamation. Tovey moved among them, his broken hand useless for tying but perfect for holding the tension in the line while others worked. He was the clamp. "Pull it tight, Yakin," Tovey would say. "If it's loose, the name falls out." As the sun began to set, the old net was transformed. It was heavy now, sagging under the weight of hundreds of knots. It looked like a chaotic tapestry of brown and grey, studded with shells and beads that people had woven in for decoration. But to Ezra, it was legible. He walked up to the net. He ran his hand along a vertical line of knots. Simon begat John. John begat James. It was the Chronicles. But it was their Chronicles. Ezra turned to the group. The entire village was standing there, silent, watching their history hanging between the palm trees. "You said you had no books," Ezra said, his voice thick with emotion. "But look, you've written a library." Elias stepped forward. He reached out and touched a cluster of knots near the top. "My mother," Elias whispered. "I had forgotten her name, but my fingers remember the knot." He turned his blind face to Ezra. "Is this what reading feels like, scribe?" "Yes," Ezra said. "It feels like holding on." Suddenly, Tovey tugged at Ezra's sleeve. "Ezra," the boy whispered. "Look at the dog." Ezra looked down. The scarred village dog was sitting at the base of the net, staring up at it. He wasn't barking. He was wagging his tail slowly. "He thinks it's a drying rack for fish," Simeon scoffed. "No," Tovey said. "He smells the hands. 100 hands touched that net today. It smells of the whole pack." Ezra smiled. The pack was together. The ancestors were caught in the net, safe from the deep water. That night, there was no lesson. There was a celebration. They didn't read from a scroll. Instead, the villagers took turns walking to the net, touching a knot, and telling a story about the person it represented. "This knot is my brother," Yakin said, holding a rough double hitch. He could hold his breath for 3 minutes. He once fought an octopus. "This knot is my daughter," a woman said, touching a tiny, delicate slip knot made of blue thread. "She loved the rain." Ezra sat back in the shadows. He held the leather tube of the Chronicles in his lap. He realised he hadn't opened it all day. He looked at the tube, then he looked at the net. The tube was a museum. The net was a garden. "Simeon," Ezra whispered. "Yes, Ezra? Do you miss the silk?" Simeon looked at his own hands, now calloused and stained with tar. He looked at the net he had helped organise. "The silk was smooth," Simeon said thoughtfully, "but it slipped through the fingers. This rope, it bites back. I like the bite." Simeon picked up a piece of twine. He began to tie a knot absent-mindedly. "I'm thinking, Ezra," Simeon said. "The fish counts, the market prices, we could knot them too." "A knot for a denarius, a loop for a shekel," Ezra chuckled. "You will reinvent accounting, Simeon, but this time the ledger will be waterproof." Tovey came over and sat between them. He leaned his head on Ezra's shoulder. "Ezra." "Yes." "Tovey, are we done running?" Ezra looked at the sea. He looked at the net of names swaying in the gentle breeze. He looked at the villagers who were finally listening to each other. "We are not running," Ezra said. "We are weaving." "But Valerius?" Tovey started. "Valerius is hunting for paper," Ezra said. "He's hunting for a scroll in a tube. He will never look for a fishing net on a beach." Ezra patted the boy's knee. "We are invisible." "Tovey." "Because to the Romans, we are just peasants mending ropes. They do not know that we are mending the world." Ezra closed his eyes. The sound of the waves mixed with the murmur of the stories. In the beginning was the Word. But tonight, Ezra thought, the Word was a knot, and it held fast. 7 years is a lifetime for a fisherman. It is enough time for a boy to become a captain, for a net to rot and be rewoven 3 times, and for the coastline to shift under the pressure of the tides. For Ezra, 7 years was a grace period he'd never expected. He was old now, truly old. His back was bent like a dried reed, his beard was thin and white as sea foam, and his eyes His eyes were failing. The cataracts that had claimed Elias had come for him too. The world was no longer sharp edges and black ink. It was a blur of light and shadow. He sat in the doorway of the net shed, which had been expanded into a proper meeting hall. Behind him, hanging from the rafters like stalactites in a cave, were hundreds of knotted ropes. The library of knots had grown. It wasn't just names anymore. There were ropes for the seasons, ropes for the navigation stars, ropes for the price of mullet in the Cyrene market. Simeon, before he passed away 2 winters ago, a peaceful death clutching a ledger rope of his own invention, had taught the village to count everything. Ezra listened to the sounds of the morning. Teacher? The voice was deep, resonant, stripped of the boyish tremor. Ezra smiled. I am here. Tovi. Tovi walked into the blur. He was a man of 20 now. He wore the rough tunic of a fisherman, his skin weathered to the colour of mahogany. His right hand, the withered claw, was not hidden. It rested comfortably on his belt, where he kept his knife. The boats are in, Tovi said, sitting on the mat beside Ezra. The catch is good. Yakin caught a tuna as big as a man. A tuna, Ezra chuckled. That will require a big knot. I tied it already, Tovi said. A double hitch with a shell. Ezra reached out and found Tovi's arm. He squeezed the muscle. It was hard as iron. You have become the anchor. Tovi, Ezra whispered. Just as I predicted. I am just a knot here, Ezra, Tovi said modestly. You are the scribe. Ezra shook his head. I am a ghost in a robe. My hands shake so much I cannot even tie my sandals. I am useless. You are the memory, Tovi insisted. Without you, we don't know why the knots matter. Ezra sighed. He felt a heaviness in his chest that had nothing to do with the stones Tovi had once placed there. It was the heaviness of an unfinished task. Tovi, Ezra said, bring me the tube. Tovi stiffened. Ezra, you haven't opened it since we arrived. I know, Ezra said. I was afraid that the damp had gotten in, afraid that the ink had faded. Then let it stay closed, Tovi said gently. Let it be a mystery. The people think it contains magic. Let them believe. No, Ezra said, his voice surprisingly firm. I am dying. Tovi? Don't say that. I am dying, Ezra repeated. I can feel the tide going out, and before I go, I need to see it, just once more. I need to see the names of the fathers. I need to know that I kept them safe. Tovi looked at the old man. He saw the desperation in the milky eyes. He stood up. He walked to the back of the shed, where a high shelf held the sacred objects, Simeon's favourite abacus, Elias's walking stick, and the leather tube. Tovi took down the tube. It felt light. Too light. He brought it to Ezra. He placed it in the old man's lap. Ezra stroked the leather. It was cracked and worn by the salt air, bleached almost white by the sun. It is warm, Ezra whispered. It has been in the sun, Tovi said. Ezra fumbled with the cap. His arthritic fingers couldn't grip the seal. Help me, Ezra whispered. Tovi reached out with his good left hand. He twisted the cap. The leather groaned, stiff with age. Crack. The seal broke. Ezra reached in. He expected to feel the smooth, cool cylinder of parchment. He expected the tactile reassure of the scroll. His fingers grasped nothing. He dug deeper. His hand touched something soft, something powdery, like fine sand. Ezra froze. He pulled his hand out. On his fingertips, there was no ink. There was only a fine yellowish dust. Ezra stared at the dust. His breath hitched. Ezra? Tovi asked, alarmed. Ezra tipped the tube upside down. A pile of dust poured out onto his lap. Tiny fragments of dried sheepskin fluttered down like dead moths. There were no letters, no names, no words. The salt air, the heat, and the humidity of the coast had conspired. The parchment had dried out, cracked, and disintegrated into powder. The chronicles were gone. Ezra stared at the pile of dust on his knees. The physical anchor he had dragged through the fire, the swamp and the desert was just dirt. A terrible, wailing cry ripped from Ezra's throat. It was the sound of a man who sees his life's work dissolve. "I failed," Ezra wept, clawing at the dust. "I let them die. Adam is dust. Seth is dust! I am the guardian of dust!" He rocked back and forth, tears streaming down his face, mixing with the remains of the holy book. "Ezra, stop!" Tovi grabbed his hands. "It is all gone," Ezra sobbed. "The library burned, the gold melted, and now the skin has turned to sand. God has rejected me. Tovi, he has erased everything I touched." Tovi gripped the old man's wrists. He looked at the dust scattered on Ezra's robe. "No," Tovi said firmly. "He didn't erase it. He moved it." "It is gone." "It is not gone," Tovi said. "Listen to me." Tovi took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. He summoned the palace in his mind, the one Ezra had helped him build in the dark library 10 years ago. He walked into the imaginary room. He saw the table. He saw the lamp. He opened his mouth. Adam, Sheth, Enosh. Ezra stopped rocking. He sniffed, wiping his nose. Kenan, Mahalaleel, Jared, Tovi recited. His voice was strong, filling the net shed. Henoch, Methuselah, Lamech. Ezra looked at Tovi. The young man wasn't looking at the dust. He was looking at the air. Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Tovi didn't stop. He went through the sons of Japheth. He went through the sons of Ham. He recited the kings of Edom. He recited the porters of the temple. He recited for an hour. The villagers gathered outside. They stopped mending their nets. They stood in silence, listening to the captain of the knot speak the names of the dead. Ezra sat perfectly still. He listened to the rhythm. He heard the pauses where the commas used to be. He heard the breath where the new paragraph began. It was perfect. It was identical to the text that was now dust on his lap. When Tovi finished, silence hung over the village. Tovi opened his eyes. He looked at Ezra. "Is the book gone, Ezra?" Tovi asked softly. Ezra looked at the pile of yellow powder. He brushed it off his knees. It fell to the sand floor, indistinguishable from the earth. "No," Ezra whispered. "The book is sitting in front of me." Ezra reached out and touched Tovi's face. "I was a fool," Ezra said, his voice trembling with a new kind of awe. "I thought the parchment was the vessel. But parchment is just skin. You are the vessel. Tovi, you are the scroll that breathes." Ezra looked at his own hands. They were empty. And for the first time, he didn't feel the need to fill them. "The ink is dry," Ezra said, quoting the old scribe's proverb, "but the voice is wet." He leaned back against the wall of the shed. He felt lighter than he had ever felt in his life. The burden of the Guardian was lifted. He didn't have to protect the tube anymore. The tube was empty. The treasure had walked out of it. "Tovi?" "Yes." "Ezra?" "Tie a knot," Ezra whispered. "What kind of knot?" "A final knot," Ezra said. "Tie a knot for the Chronicles. Put it on the main net, high up. Where the sun hits it." Tovi stood up. He took a piece of golden-coloured rope, the finest hemp they had. He walked to the great net hanging in the rafters. He tied a complex, beautiful knot, a knot that would never slip. Ezra watched him through the blur of his failing eyes. He saw the silhouette of the young man reaching up, his broken hand supporting the rope, his good hand doing the work. The hand and the hook, Ezra thought, working together. "It is done," Tovi said, stepping back. "Good," Ezra whispered. "Now, I am tired. The reading has exhausted me." "Sleep, Ezra," Tovi said, coming back to sit beside him. "I will watch the net." Ezra closed his eyes. He listened to the waves crashing on the shore. Whoosh. Crash. He didn't think about the library in Alexandria. He didn't think about the golden Isaiah. He didn't even think about the dust on the floor. He thought about the sound of Tovy's voice, carrying the names of the ancestors into the future, louder than the sea, stronger than the salt. He drifted. And as he drifted, the blur became clear. He saw the letters again, not written in ink or gold or stone, but written in light: Aleph, Mem, Tav, Emet, Truth. Ezra smiled, and then he stopped breathing. They buried Ezra at the high point of the dunes, facing the sea. There was no stone to mark the grave. Stone sinks in the sand. There was no wooden marker. Wood rots in the salt air. Instead, Tovy dug the grave deep, hitting the cool, damp earth beneath the shifting surface. He wrapped Ezra's body in a clean fishing net, a shroud of knots. The entire village stood in a circle. The wind whipped their tunics and tore the words from their mouths, but they stood firm. Tovy stood at the head of the grave. He held the leather tube, the empty tube. He was a scribe, Tovy said. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the roar of the surf. He spent his life worrying about the container. He polished the gold. He oiled the leather. He feared the dust. Tovy looked at the empty tube in his hand. But in the end, he learned that the wine is not the wineskin. Tovy dropped the leather tube into the grave, resting it on Ezra's chest. "The cage is open," Tovy whispered. "The bird has flown." He began to shovel the sand, scritch, thud. When the grave was filled, it looked like nothing more than a ripple in the dunes, a shift in the landscape that the wind would smooth over by morning. "How will we find him?" Rekin asked, wiping sand from his eyes. "If there is no mark," Tovy tapped his own chest. "We don't visit him here," Tovy said. "We visit him when we tell the story. He lives in the breath between the words." Tovy turned to the sea. He raised his good hand. He didn't recite a prayer for the dead. He recited the beginning. Bereshit. The villagers joined him. 100 voices, rough and weathered, chanting the first words of Genesis into the teeth of the gale. They didn't need a scroll. They didn't need a rabbi. They had the rhythm. And as they chanted, Tovy looked at the horizon. He saw a single white bird, an egret, struggling against the wind, then catching an updraft and soaring high, turning into a speck of light against the blue. "Fly, old man," Tovy thought. "You are lighter than paper now." 10 years later, the village of the Anchors had become a legend along the coast. Travellers came not for the fish, but for the evenings. They came to sit by the fire and hear the fishermen recite history, lore and poetry with a precision that baffled the scholars of Athens and Rome. One afternoon, a Roman official arrived. He was young, dressed in a toga that was too clean for the desert. He carried a wax tablet and a stylus. He was a census taker, a man of the empire. He found Tovy sitting in the net shed, teaching a group of children. Tovy was 30 now. His hair was streaked with grey, and his broken hand was calloused and strong, used as a tool to hold tension while his left hand wove. "Are you the elder?" the Roman asked, looking around the shed with disdain. He saw no statues, no marble, only ropes hanging from the ceiling. "I am Tovy," he said. "I hear rumours," the Roman said, tapping his stylus. "Rumours of a library. A hidden archive of seditious texts saved from Alexandria." Tovy smiled. It was Ezra's smile, patient, slightly amused. "Look around," Tovy said. "Do you see any scrolls? Do you see any chests?" The Roman scanned the shed. He walked to the hanging nets. He touched the knots. "Just rope," the Roman sneered. "Smells of fish." "We are fishermen," Tovy said. "We catch what we can." The Roman walked closer to Tovy. He looked at the withered hand. "They say the keeper of the books had a crippled hand," the Roman said suspiciously. "The sea breaks many hands," Tovy replied smoothly. The Roman grunted. He opened his wax tablet. "I need to register this village. What is its name?" "Tikva," Tovy said. "And your assets?" the Roman asked. "How much gold? How much grain?" "No gold," Tovy said. "Enough grain for today. And books?" the Roman pressed. "I must list all written materials." Tovy looked at the children sitting at his feet. They were watching the Roman with bright, intelligent eyes. Little Mara, now a young woman, was holding her own baby. "We have no books," Tovy said truthfully. The Roman wrote on his wax tablet, "No assets, no library, illiterate population." "Very well," the Roman said, snapping the tablet shut. "Rome has no interest in sand and poverty. You're forgotten." He turned and marched out of the shed, heading back to his escort. Tovey watched him go. He waited until the Roman was a speck in the distance. Then he turned to the children. "He wrote it in wax," Tovey said softly. "Wax melts," the children chorused. It was a catechism they knew well. "And where do we write?" Tovey asked. "In the breath," they shouted. "And how long does breath last?" "Forever," Tovey nodded. He beckoned to a small boy in the front row, a boy named Ezra, Yakin's son. "Ezra," Tovey said. "Stand up." The boy stood. He was small, barefoot, vibrating with energy. "What is the list?" Tovey asked. The boy took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. He began to rock back and forth, the ancient rhythm taking over his small body. Adam, Sheth, Enosh. Tovey closed his own eyes. He listened. He heard the voice of the old man in the library. He heard the whisper through the grate. He heard the crackle of the fire in the papyrus mill. He heard the wind in the crocodile crypt. It was all there, layer upon layer. The geology of sound. The library wasn't destroyed. It had just changed state. It had turned from solid to gas. It was invisible, indestructible, and omnipresent. Tovey looked at the great net hanging behind him, the chronicles of the village, knot upon knot, stretching back generations. He reached out his broken hand, his hook, and touched the large golden knot near the top, the Ezra knot. It was tight. It held the weight of the whole net. Tovey smiled. He walked out of the shed and down to the water's edge. The sun was setting, turning the Mediterranean into a sheet of hammered copper. He picked up a flat stone. He threw it with his left hand. Skip, skip, skip. It sank. But the ripples spread out, expanding, touching the shore, touching the horizon. "You were wrong, Valerius," Tovey whispered to the ghost of the Empire. "You can burn the paper, you can melt the gold, you can break the hand." He took a deep breath of the salty air. "But you cannot burn the wind." Tovey turned back to the village. The fires were being lit, the songs were beginning, the anchor was holding, and the story. The story was just getting started. And so, dear traveller, the fire on the beach burns low, and the embers turn to grey. We leave Ezra sleeping beneath the dunes, where the sand is warm and the weight is gone. We leave Tovey standing by the water, his broken hand holding the unbreakable line of memory. You have walked a long road with them. You have smelled the dust of the library and the rot of the marsh. You have tasted the bitter salt and felt the sting of the sun. You have carried the heavy tube only to find that the treasure was never inside the leather. It was inside the chest. As you step away from the shore, do not worry about what you have forgotten. Do not worry about the scrolls you left behind or the words that faded from the page. Remember the knot. It holds fast. Remember the breath. It does not die. Remember that you too are a vessel. You do not need to be perfect gold to carry the light. You only need to be open. The ink is dry. The scroll is rolled up, but the voice continues. Rest now in the sanctuary of the living word. The anchor is down. You're safe. Good night.